What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, November 17th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. We're both wearing black because we're mourning another Texas loss to Georgia. We'll talk all about what went wrong for the Longhorns in Athens on Saturday night and where the Longhorns college football playoff hopes stand as of now. We'll go around the country as well, some of the other big action in college football. We'll recap the NFL Sunday, a game-winning field goal for the Houston Texans to keep their playoff hopes alive. The Dallas Cowboys in action tonight. We'll preview that Monday night game. But, yeah, safe to say most of our show will be spent talking about Georgia 35, Texas 10. And we'll take y'all's thoughts throughout the show. Of course, the Dakota text line, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch comments lines. We'll be all over it today. And we appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you doing this morning, my man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. It's a beautiful morning out. It's going to be, we will have rain towards the end of the week. Well, it could start as early as Wednesday, but Thursday it's going to rain. You need it. We need it. And we're going to get it this weekend. I hope, hopefully not into the weekend, but Thursday and Friday, it's going to be a little bit wet. So that's okay. That's the good news. The other good news is there's still a room block available in Shreveport for the Weed Eater Bowl. So if anybody wants to get those rooms and wants to take your family down to Shreveport, Louisiana, hey, room block's still available. Just let me know how many you need.
The Weed Eater Bowl?
I think that's what it used to be. I don't even know if it's that anymore.
Who knows? There are so many random bowl games these days. Maybe there is one called the Weed Eater Bowl.
Find a way to get to the sun. Hey, El Paso is really nice. I'm telling you, in December, it's kind of cool.
Well, at least we're not being sent to San Antonio again.
No, I left that out. The San Antonio Marriott is all booked up. They don't want Texas people down there anymore.
Oh, we've been there enough. They're tired of us.
Yeah. Maybe there's a holiday bowl.
The Holiday Bowl. Yeah, unfortunately, we might be talking about a non-playoff bowl for this Texas team this year. And it's like the Longhorns still have a couple of games to turn things around, and maybe they could do enough against Arkansas and A&M to impress the committee to earn a spot. But, you know, it's hard to argue that this team deserves one with what we saw on Saturday night. That was the one thing that couldn't happen, Buck. Like,
yeah.
Obviously, you wanted to win. Everybody knows that. That would have been best case scenario. But if you were going to lose, okay, lose close. Like, lose the way you lost at Ohio State. There's not a ton of shame in losing a close game at Georgia. A lot of people lose at Georgia. They're now 52-2 in their last 54 home games. You can't lose by 25, Buck.
And you can't get 21 scored on you in the fourth quarter.
No, you can't get outscored 21-0 in the fourth quarter and lose by 4 possessions. 4 possessions.
Yeah, and you can't have your coach on the sideline looking like he stepped barefooted in a pile of shit either.
Ooh,
I mean, really.
I haven't heard that one. That's good.
I mean, barefooted, like squish, and the look on his face, I'm like, it was like he couldn't believe what was happening to his team. I'm like, I could. Your team is dumb. Your team had 9 penalties again. They're dumb. They're not smart, and they haven't been smart all season long. It's a dumb football team, and your special teams coach should be thanking Niblett that he still got a gig as a special teams coach, because you got a onside kick on you just when really good coaches know how to do that. They did it, and it happened to you, and it just so happens it happened to your team. Yeah. I mean, really?
Kirby Smart is the Midas man when he coaches against Texas. Like, every decision he makes turns to gold. And, of course, the fourth down decisions to go for it, to keep that drive alive, which ultimately turned into points for the Dogs. And then, yeah, after Georgia goes up 21-10, they go with the surprise onside kick, and it works, and they score again. It's just
as good as an onside kick as you'll ever see.
Yeah.
When everybody turns their back and starts headed back to make a wall, and they kick it, and the guy catches the ball on the fly. And like I said, the only thing about that is you can't advance that ball. If he could have advanced it, he would have been down there where the returners were by the time the other guys knew he would have been blowing right by them. That is such bad coaching.
Yeah. They got worked on Saturday, out-coached, outplayed, out everything. And for the third time in 2 years, Georgia has taken down Texas. So we'll dive into it. So much to get into. Plenty of post-game sound from Steve Sarkisian. And, of course, we'll answer the question, where do the Longhorns go from here? But how about the soldier shout-out here?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those who fight for us each and every day. Thank you. You are always there, and we always appreciate what you do for all of us, to you and your families. Please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. So Georgia gets the win 35-10. And look, midway through the third quarter, Texas scored a touchdown to make this a 14-10 game. The Longhorns got a big Anthony Hill interception. They turned a short field into a Ryan Wingo touchdown grab. And all of a sudden, you're starting to feel like, okay, here we are. One-score game. Midway through the third quarter, we are right where we want to be. And then the Georgia offense gets the ball back. Kirby Smart, man, you talk about balls of steel. You talk about cojones. You talk about iron lungs, whatever you want to say. The decision to go for it on 4th down and 1 from his own 36-yard line. Not a lot of coaches would keep the offense on the field in that spot. He does. They convert. Then they get another 4th down and 5. Buck, to your point about Texas being incredibly dumb, you get the Colin Simmons offsides penalty that keeps the Georgia drive alive there. They ultimately turn that possession into a touchdown. And then the onside kick, they recover that, score another touchdown. So Texas, the offense finally gets into the end zone. They cut it to 14-10. Buck, Arch Manning didn't see the field again until it was 28-10, game over.
Yeah, and the defense, which the defensive line still, I thought, played pretty decent. Linebackers they had big guys up on them. But the secondary, the move of the Rutgers guy and Dwayne Akina have done absolutely nothing. There was a point, BK, when it was 3rd and about 12, and Manny Muhammad was covering a guy, and he was back 14 or 15 yards. The guy went right to the marker and caught a big 3rd down pass. I was like, oh, this is your opportunity now. It's like 3rd and 10. I'm like, why are they off so far? I'm like, what the hell is that all about? I'm talking about Manny Muhammad. He's the guy who should be up in somebody's face. He was terrible. Michael Tapp didn't do anything for them. That was nothing. That's a poorly coached bunch back there. Period. They went from being really, really good to really, really a detriment to that defense right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I would argue the only good SEC game that the Texas secondary has played was the Oklahoma game, where they were dominant and they were a huge part of keeping the Sooners out of the end zone. But
yeah, and they had a 4-fingered quarterback that day.
They were going up against a pretty injured quarterback in that game. I mean, every other game, it feels like the opposing quarterback is getting just about whatever he wants. Even in Texas wins, it's felt like the secondary has let this team down way too often. And yeah, I mean, Gunnar Stockton, Buck, 5 touchdowns, 5 incompletions. Like that's
I mean, they don't press anybody. They don't get up. They drop back in the zone, but you don't even see them on the screen, BK. When they show the line of scrimmage, I'm like, where's the DB at? Can he be back at 6 yards? I can see him. They're like at 8, 12 yards. I'm like, my God, just take a hitch. Take your 5 or 6 yard. And he was taking those. They were giving them to me. He goes, okay, you're really going to back up this way? Especially a 3rd and 10, and you're back to almost 15 yards.
I know. Yeah. I mean, it's been a theme for this Texas defense. Just way too many missed assignments, way too many blown coverages, and yeah, a lot of soft coverage too. I don't even know if those are blown coverages. Those might be the calls from the sideline.
Yeah, I think they are. They're zone coverages, but dude, you don't have to be dropping back 18 yards in the zone. You got 3rd and 10. You got to get up there so the guy doesn't get to the 1st down marker. Can't let him just run to the marker, turn around, and play catchy catch. That was a huge play in the game. That was one of those they could have got off the field. On the left-hand side, I'm like, oh no. Where's Manny Muhammad? He's supposed to be a really, really good defensive back. Why is he even out of the screen on a 3rd and 10?
Yeah, I have no idea. And there were a couple of those early on, especially where I think that's the first drive of the game that you're talking about, where Georgia had a 3rd and 10 at the Texas 29-yard line. They had already moved into field goal range, but all right, you could give up a field goal. That's fine. You were up 3-0 at that point, so you give up a field goal. It's a tie game. But yeah, just an easy pitch and catch conversion. Obviously, a couple of plays later, the Dogs get into the end zone. And then, yeah, Georgia, Georgia's been a slow starting team this year. We talked about the stat last week. Before Saturday, Georgia had played 7 SEC games. They had trailed after one in 6 of the 7 games. So they've been slow starting, and then they've been able to turn it on late. I was pretty nervous when Texas was down 14-3 after the first quarter, because we know how good Georgia's been in the fourth quarter, and obviously that came to
and that's
fruition.
all they said on TV was, boy, does Georgia come alive in the fourth quarter? I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, not what we needed at all.
Those guys are in the back. They are so worried about getting beat deep, BK. You don't have to worry about that anymore because the guys now can catch and run.
Yeah.
I mean, they get in the back pedal, and they're already back 10 yards.
Already back 10 yards. And it's a fair question, CB. You know what? Like Steve Sarkisian before this year had a really good record coming out of bye weeks. And this year, the 2 byes that Texas had preceded the 2 worst performances of the year for the Longhorns. The first bye came before the Florida game, the inexcusable loss to a god-awful Florida team, and where Texas got whipped. They got whipped in that game. And then obviously this Georgia game, Texas got physically whipped again by Georgia. It's like, what are they doing during the bye weeks? How do they look this bad? They got 2 weeks to prepare. That's one of the things that gave me some confidence that the Longhorns could go win this football game. So, Georgia just played 7 days ago, and we've had 2 weeks to get everybody healthy and to clean up some issues. And it looks like Texas just didn't do anything.
Dumb teams don't win, even if you get a month off. If you're a dumb team, you're not going to win. If you are on the road and you have the penalties that they have, special teams, they can't line up for the punt still. Punt? How many times are they going to do the same thing? The official just looks at him and throws a flag up straight up because the official's pissed. Come on, guys, line up. Quit moving around. I'm like, dude, what are you guys doing? What? They continue to do the same thing over and over. That's the problem. They do the same thing over. Simmons jumps. He's done that like 8 times this year. But they do the same thing over and over. That's bad coaching. You got to put your foot in their ass and say, no, you're not doing that. You need to come out of the game. I don't care how good you are. This has got to be an example to other kids on the team. Number 24 on the special teams, that guy pushes in the back again. I mean, it's like, dude, what do you do this once a game and it's okay and you're still out there? Yeah. They don't have another player?
Buck, after a 9-penalty 58-yard performance by the Longhorns, Texas now ranks 135th out of 136 teams in penalties per game.
Now that's what somebody should direct to the coach. Hey, coach, that's on you guys.
Yeah.
Your team is dumb. And why is your team this dumb?
It's pretty sad. It is pretty sad. And yeah, we talked about, if the Longhorns were going to do something that only one team since COVID has done,
right,
they were going to have to do just about everything right themselves, right? Like you can't shoot yourself in the foot if you're playing Georgia. They're hard enough to beat because they're going to do just about everything right. So you have to bring your absolute A game to have a chance. And 9 penalties, 5 drops, third down problems, blown assignments, missed tackles. It's just like one of those things would have been bad for Texas, but all of those things combined, that leads to a blowout loss right there.
Yeah, they've got an outstanding wide receiver who can't catch. I'm like, how's this possible? This dude still can't. Did he drop balls in high school? Did they see him? I know he made some outstanding plays in high school probably because he ran around a bunch of little kids or just outran them. And every once in a while he'd catch the ball. But, dude, that thing coming across the middle, that's not the quarterback's fault anymore. I don't even want to hear about, that was a low ball. Dude, that's catchable anytime. That's catchy catch. Yeah. That's just like running across on a line and having 5 guys throw. You catch this one, you drop it. You see him do it. Dude, he can't catch. And it had nothing to do with his thumbs. His attention to detail in catching the ball, you have to really, when you're a guy like him, you have to really, really pay attention because you don't have that natural, guys sometimes just snatch it and they got it and they have a feel for it. He doesn't. He's got to catch it and cradle the son of a bitch because he can't catch.
Yeah, that was a big drop for Ryan Wingo on the first drive of the ball game. Texas is moving down the field pretty easily. They were running it pretty well.
Nothing to do with his thumb because he caught a couple others, but you can't catch 4 and drop 2. That's not good for a receiver.
Yeah, and just those crossing patterns, right? Like we all know how effective Ryan Wingo can be with the ball in his hands, and those are supposed to be catch, like you said,
yes.
Just easy throws and easy catches to make just right over the middle. And for some reason, just the Manning-Wingo connection on those this year has just not been good. Early on, it was more like just Arch wasn't putting the ball in a good spot. But lately, it's become just it doesn't matter if the protection holds up and Arch throws it right where it needs to be. It's just Ryan Wingo's not catching it. So, yeah, like Wingo had 12 targets on Saturday, 62 yards. Actually, 13 targets, 62 yards. That's 4 yards per target. Like, that is incredibly inefficient.
Yeah, because I'm almost afraid to have him go there in those zones. Well, other teams play their zone a little bit different than Texas plays their zone. Yeah. There are people in the zones.
But there were a couple of plays, too, where Ryan Wingo actually caught it. And, like, if someone breathed on him, he fell.
Yeah, he's got his legs kind of caught up.
And you're seeing Georgia break all these tackles. Buck, I think Texas as a team had 2 broken tackles on offense for the entire game. That's running backs, that's wide receivers, that's anybody on offense. Texas broke 2 tackles. So when everyone talks about physicality in this game, we're going to focus on the lines of scrimmage because that's where you kind of notice it the most. Texas broke 2 tackles in the entire game. All these 4- and 5-star athletes, like what are we doing, man?
Yeah,
how does that happen?
Once again, they can't run the length of this computer. And in the SEC, if you can't run, if you can't run a lick, then you're not going to win. Even against the bad teams, you're going to be in a dogfight every week. You're not going to do it like Georgia does. Have fun playing football. You're going to be stressed out in your games against bad teams. And if you can't run, offensive line, running backs, they keep putting in Baxter for some reason, thinking that you can waste 3 or 4 carries. You can't. Guys, he's not good right now. He's not come off that knee injury very well when you put him behind this line, especially. But sometimes you got to make things happen yourself. He can't do that. He can't beat a one-on-one. A guy can bring him down in one-on-one.
Yeah.
Even at 230 pounds, he doesn't have the explosion that he has.
No.
Maybe next year will be different. Knock on wood that he stays healthy through the spring and he comes back. But he's not that guy. And folks need to understand, he may never be that guy. You know who really needs to understand? His running back coach needs to understand, dude, I don't know what you saw. Did you see him when he was really, really good? Or it was the other guy that was here then.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody on this staff has talked this guy into this guy, CJ Baxter, is something special. So
that's a Sark decision. Like Steve Sarkisian, instead of going to the transfer portal to bring in a running back, is like, yeah, I don't care that CJ Baxter and Christian Clark are both coming off of incredibly serious leg injuries that caused them to miss all of last year. Like those guys are going to be perfectly fine. We'll be able to rely on them behind Trey Wisner, no problem.
It's like the offensive line coach who says, I can go to my farm system, the high school, and these guys, we're just that good of coaches that we're going to coach them up in their sophomore, red shirt junior year. They're going to be just fine. Well, you're wrong.
Oops. Yeah. The Texas run game, Buck, this mystifying number that I'm about to give you here. On the Longhorns' first possession of the game, remember, Texas gets the ball first. They march down the field. They kick a field goal, probably score a touchdown if Stonehands Wingo isn't nicknamed Stonehands. They ran it for 33 yards on that drive. On that drive, the first carry of the game was a 16-yard run to Trey Wisner. It's like, whoa, that Texas ran for more on the opening possession than they ran in either full game against Georgia last year.
Wow.
33 yards on the opening possession. Do you know how many rushing yards Texas had the rest of the game, Buck?
Minus what, 10?
Minus 10. They had 33 on the first drive. They ended the game with 23. You know how hard that is to do?
No, that is awful.
And also I thought Sark abandoned the run game way earlier than he had to. Obviously in the fourth quarter when it's 28-10, you can't really run it anymore. You got to put the ball in your quarterback's
Sure,
hands.
I understand that.
But I thought they abandoned it too quickly because they maybe did something.
So I thought so too. I thought, why are you running the ball? It's the third quarter. Why are you still running? What are you doing?
It's almost like Sark just expected them to not be able to run the ball, which we all kind of expected them to not be able to run the ball. And instead of like, oh, shoot, this might be working. He's like,
I said, all they have to do, I said, Texas can luckily, if a guy gets misplaced, a guy like Trey Wisner can make him miss. If he's not in the right gap, this is one of those times where you actually could fall into some good luck. it's not like you're going to do it because your guys just open a big hole. It's because the guy's in the wrong gap.
Yeah.
And he's good enough to do that. But then they started bringing in backs. So I'm like, oh, God. As soon as I saw him coming, I'm like, this is one of those, we just want to see. We want to see if he's got it going this week. Nice kid. He was on TV. I like the kid. I'd like for him to get healthy. But there comes a time when you just see the dude doesn't have it. And it shouldn't be this long.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be taking this long. By now, that freshman who is probably thinking, what the hell am I doing here? I'm better than that guy. I mean, that's how those dudes think. He's at practice every day, goes, I got more moves than that dude right there. Why am I sitting here?
I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the bye week would be an opportunity to give James Simon a little bit more run, get him more up to speed and let him go. But, it's a tight rotation. Not a lot of guys played on the Texas offense.
Well, all his tight rotation stuff were the ones that he likes. They're not good. Okay? Give some other guys some opportunities.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, C.J. Baxter had 27 snaps. He only had one carry, which is interesting. Again, Texas just didn't run it.
He was there for dump-off balls. And once he caught him, he wasn't going anywhere.
No, he had 3 catches for 12 yards, and he's not as good in pass pro as Trey Wisner is. So, C.J. Baxter just not giving this offense a whole heck of a lot right now. And,
it's just, dude, let me tell you, you start being, I mean, you look silly as a special teams group when a guy's onside kicking you, and it's after they've scored like that. It's like the perfect time, but that's really ballsy, which their coach is. He got a lot of balls to do that.
It's one of those things. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20. Like, you make a decision like that. If it doesn't work, Kirby Smart's an idiot, right? Like, let's forget the onside kick for a second. We'll get to that. The Kirby Smart decision to go for it on 4th and 1 from his own 36. Like, it's a 4-point game at that point, Buck. If Texas gets the stop there, the Longhorns get the ball in plus territory, coming off of their best offensive drive of the game. They maybe score and take a lead there, and everyone's like, Jesus, Kirby, what are you doing? But it worked. And then obviously the onside kick, if you don't get it, it's, you just let Texas back in the game with that decision. But
that's how guys win national championships.
And that's Kirby Smart, we were wondering, okay, what's he going to say to get his guys motivated? We know he's better at finding a chip on a shoulder than anybody else in the freaking world. He's Sherlock Holmes when it comes to looking for a chip. And usually it's the underdog coach who has to be overly aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Like, we got to go steal this game. Kirby Smart, as the favorite playing at home, is like, no, you know what? I'm going to be the aggressor here. I'm going to step on their throat here. Steve Sarkisian, it's felt like he's coaching not to lose. All right, I don't want to make a decision that's going to cost my team a game here, so I'm just going to be very passive. And then Kirby Smart's like, dude, to hell with that. I'm going to snatch this game by the horns. Grab this bull by the horns, pun intended, and it worked. Fortune favors the bold is what they say. Sure as hell favored Kirby Smart on Saturday night.
Yeah, and it wasn't that Sark was trying to keep the game close. He was just trying not to get murdered, and they murdered them. They physically tore them apart in the fourth quarter. Man, I was glad the time was running out. I'm like, they're not going to catch up to them, but please don't let them score any more points. Stop them from scoring.
Please.
They were starting to bludgeon them in the fourth quarter. I don't, the game plan, like you said, it came right out. You got 3 points. I thought it was going to be a special kind of game, but there's, you start seeing at points where guys are just getting whipped again.
Yeah.
And that offensive line, bless their hearts, they're just not good. Sorry.
No, it's bad.
It doesn't matter who they try. They can get away with it for a game if you're playing Mississippi State or Kentucky or somebody like that. But you know what? They'll still beat A&M, so it doesn't matter.
They gave up. The Texas O-line gave up 30 pressures and 23 hurries. Only 3 sacks, only in air quotes. That matches the season high for Georgia, by the way. Remember, they were 119th in the country in sacks going into Saturday. But 30 pressures, 23 hurries. Texas ran it for 1.4 yards a carry. Yeah, it's three meetings against Georgia in the last 2 years and 3 times where your offensive line has just gotten manhandled.
Yeah, they just don't have the eye of the tiger. They look passive and scared at times. I hate to call football players scared, but they look that way. And hell, when the coach looks that way on the sideline, it shouldn't help the team. If I'm running off and see my coach looking like that, I'm going, damn.
Well, here's the coach. Here's what'd you say earlier? He looked like he barefoot stepped in shit.
Yeah, like 2 feet in it. Like just found a pile and stepped right in it with 2 feet bare feet.
Somehow, like the right foot went in and he just didn't notice, so the left foot followed right after.
Yeah, and he stayed in it.
Well, here's the head coach. We got plenty of Sark sound, but we'll just start with his opening statement after Saturday night's loss in Athens.
Rodney, that was a really good game until the start of the fourth quarter. It was 14-10. They get the ball, and they convert 2 fourth downs. They score. They onside kick. They score again. They pop a kickoff down there. We get pinned inside the 10. Shank a punt. They score again. It was 21-0 in the fourth quarter. So, great job by Georgia. I thought they did a nice job. I wish we could have taken advantage of a few things earlier in the game, offensively, especially in the first half, that we just weren't able to. And, at that point, it was unfortunate because we thought we could have had a more balanced attack, and we didn't. Because we got behind in the fourth quarter. We had to start throwing at that point. So disappointing. It was a pretty good game for 3 quarters, and it was not a great game in the fourth quarter, at least not for us. So I think the challenge for us now is we got a 2-week season in front of us, and we got to get up off the mat. We got to go compete, and we got to find a way to go win the next 2 ball games and see what happens. So that's it.
It was a really good. It was a really good game until we decided to get on the plane and come to Athens. In our minds, it was a really, really, we had everything going our way. We were going to win that game. It wasn't going to be a close win. We were going to dominate Georgia, but we happened to get on the plane and end up in Athens, Georgia for a Saturday night game, and we got our asses whipped. We're dumb. We create too many penalties. We don't make enough big plays. Our stars don't play like stars. Our offensive line is weak. We can't run the length of this table. Our quarterbacks inaccurate at times. Our great wide receivers can't catch, the basis of being a wide receiver. Yeah. Our special teams coach can't coach special teams because he gets onside kick, fake punt. Other than that, we're not bad. We're all right. We got guys from Rutgers and we brought guys in from Arizona. Everything's good. No,
yeah, that was a little too moral victory-y from Steve Sarkisian there. Like, we played good for 3 quarters. We lost the game by 25 points, Coach.
It's a 4-quarter game. This is Georgia. They're going to be in it for 4. Oh, you decided? Did you just play for 3 then?
Like,
hey, somebody tell the SEC the games need to be 3 quarters.
What is this? Live golf?
Yeah, live football.
Well, by the way, Texas would have lost even if it was a 3-quarter game.
Oh yeah, that's true.
All the talk from Sark about we played really well for 3 quarters. You were losing after the 3rd quarter. That was 14-10. And look, I would have taken 14-10 going into the 4th quarter. That's fine. You're right there.
No doubt.
But it's 2 weeks in a row, or I guess 2 games in a row, obviously a bye week in between, where the Longhorns have been outscored 21-0 in the 4th quarter. Remember, they got outscored by that against Vanderbilt, and that allowed the Commodores to come back in the game.
So they're not learning anything. It's a dumb team. That's what I'm saying. They're dumb.
Right.
That just happened to them It just happened to them. What's wrong with them?
I know. And obviously you're okay when you're up by as much as Texas was up against Vandy. You can overcome 21-0 in the 4th and still win. But when you're down going into the 4th quarter, you don't need me to finish that sentiment.
No, that's just ridiculous. He's starting to sound like Narduzzi did last week.
Oh, man, not that.
It worked for Narduzzi. How'd that work for Narduzzi, by the way?
Not very good.
It didn't. His team looked like exactly how he had told them, don't worry about this game. They looked like they said, okay, coach. You say don't worry about it. It's the next 2 games. Okay.
Well, I will say this. Pitt lost to Notre Dame by less than Texas lost to Georgia.
Yeah, that's true.
This was a must-win game for Texas. Pitt's coach is like, we could lose by 100 to Notre Dame. I don't give a crap. And they lost by less than Texas did, believe it or not.
Good Lord.
So, frustrating. All right, more to dive into. More sound from Steve Sarkisian. Obviously, more thoughts from y'all, more thoughts from us. We'll continue to unpack everything that went wrong for Texas against Georgia. And again, at some point in this show, we will talk about if the Longhorns still have a shot to make the college football playoff.
Absolutely.
we'll be more negative than positive today. It's a losing Monday on the show, but we'll stay upbeat. We'll start to turn our attention to Arkansas and A&M, but we'll get back into Texas, Georgia in a moment, Buck. But our first round of sponsor shout outs.
Folks, with my messed up back, getting the right support has always been super difficult. And nothing gave me the comfort I needed. So I met the folks at Relax the Back. They have given me the comfort for over 20 years now that my back and the support that my thoracic back needed after having reconstructive surgery on my thoracic back. If you've got problems with your shoulders, your hips, your thoracic back, your lumbar area, your neck, please go over. I beg you to go over to Relax the Back, and you'll find a chair or an accessory that's going to fit you and make you feel better for sure. They got 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
One way to cheer yourself up after a loss.
Oh, you're getting creamed on a Monday.
A little cream soda OLIPOP. Never a bad time for an OLIPOP. Love this stuff. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I've got the cream soda this morning, my favorite flavor. But hey, if cream soda is not your thing, they've got more than 20 different choices to pick from. OLIPOP is taking over the world. 9 grams of fiber in every can. You've got prebiotics, botanicals, and plant fibers. Ingredients that support good digestive health. OLIPOP did something that very few people have been able to do in the history of the world. They found a way to make something taste good that's also good for you. You can find OLIPOP wherever you buy your groceries. HEB, Target, Whole Foods, Walmart, Costco. So available at 7-Eleven. You can even get it at Starbucks too. Next time you shop, make sure you shop the best soda in the world. That is OLIPOP.
Our good friends over at Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving New York-style pizza and that great Italian food straight from the cookbook of the Ciola family. Tony C's has been in BK's over 15 years. Tomorrow, 2 for Tuesday. Get on over there and grab yourself 2 pies for the price of 1, of course. And Unwine Wednesdays, that's half-price bottles of wine with your meal. Love the folks there. Their locations, Highway 79 in Round Rock, the Dell Diamond, Anderson Lane, and Bee Cave. Love the folks at Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Tony C's. Much love to them. And also some love to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, rocking one of our TSU lids this morning. Love our friends at Waterloo. They make all of our hats, our shirts, our stickers, our koozies, our everything. So if you have a business that needs merch, if you've got a big event coming up, maybe a big tailgate for one of these 2 final home games, maybe a big holiday party right around the corner, and you need some merch, reach out to Adam and the great team at Waterloo, based right here in South Austin. 512-300-9641. Tell them what you need. They will get it to you quickly. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All right, back into Georgia 35, Texas 10. More sound from Steve Sarkisian here. Sark was asked after the game, what went wrong in the 4th quarter? Do you feel like your team maybe lost its composure down the stretch?
I don't know. The first 4th down, they snuck the tailback out of the backfield, out the back door. We didn't defend the play very well. It's unfortunate because we actually practiced that play. And the second 4th down, we jumped off sides, and that's just mental intensity and focus. We jump off sides, and then they score. And on the onside kick, we didn't break on the ball, and that's on us as coaches. We've got to do a better job of getting our players understanding situational football. We can go attack the ball, and we have an opportunity to get great field position in that situation, and we didn't take advantage of it. So I don't know necessarily if we lost composure. I think we lost some focus. We lost some mental intensity in the 4th quarter for sure.
Just say the word dumb. That's easy. It's easy. Don't quit making excuses. Quit trying to find ways to say my team's not dumb. They're dumb. Same things happen to them over and over and over and over and over again. Quit saying there, oh, it's not mental. Maybe we lost something a little. No, you're dumb. Your team's dumb. Your guys turned their back to the kickoff guy and started running down the field. They never saw the ball even bounce. The guy got a 10-yard run and grabbed the ball in the air. Nobody turned around and said, ball. You got to wait till the guy hits the ball, and then you start turning and going. Those guys, like on a dead sprint, BK with their backs turned. I'm like, holy shit. Really?
A little more on that onside kick, because somebody asked a follow-up question later in the presser about the onside. Like, hey, were you expecting it there? Were you expecting it at any point in the game? Do you think Kirby Smart was going to pull a stunt like that? Here was Sark when he was asked about that.
Not that onside kick in particular, but we knew where we might be vulnerable to one. We actually practiced that kick in practice with anticipation that it might occur. And we didn't feel the ball, and so it was a risk they were willing to take because it's a 21-10 game. We field that ball. We're getting the ball in the plus 45, and with offense with some momentum to go score, they took the risk and they recovered it. And inevitably, those are momentum-changing plays for sure in games. Any game in particular, but in games like this, those are momentum-changing plays. They took the risk, they made the play, and it was a heck of a kick and nice recovery by them.
That's what championship teams do. They take a risk. They know you're dumb.
Did I hear Steve Sarkisian say they practiced that during the league?
Yeah, that makes them double dumb.
You sure about that, Coach?
Yeah, no, it didn't look like it. Not with your back turned and the guy catches the ball before you turn around. It's not like go for the ball. Your guys aren't able to go for the ball. They're running down the field with their backs towards the ball, Coach.
So it's pretty rare where Sark will throw his players under the bus, and he will never call an individual out and throw them under the bus. But a couple of those cuts we just played, that's Sark blaming his players right there, not himself. Oh, the fourth down play that Georgia ran. We practiced that all week long. Our guys just didn't execute. Oh, the onside kick. No, we practiced that. Don't blame me. It can't possibly be my fault. We practiced that. We didn't get it done when we needed to. It's like
Kirby's his daddy. That's just all that is. He just is his coaching staff outsmarts Sark's coaching staff in the last 3 games. That's not, it's past the sample size. Now I understand why you have that feeling. Although you thought they would win this week, you really deep down inside did not.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, right? You and I totally flipped last week. Like last Monday, you thought Texas was going to win. I thought Texas was going to get smoked. And then I bought into the hype. You flipped. Good for you. You said Georgia was going to win. And I'm like, nah, we got this. This is our time.
I even came down from my score when I had 30 to 20. I just said, maybe they'll get within 3. I should have known better.
You were righter than I was.
This team's just not that smart. I don't get it. Why these guys?
No, you can't be second to last in the country in penalties per game and be considered smart. Like, that is dumb. You were almost the dumbest team in America.
Oh, they're that close, huh?
And you still have 2 games to get there. So here's a new goal unlocked. You might not be in the playoff, but you can be the dumbest team in the country.
Oh my God!
Preseason number 1 to how about preseason? Or how about postseason number 1?
How about you get that? How about you give that question to the head coach? Hey, coach, you're close to being the dumbest team in the nation.
Yeah. You know who we have to thank for Texas not being the dumbest team in the nation?
Who's that?
Georgia State. Georgia State averaging 8.3 penalties per game. Texas right behind them at 8.2.
Wow.
It's the one team in the country committing more infractions.
That's amazing.
That's amazing. That is amazing. It's not like this team was that great from the penalty aspect last year, but they weren't this bad. And yeah, it's going to cost you. Almost a miracle that Texas is 7-3, considering how many dumb penalties they commit.
You know what? Now that I see that, BK, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's pretty surprising they've won 7 games. You just can't do that. The things they did and the things they do over and over again, guys jumping off sides, not being set on your punt team. You do that 1,000 times.
I know. We saw Jeff Banks a little too much on Saturday during the broadcast, didn't we? You don't want to see the special teams coach 3 or 4 times during the game, but we saw a lot of Jeff Banks on Saturday. And it's not because, Ryan Niblett took another one to the house. It's because, penalty, onside kick, penalty. It's like it's not really good when your special teams coordinator is
Ryan Niblett's keeping him his gig right now because that guy has a knack for hitting a spot and going. It's not like it's like he's doing a good job of that's I just find it just hard to believe.
Yeah.
Well, I would be getting screamed at for some of the stuff that goes on in the special teams. Special teams coach has got to be better. The head coach has got to be better. And the word losing your composure and, I don't feel like we lost our composure. Yeah, you did. Your team looked just like they had no composure at all. It was like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I think it's
When it was 14-10, you were right in this game. You can't let those things happen to you in a championship game.
I think it's
No,
safe to say that Georgia's a more talented team than Texas, but they're not 25 points more talented than Texas.
no.
Like, you look at these rosters, there's not that big of a gap between these two. The reason this game got out of hand and the reason 2 of the 3 meetings between Texas and Georgia have gotten out of hand is Kirby Smart and his staff are just coaching circles around Steve Sarkisian and his. It's not just Sark. It's Pete Kwiatkowski getting worked by Mike Bobo. It's
Yes.
Jeff Banks having a rough day. It's Dwayne Aquina failing to fix the issues in the secondary. It's the running back coach not being able to get the running game going. It's the offensive line coach, Kyle Flood, continuing to struggle up there. It's like the Georgia staff, that is why these games are going the way that they are. They are coaching circles around Texas.
Yeah, I bet Kirby would probably say, I'd like to play Texas 12 games a year.
Oh, my God.
Let's not have to play anybody else in the SEC. I think we'd have a really nice number of wins.
Yeah, I think you're right. Those teams are probably like, nah, I don't want to deal with Texas, but Kirby Smart, he clearly welcomes the challenge.
Oh, yeah.
All of the talk is like, well, Texas has had this one marked on the calendar for a long time, right? After the way last year went, they've had November 15th circled for a long time. It looked like Kirby Smart was the coach. He's like, yeah, that's.
And they didn't play that way, and they didn't coach that way. Like, when you were talking about revenge, they didn't play revenge ball. They played ball to survive, and you can't play to survive against that team. That team will hammer you. And all I kept hearing on the broadcast was, this group is something else in the fourth quarter. I'm like, they look pretty good in the first three to me. Why do they need the fourth quarter to get it cranked up? But they did in the fourth quarter. They were still there. They play for a full 4 quarters, BK. They don't take any time off.
Oh, it's a championship culture, man. I mean, it's why they're in this spot every single year. It's why Kirby's won 2. It's why they've got a shot to win 3.
You're right. That's
January. Why. Yeah, it's just he's really good. He's the best coach in the country. And Sark, I think Sark's a very good coach. Don't get me wrong, but he ain't that level. I think it's clear. He's now 0-7 against Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, and Kalen DeBoer, 3 of the top coaches in college football. The coaches that you're going to have to beat if you want to win championships, either in the conference or nationally. And Sark, to this point, just hasn't been able to get over the hump. And Buck, he's now 1-7 against top 5 teams at Texas. He's lost 6 in a row against the top 5. So again, those are the teams you need to beat to be elite. It's great. Sark's done an amazing job getting Texas where it's been. But to get over the hump, you have to win games against coaches and teams like this. And again, 6 straight losses against the elitist of the elite competition.
Yes. Yeah.
That's gotta change.
He's making me start to worry about the A&M game, which before I wasn't worried about no matter what. Now I'm starting to worry.
Yeah, A&M was down 30-3 at halftime to South Carolina.
Yeah, how about that group?
They did win. Give them credit. But I don't know if I feel worse or better about that game today. Obviously, Texas didn't show up, so I don't know. I still feel like Texas is going to win that football game, but it's probably blind faith at this point, no?
Yeah, it's sort of like I am. It's just because I just don't think the Aggies will win against Texas, not here in Austin or anywhere else. And New Braunfels, I just don't think they'll win no matter where they play Texas.
How did they win on Saturday? How did South Carolina blow that 30-3?
Because their coach is probably back on the hot seat.
Dude, if I'm South Carolina's AD, Shane Beamer's trying to get on the team plane flying back to Columbia, I'm like, where do you think you're going?
Yeah, here's your bags. Here's all your stuff.
Yeah, no, there's no seat for you. Seat's taken. Giving you the Forrest Gump treatment. Seat's taken. Wow. Yeah, that's a tarmac game right there for South Carolina, who's now 3-7, by the way. It's not like they're having a good year and they just blew that. That was a preseason top 15 team who's 3-7 and just blew. That was the first time in I can't even remember how long. I think SEC teams are now 1-270 something when trailing by 27 or more at halftime, and the one is A&M getting it done. So
boy, oh boy, they came out. Their quarterback lit it up in the second half because he was hot mess in the first half. They didn't run the ball against them. They didn't do anything, but they came out in the second half and they coached them up. There was some screaming going on in that locker room because they looked like a group They got their ass chewed out. This looked like a group that said, you know what? We're going to play hard for 3, and if it's there, it's there. If it's not, let's start thinking about packing up and getting the hell out of Athens.
God, I wanted the Aggie upset to happen so bad. The main reason was because, remember, early in the day on Saturday, it was announced that Mike Elko agreed to a contract extension.
Oh, yeah. So it was looking that way, didn't it?
So it's like, oh, my God, this is the most Aggie thing ever. They're going to pay him $11.5 million a year. They're going to add 6 more years to the end of his deal. And then they're going to go out and lose as like a 3-touchdown favorite at home to South Carolina. Oh, this is so Aggie. And then, they found a way to get it done. It turned out South Carolina was more South Carolina than A&M was A&M.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
I think that's how you explain that.
Let me ask you, how did you think Arch played all around?
I thought Arch was pretty good. I did. I thought he was poised, especially early on. I thought he maintained his composure throughout the game. 29 of 46, 252 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. It's not the best stat line. 27 of 43 for 251, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Way off on that. 5 drops didn't help the completion percentage
5
either.
drops.
The interception was an overthrow. That was an errant pass.
Yes.
I did think DeAndre Moore got held coming over the middle, and maybe if he's not, he can go up and try to make a play on the ball, but it may have been too high for him. It was just an errant throw. It was a bad throw from Arch Manning. But considering the fact that they couldn't run the ball again, his offensive line gave up 30 pressures. The receivers and tight ends combined for 5 drops, including your guy Hammerhands.
I saw Hammerhands drop one. Why'd you throw it to that guy? He's not going to catch the ball.
He had 18 snaps. That's 17 more than I think he should have had. And, all things considered, I thought Arch was the best player on the Texas offense. Now, he got outplayed by Gunnar Stockton, of course, but Arch did not get enough from his coaching staff, and he surely did not get enough from the other 10 guys around him on offense.
Dude, I thought that on defense, too, a little bit. I was thinking, the return of Michael Tabb may make a difference. It doesn't.
No.
It doesn't. He can't cover all positions. And then he had a miscue, it looked like, when a guy went right by him.
Yeah,
so
Zach Branch.
They're not there. That looked like the old secondary there. That's starting to get scary back there.
Yeah, and it's a theme now. It's, again, more often than not in SEC play, this Texas secondary has struggled. And it's really 3 games in a row, Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, and Georgia, where, again, just too many blown coverages, too many missed assignments, missed tackles, allowing shorter gains to turn into bigger ones. Like that's I don't know if it's the most frustrating part of this team this year, because there's a lot of things you could choose from when you're having that conversation. But okay, the offensive line maybe being bad after losing 80% of the starters, maybe we saw that coming.
That's all we talked about. Yeah, we knew that was coming.
Right. The quarterback having some growing pains in his first year as a starter. Okay, maybe we could have seen that coming. I know the secondary lost Jahdae Barron. I know the secondary lost Andrew Makuba. Those guys were great college players, and they look like great NFL players too.
Hell yeah, they looked good yesterday, both of them.
But there's just too much talent. There's too much experience. There's too much depth. This secondary was supposed to be one of the best in the country again. Not just like Texas fans thinking that, but like folks around the country. Phil Steele had this as a top 10 unit. I think Athlon had it as their number 1 secondary in the country in their preseason magazine. This was supposed to be an elite or a very close to it group this year. And they haven't been, and they're regressing, Buck.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Guys they're getting more shaky and more scared back there. They're dropping back 20 yards to get the hell so they don't get beat deep. And they're giving up 10 and 12-yard hook patterns.
Right. Like the Ohio State game, they were fine. Julian Sayin might win the Heisman. Like his worst game of the year was against Texas in week 1.
Yes.
And then again, as conference play has gone along, it's just bad after bad after bad from the Texas secondary. And, you got 2 games left, but you wonder if Dwayne Aquina and Mark Orfe should be coaching for their jobs in these last 2 games. And by the way, Arkansas could score. They're not very good, but they could throw and they could score. And A&M's top 3 team in the country, they're undefeated. We know they could score.
And their guys can get back behind you if you backpedal straight off the snap and just start going back in your 10 yards. Those guys can make that up in a hurry. They are fast.
Oh, yeah, A&M's got elite receivers on the outside. So it's like I don't know if any assistants are really coaching for their job. I think a few of them should be. And I wonder if Sark, who's a very loyal guy, is going to say, nah, 1 year's not enough time for Akina and Orfe. Let's give these dudes another chance. But my God, like that's
see if there's another guy at Rutgers that you may like to have instead.
It's
they
been
play Ohio. By the way,
they
play Ohio State. So watch their secondary this week against Ohio State.
Who does? Rutgers?
Yes.
How much are you betting on the Buckeyes in that game?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, a lot of points. Here's Sark, by the way, post game, because he was asked about the defense, right? Like this has not looked like an elite bunch in the last 3 games. Sark was asked about his team's defensive struggles lately.
To tie it all together from the last game to this game, I'm not exactly sure. I know we got hurt some on some perimeter throws, on some easier completions, and I thought we started to tighten up coverage-wise there, but it's kind of too many free completions. Obviously, a lot of the bootleg type plays hurt us tonight. With people leaking out the back door, whether it was the tight ends, receivers, running backs at different times, and so our eye control, our eye discipline, I think needs to improve there. But probably the biggest area where we got to get back to playing is in the red area on defense. We're not forcing field goals and we're not creating turnovers, and so we've got to get back to playing better red zone defense. I think that's probably the biggest thing.
The biggest thing to me is those easy throws. They're too easy. They're way too easy. Obviously, that's why they call them easy throws. But shit, when there's nobody in the picture, that's way too easy.
Yeah, I think Georgia got into the red zone 4 times and they scored 4 touchdowns. Their 5th touchdown was a 30-yard blown coverage that made it 21-10 midway through the 3rd quarter. Buck, you could argue the game ended in 5 plays on Saturday. And maybe not only the game. I mean, Texas's SEC title hopes, those are gone. Longhorns basically have no chance to make it to Atlanta now. And obviously, in terms of the playoff, got a few comments, people asking about the playoffs. Jim Moore voice.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me?
Yeah, a lot of people feel that way right now, and it's understandable to feel that way. But Texas's game, maybe their season ended in a 5-play stretch. Georgia's got a 4th down and 5 from near midfield. You get the Colin Simmons offside penalty, keeps the drive alive. Then you get a 7-yard run, 7-yard completion, and then the blown coverage touchdown. So that goes from 14-10 to 21-10. And then obviously you've got the onside kick as the next play. So 5-play sequence. You go offsides. That's play number 1. Keep a drive alive on 4th down. 2 7-yard plays, the blown coverage touchdown, then the onside kick. Those 5 plays turned Saturday, a potential win, into a loss, and maybe turned this Texas season into a total failure.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. We talked about it maybe coming down to 6 or 7 or 8 plays. And again, a 25-point game, it might not look like that. But think about how different this game could have gone. Yeah, ifs and nuts and candies and butts. I get it. I'm not saying it should have gone differently. But think about how differently this game could have gone if Texas got a stop on either of those 4th downs on that possession, Buck.
You just make it so hard, dude. When you can't run in this conference, you just make it too hard on a veteran quarterback, much less a guy who's a first-year starter. It's just, dude, you can't run the ball at all. I don't get that.
No.
I don't get it. I would be so upset at my running backs. I'd be like, it's not those offensive linemen's fault. Dude, you get out on the perimeter, get something. You can get on the perimeter. You can get out there. I think, did they bring in Niblett to play running back again?
Niblett did not get a carry in the game. He only had a few snaps.
They actually went opposite of him.
Yeah,
Niblett only had a few. Kirby.
He only had a few snaps in the game on Saturday. That was one of the things that I think some Texas fans were clamoring for during the bye week. It's like, all right, like, we know Ryan Niblett's an explosive playmaker. Find ways to incorporate him a little bit more in the offense, maybe without being so obvious about it. And instead, Ryan Niblett.
Maybe he can protect the punter and not go illegal procedure. Maybe get him in that spot where he can just stand still and he won't flinch, and they won't have a penalty on the punt.
That would have been nice. Ryan Niblett had 2 snaps on offense, so that was it. Yeah, they did not make it a point of emphasis to get him more involved at all.
What did they do in the off week?
I don't know, but they need to change up their off week strategy. I know they don't have another bye week. I guess in between the end of the season and whatever bowl game they're in, they'll have some bye weeks. But obviously there are no more regular season buys for Texas. 2 weeks left in the year. They've got 2 games. But yeah, like stunning how bad the Longhorns were coming out of buys. Maybe Georgia's a bit more explainable, but yeah, the Florida game still. I know that was in early October. Like,
And I still won't believe that Texas A&M can beat them here.
Okay.
I refuse. Now I think they'll be probably in a dogfight against Arkansas. They can win that game,
ugh.
but I still think they can. Yeah, it shouldn't be in a dogfight against Arkansas,
I was
should
gonna
they?
say a dogfight against Arkansas. Please don't say that. I mean, it's not out of the question, but I'd really
Let's remember they're not very smart
not very smart.
at
No,
home or on the road.
Arkansas is not very good.
I know.
They're 2-8, Buck. Can't lose to Arkansas. They're 2-8.
I said a dogfight. They'll win the game. Hey, it's all about winning. Wouldn't you have just taken a win against Georgia? Like, hey, 1-1.
Yeah, I need more than just a win against Arkansas. Like now, style points matter, Buck.
Oh,
Again,
yeah, you're absolutely right. You're right.
The majority of Longhorn Nation is checked out of the playoff conversation. I won't fight you too much if you have, all right? But we're still going to talk about it because Texas, I think, still has a chance, an outside chance, but still a chance to get in. I think the analytics give them a 29% chance right now to make it. So crazier things have happened in this sport. But now it's, Buck, if you beat Georgia, Arkansas, and A&M to get to 10-2, you could have won all those games by 1 point and it wouldn't have mattered. You would have been in.
It wouldn't have.
But now the eye test absolutely matters. So
Can you beat them both by 2 touchdowns? Can you beat Arkansas by 2 and A&M by 2 touchdowns?
Yeah.
I think A&M, yes. I don't know about
What? You think Texas is more likely to beat the Aggies by 2 touchdowns than Arkansas?
Yes, of course. They're the Aggies.
Oh my
They'll
God.
find a way to screw that. They're dumb too.
They ain't this dumb.
No. Hey, there's only one other team this dumb. We know
Georgia
that.
State is the only team that's this dumb.
That is hard to believe.
Yeah, Arkansas 2-8 on the year. By the way, the opening line for that game, this is kind of stunning to me. 10.5. That's it.
I know.
7-3. Texas was just ranked in the top 10 against a 2-8 Arkansas team that fired its head coach like 2 months ago. And the line is only 10.5.
It'll almost be embarrassing if you don't beat them by 21 to 24 points.
By the way, Arkansas has not won a game in the SEC. There are 2 wins in 2025. Alabama A&M and Arkansas State. So you would not like to be in a dogfight with them. They did almost beat LSU on the road, but LSU is LSU right now.
LSU is not as dumb as Texas. Are you sure you're getting the penalty thing right? They've got to be dumber than Texas.
I got the penalty thing right. I got the stat right in front of me.
Oh, my God.
You know who's third to last, by the way, in that stat?
Who's that?
Miami. Mario Cristobal. That's not the company you want to keep, Sark.
No, you mean their coach is going to lose you 2 in November anyway?
Yeah, exactly. Texas opened up as a 10.5-point favorite against Arkansas. That's, God, I would really like it to be more than that. But yeah, the eye test matters. You can't win these 2 games by a field goal. You definitely have to blow out Arkansas.
Yes.
And, any win over A&M is going to look good. Obviously, if you could find a way to win it by multiple scores, that's icing on the cake. That gives you your best chance to get in. But you're also, not only do you have to do that,
other things have to happen. Yes.
Other things have to happen too. And Oklahoma beating Alabama is not good, by the way, because Oklahoma is now in the playoff and Alabama is still going to be in the playoff. So I know that makes the Texas win over OU look better, but that takes away a playoff spot. OU has Missouri and LSU at home their last 2 games.
Oh, I was rooting for Alabama so hard in that game.
I know.
So that was hard to do. I was just anything against OU. They got to lose.
Yeah, and they found a way. Boy, Alabama had almost 200 yards more of total offense than Oklahoma did, but they lost the game. I mean, 3 turnovers. Bama had 3 turnovers. Oklahoma had none. That's the difference. Turnovers, the ultimate equalizer. Bama looked a lot better for large portions of that game, but they just kept giving the ball to Oklahoma.
Yeah, material did the things that he just had to do.
Yeah, and dude, this is becoming the season from hell, right? Like if the year ended today, it doesn't, but if the year ended today, Texas would be out of the playoff. We know that. You know who would be in? A&M, OU, Texas Tech.
Wow.
Yuck. I would argue the 3 biggest rivals at least in my lifetime. I know some of y'all wouldn't throw Texas Tech in there.
By the
Obviously,
way,
OU and
I'll
A&M.
take back what I said last week. I don't want to play Texas Tech.
No.
I'll take that back. I just got over my skis there, folks.
Well,
last week when I said that.
I do want to play Texas Tech because that means we'll be in the playoff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like to play them in the playoffs, but
Yeah, I'd rather at least give yourself a shot.
They won't be at Shreveport. Their room block is all sold out to wherever they're going.
Yeah, Tech could be a top 4 seed. Like Bama losing is big for Texas Tech. They could get a first-round bye. If not, they'll be playing in Lubbock, assuming they win their last regular season game and then the Big 12 championship too.
Man.
So, all right, we'll take your thoughts. Texas falls to Georgia again, 35-10, the final score. One thing that I think it's time. Some of y'all have been on this for a long time, and I have finally joined you. I think Texas needs to make a big change in the offseason. Can't do it now, shouldn't do it now, but something that really needs to be considered to help Texas get over the hump in these big games. We'll get to that in a second. But first, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Still to our friends with Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick. They've got that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. I had one of my buddies, I got the Texas shirt for the polo, the wonderful polo that we wear. He said, I should have worn this thing today. I said, you could have gone butt-ass naked and Georgia was going to beat them. It had nothing to do with the shirt, of course. And they've got tons of Texas-themed gifts, items, books, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing and apparel in all sizes for folks. Sue Patrick offers free shipping on online orders over $59 and more. And plenty of free parking for you at their location at 5222 Burnett Road. Go over and say hello to Jay and the whole gang's over there. And, of course, the Jelly Cats are available. Hey, there's still, even if Texas loses, you can still have a Jelly Cat. Emotional support Jelly Cat just for you this week. Preparing yourself for Arkansas and, of course, Texas A&M. 2 home games. Get over and get your gear. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information, folks.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
I laugh. I mean, Dwayne Akeen is close to my age, and I'm thinking, Buck, you could go back there and coach the running backs, and I'm thinking, dude, those kids are so different. They react to you differently. It's not the same. It's not how you used to be 25, 30 years ago. That shit doesn't resonate with those guys. There's you have to grow up in that whole thing, and as you grow, you can't be away like I've been away for 30 years. And what Dwayne Akeen did when he was at Texas 20-some years ago is different than what he was been doing at there. Whatever it is, it's not working.
Well, he's been coaching. It's not like he's been out of the game.
He's not
like
taking any time off. But that sometimes it's just not the right move.
Right. Yeah, it hasn't worked. I mean, the pass defense has been a failure this year.
Now, people will tell you I'm the greatest. I thought I was the greatest. Now, if I can't even imagine going up and trying to talk to a kid and telling them, the way I handle guys, it'd be totally different. They would have all been packing. They were like, I can't be treated like this.
Dwayne Akeen, 69 years young.
Yeah, he's a year younger than I am.
Not very nice. And, this pass defense just hasn't been nice. And those were big hires for Steve Sarkisian.
Those are supposed to be strengths of this team.
Yeah, I would argue, like, before this offseason, I thought Steve Sarkisian had done a really good job with some of his assistant hires. Now, some of them were guys who have been here since day one, right?
Sure.
Kyle Flood, Pete Kwiatkowski, Jeff Banks. The coordinators have been here the whole time. But a lot of the other, like Chris Jackson was a hire that was made midway through. Johnny Nansen was a hire that was made midway through the tenure. Kenny Baker, a hire made midway through the tenure. Like, most of the other assistant hires that Sark has had to make have been really good. But you look at the 3 position coach hires that he made this offseason. Chad Scott, running back coach. Running backs have been awful this season. This is the worst rushing offense a Steve Sarkisian team has ever had. Head coach, offensive coordinator, doesn't matter. This is the worst rushing offense a Sark offense has ever had. And then, Dwayne Aquina and Mark Orfe in the secondary, where this was a top 10 unit in America last year. And they're now in the 80s, I think, in pass defense in terms of yards allowed per game. They actually, I think they went up this weekend, even though Gunnar Stockton picked them apart. I think because of the other action around the country, Texas moved up a little bit in terms of where they're ranked in the country in that passing yards per game allowed stat. But anybody who's watched this Texas secondary play since conference play began knows that group has not been a strength. And they're clearly a far cry from where they were a season ago. So those 3 hires, not very good.
Yeah, it just looks like a passive group. I hate to see how passive they look. Manny Muhammad, I thought, would be nose to nose on any receiver in the country this year. Like, get right up there a yard away from him without being offsides or running across the line, but just get things done that way. And I've never seen a guy drop back so damn quick for a guy that's so talented. It's just it's just like they don't know who he is.
Right. Yeah, and Muhammad's been great this year. He hasn't been the problem, but you're right. There were a few instances in the game on Saturday where it's like, why is he so far away from the Georgia receiver? Like, why are we just giving them 8 yards here? They'll take that.
Because they're going to catch it at 8 and shake and bake your guys for another 12.
But he's the least of the problems. Like, Texas just hasn't been able to find a consistent number 2 corner this year. Like, Jalen Gilbo has just not been good enough.
Is that number 11?
No, that's number 3. 11's a true freshman, Cade Phillips, who's played more because Jalen Gilbo just hasn't been good enough. So they're rotating guys.
He plays like a true freshman.
Yeah, I mean, they're rotating guys. Warren Roberson, number 24, has been getting some run there as well.
Oh, that's the special teams guy that I see all the time that's grabbing people in the back.
That's 2 years in a row where Roberson just, it feels like on every other special teams play, he's getting flagged for something. But yeah, I mean, Muhammad's been the furthest thing from the problem with the secondary. It's just the other guys just haven't been good enough. They haven't been developed this year. I think it's safe to say. So, yeah, the early returns on Dwayne Aquina's second run in Austin, not very good. Here's the change that I was referencing, but and some of our listeners have been on this for a long time. Some people even said this last year after the playoff loss to Ohio State. But early in the year, after week 1, we got some folks commenting and texting in about this. After the Florida loss, we had some folks commenting and texting in about this. And I preach patience. Like, let's let the year play out. Let's see how things look before we make a decision like this. I think it's time for Steve Sarkisian to hire an offensive coordinator. And not like Kyle Flood offensive coordinator where he has that title but isn't actually the offensive coordinator. I'm talking about a play caller. Like, Kirby Smart doesn't call his own plays. That gives him time to work the refs. That gives him time to yell at his players when they commit penalties. That gives him that gives him time to think, you know what, maybe I should try an onside kick in this spot. And instead, Steve Sarkisian, instead of thinking of those game management things, he's like, what do I need to call on offense when Arch Manning gets back on the field?
Yeah, I agree.
It's not just Kirby Smart. Like, I mean, look at Ohio State. That's the prime example. Ryan Day was calling offensive plays for his first 5 years in Columbus. Wasn't good enough. They were very good. They got close. They kept losing to Michigan, and they kept losing in the playoff.
Hey, by the way, when he won all those championships, he was just the play caller. He wasn't the head coach. He was just that guy, right?
You're talking about Sark now.
Yeah, Sark,
Yeah, Sark.
He didn't have all those other responsibilities.
No, exactly. And when Ryan Day at Ohio State, the first year he calls an offensive play caller was last year. He brings in Chip Kelly. What do the Buckeyes do? They win it all. They've got another play caller in there this year. Ohio State's the number 1 team in America. So most of the elite coaches around college football, they entrust the people that they hire to do the play calling so they can focus on everything that goes into being a college football coach.
Yeah, like, hey, guys, look out for onside kick here. Yeah, they just scored a touchdown, but this is what they'll do to you. They're going to do something to you. You can go talk to the special teams. You don't have to talk to the special teams coach. You can actually be in the huddle with the special teams.
Yeah, and by the way, since the last head coach who has also called plays on either offense or defense that has won a national title was Jimbo Fisher at Florida State.
Wow.
That was before the playoff era, by the way. And we know how things ended with Jimbo once he got to A&M and was too stubborn to pass along play calling duties. Like, coaches don't do it. Elite
unless
coaches
they snatch the rug out unless they get to the point of snatching the rug out from under Sark, he's not going to do it either.
Well, I don't know if Sark's going to get the choice. I mean, if this team misses the playoff,
Yes. Well,
Can
there's
you
got to be
just-
that. There'd have to be that discussion for sure.
can you just sit idly by and say, we can run it back next year. We don't need to
No,
make
no,
any
they
changes.
can't run this. They can't run this mess back again.
You know, I wonder, I have no insight on this, and I don't know if I'll be able to get some even if I start digging. I wonder if, like, these next 2 games are the final audition for Steve Sarkisian as the offensive play caller, right? Like, if Texas puts up 40 against Arkansas and they win, and Texas puts up 35 against A&M and they beat the Aggies, then maybe Sark can convince Chris Del Conte, like, I still got this. We're good. Down year, but let me call the plays. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But if Texas misses the playoff, let's say they go 8-4, let's say they lose to A&M, they're out of the playoff altogether, and you go from preseason number 1 to, I don't even know what 8-4 gets you in the SEC, the Gator Bowl, I don't know, Music City Bowl, Liberty Bowl, shoot.
Hey, we need to go to Disneyland, Disney World.
I don't think the powers that be at Texas, the big money donors who clearly have some sway in what happens, I don't think they're going to just let Steve Sarkisian continue to keep doing that.
No, they're not going to be happy to go to Shreveport.
No, I don't think they're going to be going to Shreveport. And I don't think we'll be going to Shreveport either.
What about El Paso, the Sun Bowl? Come on, man, we can go there.
I don't think the SEC goes to El Paso.
I know the Pac-12 when they were 12, but is the Pac-2 still involved? I wonder if the Pac-2 is still involved with them.
The Pac-2 will say yes to anything, but I also don't think either of their teams are bowl eligible this year.
Not Washington's got to be. Washington's not bad.
No. Washington's in the Big Ten.
Oh,
Washington.
that's right.
State.
It's only Washington State left.
Yes, Washington State and Oregon State.
That's the one too. That's right.
They are not very good. I know Oregon State is awful. Malik Murphy, quarterback there. Washington State, I don't even know why I'm spending time looking this up. They're really bad too.
Because you know your team may be with them somewhere.
Washington State's 5-5 this year. They could make a bowl game.
Wow.
So could we get Texas and Wazoo in the Sun Bowl this year? Oregon State is 2-9. One of their 2 wins was against Washington State. They play each other twice, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
Oregon State and Washington State, because there's 2 teams in the conference. So to hell with it. Let's play each other twice. Let's do a home and home in the same year. Why not?
How would you like to go recruit to that?
I wouldn't. Although those coaches are making a lot of money, so maybe I would take a head coach job there.
There's a whole lot of stuff, but I never thought that Sark would, like you said, maybe he'll have to make a change in that.
Yeah.
I thought he would pack his bags and say, no, I'll go coach in the NFL before I give up the play calling. And he might.
Maybe he will. Maybe that's what this thing comes down to. But again, the elite coaches in the sport do not call their own plays, right? One of the last 25 national championship winning head coaches has called plays. 96% of the coaches who have won national titles since the turn of the millennium have not called plays. That's pretty damning evidence against Steve Sarkisian right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I get why Texas has tried it. And again, the last 2 years have been so good. You shouldn't change anything when you're on the up and up. But when you go down, like you've gone this year, I don't think Sark should not be fired, but we look around the country, there's not a lot of patience in college sports.
No.
Coaches get fired for seasons like this, crazy as it seems. But I just don't think you can run it back. There's too much evidence out there that hiring a play caller is the right decision. Every coach, every team that you can't beat, they all have other people calling the plays. And we keep talking about Sark getting out-coached in these games against the Kalen DeBoers and Kirby Smarts and Ryan Days of the world. And you just wonder if delegating a little bit of responsibility to some other people would make life a little bit easier and give Texas more of a fighter's chance in these big-time matchups.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree with you. I'll wait once again till the end of the season. I'm not.
Yeah, you don't make the move right now. Like it
I
don't.
In my mind, I don't think about him being somebody else being a different play caller. Let that guy be in, such a nice guy. Let him be in the defense's huddle too, or talk to the secondary coach during the game or whatever. I mean, it's important when your coach can communicate to everybody and not have all that play calling stuff in his mind, because that's exactly what he has. he's going to get whispers from somebody else about, coach, we still have 2 timeouts, things like that. But he's thinking about the next play call. You're right.
Yeah.
Even when the defense is out there, what is my play calling series going to be? Instead, I can be helping coach the defense,
Yeah, it's impossible to be as good of a head coach.
Yes, it is.
When you are also coordinating a side of the ball. It's just impossible. Like, it's never been harder to be a head coach in college football. With NIL and the portal and revenue sharing and just this ever-changing landscape of college sports, it's never been more difficult to be a head coach than it is right now. And then on top of that, you're also coordinating an offense and calling plays every Saturday.
You're right.
It's just too much. And I think you're right. Like, Sark would never voluntarily give it up. It's a big ego business. We all have a bit of an ego. Coaches have pretty big egos.
They would, like somebody said, he wants to be the one. Yeah, they all want to be the one. Yeah,
I would love for Sark to be the one. Like, it'd be great if Texas could buck that trend and win a national championship with the head coach also calling plays. That'd be awesome. I would love this offense to look like what Steve Sarkisian's Alabama offense looked like before he got here. But guess what? It doesn't. And how about this, Buck? Texas, we mentioned it. Texas is 1-7 under Steve Sarkisian against top 5 teams. In those 8 games, the Longhorns have only cracked 20 points twice. So it'd be one thing. It's like, oh, if the offense is playing really well, but they just keep losing shootouts. It's no, the offense isn't scoring. Sark's side of the ball. So not only is his head coaching falling apart, right? The in-game clock management, game management stuff. He's not winning in that area. But also his offenses aren't good. So like him being a head coach is taking away from how good his offense can be. And him being an offensive play caller is taking away from how good his coaching can be. Seems obvious to me at this point. Yeah. It's a big enough sample size. 8 games against top 5 teams. You've only got to 20 points twice.
Yeah, that's not good enough. That's not championship play. Because those games you're talking about are championship games.
And they were both in 2023, by the way. The win against Alabama, Texas scored 34. And in the Sugar Bowl loss to Washington, Texas scored 31. But the last 4 matchups against, they've all been Georgia, Ohio State, top 5 teams, you haven't cracked 20. And your 2 matchups this year against top 5 teams, 7 points against the Buckeyes, 10 against the Bulldogs.
Yeah, by the way, that wasn't a great Georgia team you just played. They're going to be better as time goes on, right?
I mean, I think they're great, but like their defense was not as great. Their offense is better than it has been, but that Georgia defense, statistically, worse than they've been in a long time.
I know.
Under Kirby Smart. Like there are some stats.
That's why I found it hard that you couldn't run against that. If there's ever a time to run against a group, it was that group right there on Saturday.
Yeah, 10 points. Again, there's a lot of Georgia stats this year where it's worst since Kirby Smart's first year in Athens back in 2016. So they're still really good. It's still Georgia, but like way more gettable. I mean, they gave up 40 plus to Tennessee. They gave up 35 to Ole Miss. Like they've been giving up some points against some other good teams in college football. And against Texas, they look incredible. They give up just 10.
God.
Just 10. So that's that side of the ball just hasn't been good enough in the biggest of games.
No.
We know the power brokers at Texas, man. They don't sit on their hands and just wait. So I wonder if I know there's some discussions happening behind the scenes. I wonder if there will be a discussion had between Chris Del Conte and Steve Sarkisian after this year ends about, hey, what can we look at here to make sure that this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I mean, they got to stop the dumbassery for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, again, like the game management stuff, the penalties, right? That just point to that. Right. You're second to last in the country in penalties.
That's enough right there to make me think that I'm not paying much of attention to the other parts of this team.
Right. Yeah, it's just you don't have time. There's not enough time to do all of these things anymore.
Not for one person. You're right.
Right. And I get every coach probably thinks that they can, but it's the smart ones that realize, no, I can't. And what do they say? A's hire A's?
Yeah.
I think Sark is an A coach. I really do. People might laugh at that this Monday. I think Sark is a very good coach. I think he can bring in somebody who's really good to call the plays. It's obviously going to be an important hire if he does delegate it to somebody else. But like that, I trust Sark to do that more than I trust Sark to keep doing what he's been doing.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's kind of overwhelming for him. Like I said, just the look on his face on Saturday was like, oh my God, this is happening to us again.
Right.
I've seen that look. When I coached with Makovic against Michigan, I was like, uh-oh, look at his face. It's that look again. We're just kidding. We can't, and he's not going to do enough. He's not going to do enough within himself to bring us back. So if the players don't bring it back, the coach ain't bringing it back. I felt that on Saturday. I was like, that guy's not bringing them back. He's just stepped in a pile of shit with both feet, with nothing, with no shoes on, and no socks.
Makovic comparisons. Oh no.
Well, it's just the look. It's just I've seen that look before in coaches on the sideline. It's just we're not doing anything. We're holding on and hoping to survive this.
Couple more from Steve Sarkisian here. He was asked if Saturday was a humbling loss for his Longhorns.
It's a frustrating loss. I would say that. It's frustrating because you feel like you're prepared to play. I really did. I felt like our players were really engaged, ready to go. I thought our staff was. Everybody was. And like I said, it's a 14-10 game against a really good team on the road. Let's go play the fourth quarter. And us just not playing the fourth quarter anywhere close to what the standard is around here is very disappointing and frustrating.
Yeah, that's the other one, BK. When I thought we were ready to go, that's if he had more attention to detail instead of the play calling could really, really be the key. Instead of him coming and telling us that on Mondays, it actually could be the fact. You know what I'm saying? That they are paying attention to details. That whole, I thought we were this and I thought we were that. And I think, as you said, if he could have more time to do those things, it may be a different scenario if he loses a game or two during the course of a year. Not being pummeled by Georgia 3 times. I think that does make a difference. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, they didn't get off to a great start, too. Like, he thought that they were well prepared. They clearly weren't. They were down 14-3 after the first quarter. Like, Coach, getting off to a good start isn't just your team kicking a field goal on the opening possession of the game. Your defense is a part of that, too. Your defense got destroyed. They gave up long touchdown drives on the first 2 possessions.
Yeah, we're coaches, so we need an excuse here or there too.
You thought you were ready to go. Well, shit, you weren't. Okay, I guess he thought it. I don't know what he thought. I don't know why he thought it. He was wrong. Bad thought. But, like, they got worked. I think he's looking at, like, 14-10 and thinking, oh, yeah, we were great from the opening.
He's going to hang on. By the way, folks, he's going to hold on to 14-10 for a long time in this game. And that's going to be with him, and he's going to think about that in the offseason. We were right there with Georgia. That's what it's going to be. But is this a team Texas isn't this is not moral victories here anymore.
It's a humbling loss. Like he didn't use that word. He said frustrating. He said disappointing. It's those things too. It's a humbling loss because you were hoping that you would maybe close the gap against Georgia, right?
Yes.
Like the first game last year against them was a disaster. You got destroyed in your own barn, but the rematch went to overtime. Now, not claiming a moral victory for that, but clearly you were more competitive. You were closer. You had a chance in that game. And you're thinking, all right, like maybe this is it. Like maybe we're the third time's a charm. We can keep moving in that direction. Sure. And instead you go right back to getting your ass kicked again. So it just shows, it's humbling because it shows the gap between these two programs right now.
Yes, it does.
And I don't think the talent gap between the two teams is 25 points, but just the overall program gap between top to bottom, from coaching staff to walk-ons.
And you're right. And that's what the powers that be at Texas don't want to hear. Exactly what you just said.
No. Sark's making too much money. All of these coaches are making too much money. There's too much invested into this roster, into this program, for the gap between those two to be that good. It's great that Sark is winning most games against not Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, and Kalen DeBoer. Right. But this is Texas, man. Like, that's not how it works here. You can't just do that. You can't go 9-3 and lose your 3 toughest games every year and, oh, we're okay. Like, save that shit for Arkansas.
Yes.
We don't do that here. So you got to find a way to, again, start winning these games. This is a program that wants to win championships. You got to do something to get over the hump there.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, you got to the point where you're playing in championship games and playing, for championships very early in the SEC. You can't start taking a back seat. And you can't keep taking a back seat to that. That's the team that you have to beat.
Yeah, it is. It is. And you don't get to play them next year, right? So you got to sit on that one for 2 years. Your next shot at redemption against Georgia will be in 2027.
Wow.
So, look, if things go right, you can see him in the SEC title game next year. That'd be great. I'd love that opportunity at revenge. But, yeah, no, you got to wait a little bit before you get another shot at them. And
your team has a lot of work.
Yeah, and you know what people are saying about the Georgia-Texas matchup right now. I mean, it's not good for Texas. Just go ahead and say that. One more from Sark. He was asked about Georgia. He was asked after the game, like, why is this team such a tough matchup for you guys?
They're a good team. They're a good team. And, I think that the first time around, we played a really poor first half, and we fought our tails off in the second half. Very similar. It was a 23-15 game. They went on a 90-yard drive and made it a 30-15 game, and then you're playing catch-up in the fourth quarter. SEC championship game, we played really well. We didn't put the ball in the end zone. We missed some field goals. We go to overtime and lose. And tonight, it's 14-10 going into the fourth quarter. So I don't think it's necessarily a style of play, but I do think we've got to find a way. When you're playing these types of teams, these quality opponent teams, you've got to play all 60 minutes, and you've got to tie it all together from the front end to the back end, and you need all three phases. And we weren't able to do that tonight.
Yeah, that 6-7 number that these kids are using should be 14-10 now.
That's the new trend.
That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to just say to people. Hey, 14-10.
And you got to do this hand motion too when you're doing it.
I mean, my goodness.
14-10, 14-10. Yeah, hold on to that one. Put that on Sark's headstone when he dies.
Oh my God.
Like, hey, hang a banner, put it in the stadium. You were only down 14-10 after the third quarter against Georgia in 2025.
My God.
Golly, he's got another presser today, obviously. I don't know how many questions will be asked about Arkansas, honestly. I think most of today's press conference will be more of unpacking just what went wrong against the Bulldogs. But yeah, I bet we'll hear Sark say, it was 14-10 a few times. He doesn't like being criticized.
Of course he's going to say that.
He doesn't like being criticized. We've seen it at press conferences. Like, he gets a little testy. He gets a little short. He does not like the hard questions. And I trust the media. I know some of y'all get mad at the folks who ask questions, but I think they're going to bring some good ones today. And I'm very intrigued to hear how Sark handles it.
I loved how he handled that special teams when, we practiced against that. Really?
Yeah.
That was the result of all that practice?
Maybe practice harder, Coach. It almost sounds worse if you say that.
They do.
Oh, shit. No, we didn't think it was coming. So that's on me. Like, we didn't practice it. It almost is like, no, we practiced it. It's like, what are you doing in practice?
2 years in a row, Georgia has faked a special teams play that got you. I mean, forget the fourth down ones and you jump offside. That shit happens. I got it. I hate it, but it happens because your players are dumb. So I expect it. But to have a team score a touchdown and then that your group thinks, yeah, well, they're just going to play defense and expect you to play real good defense. And you turn your back and you start running down and the dude kicks it 10 yards and their guy catches it on a bounce. I'm like, oh no, they didn't just get them again, did they? Yes, they did.
They got them. And thankfully,
I was thinking you're supposed to be the one to get them at home. You got to find a way to get 14-10, figure out something to fake a punt, get them for a change.
Yeah, and thankfully you can't advance the ball on an onside kick recovery.
Did you see that guy still running down the field with those guys with their backs turned?
Because like you said, you said that earlier, like that maybe that would have been better if they just scored right there because there would have been more time.
The guy who got is their little specialist.
Yeah, there would have been more time for the Texas offense to come back in the game because instead Georgia got the ball back. They trotted their offense on the field and, they methodically marched down and
took up all the time, didn't they?
Yeah, it took up 5.5 minutes on that 9-play, 53-yard drive that really ended the game right there, making it 28-10 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, your two returning guys would have had to make the tackle because the other guys would have had their back. That guy would have went zipping past them.
Shit, I think I would have said, let them score. Let them have it. Just give us the ball back here because we're clearly – the offense or the defense was already gassed because they had just given up a long touchdown drive. And then obviously that happens too. And, that was your dagger. Again, that 5-play sequence right there, man, that did Texas in, starting with the offsides with Colin Simmons. You had the Georgia touchdown to make it a 2-possession game, and then the onside kick was the 5th play in that sequence. That was where things went from, all right, we're right there, to we ain't there. We ain't there.
No, not yet. They're not quite there on that level.
No.
And once again, we expected this offensive line not to be very good. But I expected the runners to to make up for it. They don't have any runners, dude. Let's not forget Trey Wisner was not like a 5-star. He had a fantastic year last year. You know, kind of hard to repeat sometimes when you're maybe the guy for 1 year, but that's not, you know, you're not a great talent. And when you got an offensive line like this, BK, it's just a struggle. You know, those dudes are having to do a lot just to survive in what Sark wants his pass game to be like, much less be powerful when it comes to the run game. Because I thought maybe they would come out with a little bit of a fire in the run game. And as you said, the first run was okay.
Yeah, they ran for 16 yards on the first carry of the game.
But what happened that you got away from all that stuff?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, again, obviously in the fourth quarter when the game started getting out of hand.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to run the ball then.
But I thought there could have been more rushing attempts earlier on in the football game. 16 yards on the first carry, 33 rushing yards on the opening drive for Texas. And I got to crunch the numbers a little bit more and see exactly how many times they ran it for the rest of the first half. But just it wasn't enough.
No.
And again, they ended the game with 23 yards rushing. They had 33 on the first drive. They ended it with 23. Yes, that math is real. Here's Sark after the game on Saturday. He was asked about the run game and didn't give us a whole lot.
I thought we actually ran it pretty good. We just didn't get enough opportunities.
No, you didn't. What are you talking about? We actually ran it pretty good on that one run.
I thought we actually ran it pretty good. We just didn't get enough opportunities.
I mean, Trey Wisner averaged 4.1 yards a carry. We all would have signed up for that.
Absolutely.
He just only got 9 carries. And part of the reason, Coach, you are the guy who calls the plays on offense, so you can make
give
the
it to
opportunities.
You're the one who gives them the opportunities, is right.
Right. Like you had the chance to maybe run it a little bit more with Wisner, with Arch. Hell, CJ Baxter got 1 carry. I'm not advocating that he should have gotten more.
No.
But he only had 1 carry. It's not like he got a bunch of carries either. The running backs had 10 carries in this game combined. And I think Arch Manning, his stat sheet says 5 carries, but there were 3 sacks. So he had 2 rushes in the whole game.
I saw them try to run that quarterback counter with
what was that on 3rd and long?
I know that mushy
my
thing.
God, I forgot about that. I guess I tried to remove that from my memory bank.
I saw that counter and I was like, what in the hell is that?
That was a 3rd down and long. When was that? Okay, that was in the 3rd quarter. It's 14-3. It's 3rd and 14 at Texas's 45-yard line.
That looked like a give-up play.
And they ran a quarterback draw.
Yeah.
Kirby's not going to be expecting this.
Yeah, that looked like a give-up play. I'm like, why would they? That's not going to happen.
That was, oh, my God. I forgot about that. I watched this game twice, and I forgot about that play. That was insane. That was, like, I was still a victory lap.
The Muhammad play were the ones that kind of stuck out of my mind. I'm like, you ever run a quarterback counter or whatever that thing is?
I don't even
from
know.
This down in distance?
3rd and 14. You're down 14-3. It's the opening drive of the second half. Like, you're trying to get back in the ball game. And you do that?
Yeah.
You're just like, you know what? Let's just punt. We're good.
I'm almost shocked that Manny Muhammad doesn't say, I know coach's zone and you want us back, but I'm about to get in this guy's face about 2 yards from him from the line of scrimmage. I can't let him get to the first down marker, turn around, and he's playing catch with the quarterback, and I'm not even in the picture. That was bizarre.
You know what Manny Muhammad's going to say in 2 weeks?
Bye.
Deuces. I'm out. Good luck with the secondary without me. Wasn't very good with me. Good luck without me next year. All right, more into this game. More Texas, Georgia. This is a fun show, right? We'll continue to.
They still beat A&M. Just keep this in your mind.
Of course. No, look. I mean, we're not mailing it in for the rest of the season.
No,
we're still going to be doing shows. I think Texas is going to win this week. I think Texas is going to win next week. But obviously, a lot for them to clean up. We're still going to do shows. We're still going to finish out the rest of the year. But
that dream that you had that they were winning on Saturday, I don't know. Yeah. When you put the whammy on them because you should have known better.
Yeah, don't blame me for that. Like, if I could have picked Georgia to win by 30 points, they still would have won by what they won by. Like, bad. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Somebody texted in earlier and said, "Do we still get a Cabo Bob's gift card for a moral victory?"
14-10.
Unfortunately,
14-10.
No Cabo Bob's gift card for the people today. But before we get back into this game, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that special patient-focused orthopedic care, please contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, and really joint replacement. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. And their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And hey, we've got a new partner for the holiday season. Shout out to our friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Now you're talking.
Come on, man. They are a full-service professional holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. They do everything for you. So you don't have to worry about getting up on a ladder and putting up your Christmas lights. They literally do everything so you can enjoy a stunning, stress-free holiday display. Custom design, professional installation, maintenance, and support. They'll take it down after the holiday season is over. It's hassle-free, and everything looks incredible. So you can actually enjoy the holidays without the setup and the stress.
So you can do the nativity scene out here in the yard to hook that all up?
Whatever you want.
Bring the hay and everything. I just got to bring the animals.
They got the whole thing. Residential, commercial. If you've got a business, you want to hook up some sweet lights there for the holiday season, Humbug can take care of you. Custom designs. They'll do whatever you want them to do. And again, you don't have to get up on a ladder to put it up, to take it down, to mess with anything. They will handle all of it. And if you're not happy, they will make it right. Their slogan, all the magic without the hassle. That's what Humbug Holiday Lighting is all about. So give them a call, 833-4HUMBUG, or you can text them 512-222-1820. You can find them online at humbuglights.com. Schedule your free design consultation. Be careful. Installation spots fill quickly, so book early, humbuglights.com, and make sure you tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And our good friends over at Smoky Mo's Barbecue, Texas Barbecue, turkey pickup. Get ready next week to be the turkey pickup. So you get your orders in this week for sure, or they will run out of those, those deep fried turkeys that they have over there. Cedar Park, Round Rock. They've got them in Austin, of course, locations in New Braunfels and Kyle. And folks, you can get the whole fixing if you want. If you decide you don't want to do the dinner, you just want to pick up all the meal parts of the meal that go with the turkey, you can. Or if you're just looking to pick up that turkey. But once again, order please this week, because next week the orders start being picked up at all the different locations, depending on which one you choose, starting on Monday. And obviously they're closed on Thursday. So you got Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to pick up your order from Smoky Mo's Barbecue.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Smoky Mo's. You can wash down some Smoky Mo's with some Altstadt beer.
There you go.
I had a few of those on Saturday.
Oh, I bet you did.
Yeah, deep into the night.
Yeah. Hey, I bet you once I left Rainy Street, did you have a few? Did you stay? How long did you stay at Rainy?
Halftime.
What a nice place.
That was awesome. Yeah. Shout out to our friends at Victory Lap. Had a great time doing our pregame show there this past Saturday. Great turnout as well. That was a lot of fun. Of course, we'll be at Schultz Garden for these last two home games for Texas. But yeah, had some Altstadt. Drank it during the game, drank more as that fourth quarter went along. And, hey, we love it.
14-10, though.
It was 14-10. Yeah, I was drinking in celebration because it was only 14-10. And then other kinds of drinking. But love the Altstadt beer. Obviously, Thanksgiving coming up next week. If you show up to your friends' giving parties or to your Thanksgiving dinners with some Altstadt beer, you're going to be the life of the party. Maybe bring a six-pack for the others and bring one for yourself so you can have that easy access whenever you want it. So many different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg. So you're supporting a local business every time you buy. It's the best. It's the only beer I drink. Should be the only beer you drink, too. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities. No regrets.
Yeah, when people are asking about BK, about this team and how are they going to beat Texas A&M, they will show up with heart against Texas A&M.
Yeah, they're
still going to make mistakes because they may not be as good as Texas A&M, but they'll show up with some fight that will last for a true 4 quarters, not 14-10. We were right there, but they will play hard for 4 quarters in that game.
That's the hope. I mean, A&M's a better team this year. There's no doubt about that. But I remember some of the texts and some of the messages we got the week of Oklahoma That was right after
right.
Florida. That was
That's
right
right.
after Florida, where Texas had fallen to 0-2 against Power 4 teams
No
this year.
chance. It was like no chance.
And there was a lot of negativity, especially when we found out that John Mateer was going to be healthy enough to play in that game. We were getting all sorts of messages that you guys are idiots for thinking Texas can win that. Are you serious? So I'm sure we'll get a lot of those next week too. And obviously there's a game between then. If Texas loses to Arkansas on Saturday, I'm sorry to tell you, I'm not picking them to beat A&M.
Yeah, all bets are off.
So all bets are off if they crap the bed against Woo Pig in a few days. But I just, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking the same way you're thinking. Like they're going to show up for that rivalry game. And I know A&M's 11-0, but you look at a lot of the teams that they've beaten in the SEC, and they're just not very good. So I know Texas has some serious problems right now, but I do think they're better than just about every team the Aggies have played in conference play so far.
Yes.
So I still feel good about that. Again, maybe it's blind faith, maybe it's blind hope, maybe it's bias, maybe it's all three of those things. But that's just where I'm at right now. So we'll see if that changes between now and next Friday. If you don't agree with us, you're very much entitled to your
Yeah,
opinion.
really.
This is not the day to be like super confident. Yeah, we're going to beat the undefeated. Oh, I just said Sark has lost 6 straight games against top 5 teams. Shit, yeah, we're going to beat a top 5 team next week. Of course we are. Why would you think otherwise? I
Dude,
get it. If you don't agree with us, I totally get it. You have every right to feel that way.
They have wide receivers that play at the University of Texas on scholarship and making NIL money they can't catch. How is that? They've been catching the ball since they were in Pop Warner.
Dude.
I mean, once you get to this level, how can you not catch a football? And these aren't like great catches that they're having to make. We're used to now, over the last couple of years, seeing unbelievable wide receivers at this place just catch bad balls that are behind them, one-handed catches, low balls, Gunnar
Right.
Helm making catches. And then they're throwing the guys like the hammer hand throw. As soon as that ball went to that dude, I said, is that the Washington kid?
Yeah.
Hammer hands. Like, there's no wonder you can't catch. You can't, if you hit him dead square in the hands, much less if it hits him near the hip area, catches that, you see high school kids make, he's not going to catch that ball.
No, he's just not good. He's just not good right now. And he's a redshirt freshman. It's not like he'll never be good. He's just not good right now. And he only played 18 snaps. I know that that's not a lot, but it's too much. And that's 12 personnel. Like, why are we putting more tight ends on the field? We've talked about this, Sark. Your offense is worse with more tight ends playing because your tight ends aren't good.
Like you just look at the stats, the stats that you get,
Yeah, Jack Andrews had 3 catches for 9 yards. That was your tight end production.
There it is
Saturday.
again. 9 yards.
9 yards for Jack Andrews.
He's really getting down the field.
Yeah. Rough Saturday for Jeff Banks, the tight ends and special teams coach, because nope, neither of those were any good in that football game. That was 5 drops for Texas, 4 in the first half, by the way. You're like trying to send a message and set a tone. Hey, this game's going to be different. Hey, we're here for the long haul.
Yes.
And then your receivers just aren't catching anything. And then, man, the second drive of the game. So Texas kicks a field goal to go up 3-0. Georgia gets the ball. They march down the field to make it 7-3. I'm sorry, this was the third drive of the game. This is when it's 14-3 at this point, and the Texas offense really could use a good drive going to get things in gear a little bit. Texas moves the ball. They get an 8-yard run to Trey Wisner. You get a short pass to Emmett Mosley for a first down. And then you go 3 straight passes. So you had an 8-yard run, but we're good on that. You get 3 straight passes. The deep shot incompletion to Ryan Wingo down the left sideline, which that ball should have been caught. That's a drop.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that.
Hold on. Then you had the hammer hands drop. And then on third down, you had the DeAndre Moore drop. You had 3 drops in 3 plays. You're down 14-3. It's a huge possession, trying to get back in the game. And Arch goes to Wingo it's like, oh, deep shot. We might be able to get this. Perfectly thrown ball, about as good as you could do in that spot.
That's the win, the one-on-one right there.
Wingo can't win it, doesn't come up with it. And then Arch is like, well, I can't trust you anymore. 84. Let's try somebody else.
Oh,
Over
God.
the middle, wide open. Nope, you dropped it. All right, I'm not going to throw to you. DeAndre Moore. Ah, yes, Demo, our most experienced wide receiver. There's no way he'll let me down in this spot. Let's just throw it to him on third down. Drop.
Wow.
It was contagious for Texas on Saturday. And it's not just Wingo. It's bad enough that it's Wingo. Like, that's a huge issue. It's your number 1 wide receiver who can't catch the ball. Massive problem. But the fact that it's other guys now, too, who can't catch.
Your veteran guy who's been catching last year when he was playing.
Right. Yeah, and that's like, look, I'll say this: you're not beating A&M if you do that.
Oh no, you're not.
So if it's the same Texas team we see on Black Friday, then they will lose. But yeah, that's just oh my God, the penalties, the drops, just again, Georgia's good enough to where they're going to beat you even if you don't help them out. If you help them out,
you're always talking about your culture. It's not your culture. It's not championship play. It's it's like Narduzzi. It's just another game. It's not another game when you play Georgia. That can't be your mindset. They play that game like it's another game. We're just good enough to get this done. We're smart enough. No, you're not. You have to be outstanding in every part of the game. You can't have penalties. You can't drop balls. You can't drop one ball, much less 5 balls in a game.
What has to happen for freshmen on offense to play? Like, why are we not seeing James Simon at running back?
I'll just say this: then I don't trust what they go out and see on tape, and when they tell us this guy, or if somebody else in the country should have him, because maybe they can coach him better. But when you tell me this guy's this and that guy's that, you better really look at that film really, really, really good and tell me, because a freshman running back to come to the University of Texas needs to be good enough to play as a freshman.
Yeah. I mean, why is he not playing? But also the receivers like Khalil Lockett, Jamie. Texas brought in the best wide receiver recruiting class in the country this year. And those guys didn't play. They can't see the field. I think Dalen McCutcheon got 2 snaps on Saturday. That's it for this elite freshman class that you paid a lot of money to go get, by the way. It's not like these guys came here for free. Like, you invested a lot of money to bring in all of these 4- and 5-star receivers, and they combined for 0 targets and 0 catches. And your biggest game of the season.
When you lose the type of guys that they've lost to the NFL, if you've got that kind of recruiting going on, 2 of those guys should be playing this year. I mean, playing.
Right. Well, Ryan Wingo can't catch.
Right.
Like, what are we doing here? The guys aren't getting.
I forgot about that one ball, that one that I was calling 50-50, but it was more 80 his way, and he still didn't come up with the catch.
Yeah, no, that would not have been an easy catch, but you're the number 1 wide receiver at the University of Texas. Got to make that play.
Yeah, Matthew Golden and the rest of those dudes make that catch. That's an easy ball for them.
I think you're right.
But the deal coming across the middle of the field now, I don't know if he's looking up. I look at him when he go. It's just his hands, dude. It's not like, because he's so big, he's not worried about somebody hitting him. The guy who's getting ready to hit him needs to worry whether he has the ball or not. When he starts to lay his body into him, he's not catching the ball.
No, he's not.
And he's not looking, like I said, he's not looking up worrying, I'm going to get murdered here coming across the middle. They run enough of those patterns. He just can't catch.
He just can't. 13 targets for 62 yards for Ryan Wingo. Like, that is horrible efficiency there. And this coaching staff, again, you get why they want to get Ryan Wingo the football, but you can't be like that ineffective and continue to do that.
No.
Especially against Georgia. Like, all right, you can do that against Mississippi State, whatever. You can get away with a few drops and win, barely.
Sure, and then get a quick screen for a touchdown.
Yeah, like, all right, maybe you can get away with that against Vanderbilt's athletes, but Georgia, Ohio State, teams like that, it's just not – you can't have drops like that. You just can't have that. So
did he get his eyes corrected? Yeah,
the LASIK surgery. Maybe he needs to unLASIK.
Get the other one done, maybe if you only got one done.
Maybe dislocate the thumb. We didn't see him play with a dislocated thumb. Maybe he would have caught better if he had that issue. Just thumb hanging sideways.
Yeah, well, he didn't. I mean, it didn't look like it was the thumb.
Yeah. Now, the only like really trustworthy receiver that Texas has is Emmett Mosley, the Stanford transfer. That's crazy, man. Like
it took a long time to get him going because he was injured. He
missed the first month of the year. They had to ease him back in a little bit. But Parker Livingston, 2 catches for 17 yards. It feels like that's a stat line every week now. DeAndre Moore hasn't taken the big step that we had hoped. No. And Ryan Wingo just can't catch the ball. So, the wide receiver position is a problem right now.
Yeah, and when you have your tight end, like someone says, if you have your tight end position that's a complete wash.
Oh, yeah. They're splitting those guys out. Like, anytime you flex Jack Andrews or Jordan Washington out, Kirby Smart and Glenn Schumann are like, sweet. Don't have to worry about that guy.
Yeah, really.
It's 11 on 10 on this play. Thank you very much. We're good on that.
Once again, Jack Andrews is the point of attack guy in the run game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's tough. Very questionable decision-making. But the offense, and maybe we can dive into this more a little bit tomorrow. You could argue that this Longhorn offense was destined to fail from the offseason. Like the fact that you let 80% of your offensive line walk and you didn't bring in somebody from the portal. The fact that, and I talked about this earlier, you lost Jaden Blue to the NFL and you're relying on 2 running backs coming off of very serious leg injuries to do your running game. The fact that like you banked on those positions, 2 very important positions, the offensive line and the running back. You're just like, nah, we don't need that. Everyone else thinks you're a win now team. You're the number 1 team in America going into the year. And instead of going all in, like, let's bring in whatever the hell we can on offense to make sure that we live up to the expectations, you just say, no, let's just hope that our guys are developed enough to be ready. Like,
yeah, I just, last year, as I said, Trey Wisner this guy had a year like no other good running back would have. That was a great year. But you got to look at, from whence he came. I mean, guys, you had that year with him. You can't just run that back with this kind of offensive line and think he's going to do that again. You're recruiting. You have to go get the best of the best, like you did at wide receiver. And when they just say stayed pat, BK, and they thought 2 guys coming off the injury deal, that's not smart.
Right. Yeah. And I know hindsight's 2020, but these were conversations we were having in the offseason, especially on the offensive line. And it wasn't just us, it was everybody. It's like, we sure? Like, are we sure we trust all of these guys to just come in and, like, we had a Joe Moore Award finalist offensive line last year, and 80% of them is gone. We're fine with what we have. All right, sure, let's see how it works.
Well, they trusted your offensive line line coach that he was going to develop those guys from one year to the next, and they were going to learn an awful lot. But they've never really been in a fire like that. They have taken guys' places in games or series, and they thought they survived them, but they weren't outstanding. You should have known better than that.
Right. Yeah, it hasn't worked. And that was something we said, like Sark and Kyle Flood are leaving themselves up for criticism by not bringing in any portal players. If it works and the O-line's great, then they're geniuses. And hey, they saved some money, and wow, we're developing at an incredibly high level. We don't ever need the portal for the offensive line. But because it hasn't worked, and Cole Hudson is awful. That's a senior, dude. And Georgia's best defensive tackle was a true freshman who was just working Cole Hudson in that game. Like the left guard position, you've tried 4 guys there now in games. I'm sure you've tried more practice, but 4 guys in games, and we're 10, 12, 5, 6 into the season, and it's a massive problem still.
Yeah, and I think it's, Sark's not going anywhere. Nobody's talking about getting rid of the coach, but the trajectory of the team itself, the whole team, everything is involved in this. It's not just the head coach and play calling. It's special teams. It's running game. It's penalties. It all matters. Right. And I think people think, oh, you just want to get rid of the coach. Nobody talked about getting rid of the coach.
Oh, there are people who do. You and I don't. I think it's a no-brainer. Steve Sarkisian has absolutely earned the ability to get things turned around. Are you kidding me? But there are people out there who are like, yeah, if he takes an NFL job, I don't care. Let him go.
Yeah, that would be silly.
Which I remember what it was like beforehand.
Yes.
I don't really want to go back to that. But again, there's a middle ground between firing the head coach and running it back the exact same way. And there's something in that middle ground has to hit. You can't just do nothing when you take as big of a step back as you did this year. You just can't.
Yeah, and your games and whatever you've done in the off week, that shit is not coming out to being very positive right now.
No, it's just a horrible showing on Saturday. Horrible showing on Saturday, but it was 14-10 going into the fourth quarter.
Don't forget that. Don't ever forget. Hey, 14-10, brother.
That's insane.
How many times? He's going to say that at least 3 times today.
Oh my God. Yeah, we know, Coach. 14-10 going into the fourth quarter. And it's not like
we ran the ball pretty well.
Yeah. Well, it's not like it was.
They have a total of 100 yards yet against Georgia in 3 games.
Rushing?
Yeah.
Oh, total? No. It's
Three football games.
29 yards in the first one. I have these stats, man. I don't even need to look this shit up. 29 yards in the first game, 31 rushing yards in the second game, 23 in the third game.
They're gaining on a Hundy.
So that's what, 83?
Oh my God.
83 in 3 games. Oh my God. This offensive line, yeah, they turned a corner against Vanderbilt. We got him. And Georgia's D-line sucks. How dumb am I? That's what I was saying. How dumb am I?
What are the kids at Georgia looking at on that tape? They were going, are you kidding me?
Oh my God, dude. What is it?
They're gaining on 100. Game number 4 and 27, they'll get there.
So here's, physicality matters, boys and girls. 3 losses to the Bulldogs over the last 2 seasons. The Longhorns have given up 16 sacks and 32 tackles for a loss, while mustering 83 rushing yards on 72 attempts. 1.15 yards per carry. Believe it or not, they were at 1.4 yards a carry. That was their best against Georgia since moving to the SEC. 1.4.
It has to get better. And it's got to get better, man.
It is crazy that can happen. Like,
they'll still beat the
Texas,
Aggies,
man. I know they're Georgia. I know they're big bad Georgia, but this is Texas. How does that happen?
That's not supposed to happen. You're supposed to be able to fall forward and get 2 yards.
Yeah. No,
and you're not supposed to be running quarterback counter or quarterback draw at 3rd and 14 when you're trying to get really back in the game. You're not going to fool Kirby with that play. He's going to tee off on your quarterback, which they did.
Just brutal. I mean, yeah, all bad. Physicality bad. Situational football bad.
Dude, do they want Mike Bobo gone?
I know. I texted a couple of my Georgia buddies after the game. I'm like, why do y'all not like this guy? Like, these guys are wide open all the time. Like, Texas has no – PK is one of the best defensive coordinators in the country. I know this year hasn't been as great, but, like, his track record, he's good enough. Mike Bobo was just running circles around him on Saturday. PK had no idea where anybody was going to be.
That one touchdown.
All of the touchdowns. They're just like, how is this guy wide open? There was that one throw, the beautiful throw, Gunnar Stockton and Noah Thomas on that, like, corner route, or he was right near the pylon. That was a great ball. The coverage was fine, just a better play on offense. But, God, a couple of those touchdowns, the last touchdown, it's like,
oh, yeah.
Breakdown. We're PK and Dwayne Aquina. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, it's gone from DBU to PU all of a sudden.
Yeah, DBU to DSU. Dog shit you.
Yeah, that didn't take long.
Yeah. God. All right. Well, a couple more sponsor shout outs here. And we've got Wags and Cole Thompson on Chaos Theory today. Before we give our final thoughts on this game, at least for the day, Buck, how about another quick round of sponsor shout outs?
Let me say hello, our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks. This week, it's going to rain on Thursday and Friday. Make sure that all your issues are all fixed up. Weather's going to be okay, BK. Yesterday was warm. It'll be nice and warm and cozy again today. But, folks, when that temperature starts to dip, you want to make sure that your heating system is working properly and all the filters are clean and ready to go. And our friends at Woods Comfort Systems can do just that for you. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas, whether it's heating, air conditioning, and that may knock back on too if it gets into the 80s. But plumbing also, trust in them to do any of the plumbing services that you need. As I said, Woods Comfort Systems, nobody does it better.
No, they do not. Love Woods Comfort Systems. Also love audio visual consultations. Oh, man. I love my TV setup. It's pretty fun watching all of the games all weekend long from my couch. AV Consultations is the absolute best. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup, if you want the 4TV man cave like I have, they can make it happen. If you want the 85-incher like the Buck has, they can make it happen. The home theater room, the outdoor setup for your patio. What a gorgeous weekend we just had in Central Texas. Hopefully you've already made the call to AVC and gotten a little patio TV setup done. AV Consultations will take care of everything for you. They're the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas since 1988. They pretty much hooked up our entire team at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tom's been to my place like 5 times. Not my same place. I keep moving, and he continues to hook me up. So they've got your back. Again, upgrade your TVs, your speakers. They do whole home lighting. They do surveillance cameras, basically everything to make your home a more enjoyable place to live. Audiovisual consultations can do it. 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
And I see YouTube is back now. They're not getting my money. And then, of course, yesterday during the game with FUBU, something happened with my channel for the NFL game and said, thank you for your patience. We will be right back with you. Something came across the screen. I'm like, don't tell me you people are jacking around. It happened twice in the middle of a game for me yesterday.
No way.
Yeah, but they're back. They're okay. I'm not going back to YouTube. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, congrats to all of you YouTube TV subscribers. Disney and Google have worked out an agreement. So ESPN's family of networks are back on YouTube TV. Just in time for you to watch the Cowboys play the Raiders tonight.
Yeah.
Buck, you got by the way, solid weekend for you.
Solid.
6-4, but you did go up 150,000 units.
Yes.
Because you got 2 of your 300,000 unit plays right.
And I'd like for you to put it all on the Cowboys tonight.
150,000?
Yes.
Have you seen the Cowboys play this year?
See who they're playing tonight?
Yeah, but the last time they played, it was against Arizona, and they got smoked.
Listen, where's that game? That's in Dallas, is it not?
Vegas, baby.
Oh.
Dallas -3.5.
Oh, the hook, the stinking hook.
Against the 2. It's the 3-5-1 Cowboys against the 2-7 Raiders, and you probably wish YouTube TV wouldn't allow you to watch this game.
Yeah, why wouldn't they switch that? There's no way they could switch that, huh? You got the Monday night schedule, you're on it?
Locked in, yeah.
All right, well, just to pay 25,000 units, I better not go 150. Why, we got Maction the next day.
But the game being in Vegas scares you that much?
Yes.
I mean, more Cowboys fans than Raiders fans there anyways tonight.
I'll take the Cowboys for 25,000 units. Hey, don't be looking at profit. Don't.
And by the way, DeMarvion Overshown returns tonight for Dallas. Good news.
Nice.
They need help at linebacker badly. So Agent Zero coming off another ACL tear. He is back. We'll see how much he plays, but he will be out there for the first time in 2025.
This could make a difference. They could get to the playoffs.
The what now?
This could make a difference. They could get to the playoffs.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me?
People said that with the Longhorns. Like, why are we talking about the playoffs? The Cowboys? The 3-5-1 Cowboys?
Who has a better chance?
Playoffs? The Longhorns. For sure, the Longhorns.
You think so? You don't think the Cowboys can go on a little run right now?
No.
Come on,
I think they could beat Vegas. You know who the Cowboys play next week?
Who?
Oh, my God. But the next 3 games for Dallas, I forgot about this. Philly, Kansas City on Turkey Day. I know Kansas City, they're 5-5, but Kansas City at Detroit.
Oh, my God.
How's that for your run, Buck? You're going to be having the runs watching the Cowboys.
How about Dan Campbell's play calling? How many points did they end up with yesterday?
Yeah, how about the pass interference call? I don't know if you stayed up to watch that bullshit. Hey,
No,
here you go, Philadelphia. You want to win? Take it. Refs.
Did they just give them one? Was it that bad?
It was a 1-score game. It was 13-6. Detroit was about to get the ball back, like final 2 minutes. And who knows? I mean, they hadn't done anything offensively, so you can't assume they were going to tie the game, but they would have had a shot. And instead, just PI. There's no contact at all. Just an egregious call on a 3rd down, gives Philly an automatic first down. They run the clock out ball game. The Eagles get a win. All right, I see one half of Chaos Theory ready to roll. We got Wags. What's going on, good sir?
What's up, boys? How are we?
Doing pretty
everybody
good,
okay?
Man.
Is everybody all right?
You know, we're all wearing black to mourn the loss.
We did not plan this either.
No, it's just how we're feeling today, you know, like another loss to Georgia. Your SEC title hopes are dashed, and maybe your college football playoff hopes are down the toilet too. So we're hurting today.
Yeah. Just spoil it for the Aggies. That's all. Wags, let them come in here undefeated. They're still going, even if they lose.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they're in. That miracle comeback. I mean, maybe they could have lost to South Carolina and still got in, but that miracle comeback against the Cox, that's solidified.
What does South Carolina do with Beamer?
They get rid of him. That's what they do.
Gotta go, right? Done.
I don't know. I mean, he had a good year last year, so maybe that's enough for South Carolina to keep him around. But yeah, I've never been a huge believer in him. And
no,
That was a preseason top 15 team in the country, and they are 3-7.
It seems like there was a lot of hype behind a lot of schools this year, right?
Yeah, go look at, we're not happy with what Texas has done, but you compare Texas, and please don't take this as a moral victory, but just compare Texas to some of the other teams that started the year in the top 15 in college football. A lot better here than it is in some other spots.
Hey, Wags.
Yes, sir.
We got we can't go, we can go to maybe the Sun Bowl, but we can't go down to San Antonio. It's all booked up. The Marriott's booked up. The room block is all done.
Done. I want to go to the PlayStation 5 Bowl. That's what I want.
Ooh, is that a thing?
Or it's not, might not be the PlayStation 5 Bowl, but it's the bowl that they give them like all the entertainment and video game stuff.
Is that an Arizona
If we're going to go to
game?
another bowl, let's just go. If we're going to go to a shitless bowl, let's go to that.
Can we get to the I want to be in the Duke's Mayo Bowl or the Cheez-It Bowl?
The Cheez-It Bowl.
Mayo, that's some good mayo, bro.
The amount of bits we'll have on this show. If,
the Cheez-Its Bowl. I can slam down some Cheez-Its now.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're going to Will Levis it. You put mayo in your coffee like Will Levis does, Buck?
Oh, shit, no.
Nasty. Yeah.
That's probably why Will Levis can't play ball anymore.
That's got to be it. Yeah. Too much mayo with coffee. Cole Thompson from SEC Unfiltered filling in for
What's happening, man?
What the hell do I walk in on? Why are we talking about the devil's juju? Why are we doing that stuff, man?
You like mayo in the coffee, right?
I need you to stop talking about mayo in general. It is my least favorite condiment that has ever existed of all condiments.
You don't put mayo on anything?
It is the devil's dirty lettuce. That's what it is. I'm telling you. They find a way to get it into helmets. He made a deal with them so that way he was able to profit off of all the souls that decided to indulge him. No, it's disgusting. It's the worst.
Thanks for that thought, Cole. Next time,
I got to go with that one all day long.
Hey, out of curiosity, BK, we're talking about underwhelming teams this year. Well, that top 15 team that was very underwhelming. If you just would have beaten them, it wouldn't have mattered on Saturday if you won that football game. So that's why we just start off and throw darts at the board while we're at it this morning.
That's been the whole show, Cole. I mean,
we just think 14-10. We're that close. 14.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard Sark's post game, and I know Wags, you've got some sound. Maybe you'll get to this, but there was like 3 or 4 times Saturday night, Cole, where Sark's like, yeah, it was 14-10 going into the fourth quarter.
Shut up. It wasn't even a game. No. Sark.
The first drive, right? And we'll break it down.
It's just malarkey. A lot of malarkey.
After drive 3, it all went downhill.
Tomfoolery. Right. Tomfoolery, exactly, is what we're talking about.
Hey, look out. Onside kicks, fake punts, 4th down plays.
If I know Kirby, he's probably got something, a trick up his sleeve on special teams or something like that.
Yeah, that's what Sark said last week. He said that everybody said that last week. He's going to try something. Well, this team decided that, no, he won't do that to us.
Not this time. No.
Thanks a lot, guys. I was actually over it. I was over it. But then I come on here, and then we reopen a can of worms, and now
how can you get over it? Just happened.
Why can't
I try to process quickly, Buck? I try to chunk and dump.
Why can't Texas just do that? Why can't Texas be the team to do the cool stuff? Why does it have to be done against us? Why can't we do cool things? I like cool things.
I love cool things.
Now, Cole, did you hear that there's one other team that's dumber than Texas in the nation, though? One other team. There's one other team out there.
Well, I mean, South Carolina. I don't know how you survive that, but no, who is it?
It is Georgia State, the only team that commits more penalties per game than Texas this year.
How about that?
What
is Texas really the second most penalized team in the country?
135 out of 136.
I thought Texas A&M was bad. My God, I didn't realize Texas was.
Hey, but it was 14-10, guys. It was 14-10. We were right there.
That's a real stat. That is a real stat.
It's a real stat.
Yeah.
That's a real stat.
It was on the internet. You can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
Can you believe that's how dumb that team is all year long? I mean, there's only one other dumb team. They're going to try to do that this week against Arkansas. They're going to make sure that they're number 1 in something.
Preseason number 1 in rankings, postseason number 1 in penalties.
That's awful.
That's hard. That's enough for you to have your whole coaching staff just get bitched out by everybody. That's amazing.
You got a lot of questions to answer, right? And you can sit here and say that it's plug and play with combinations of offensive lineman bullshit. It's been going on all year long, right?
Yes.
You've been waiting. Stuff that you've been trying to figure out in week 10 should have been solved preseason. honestly.
Pre-snap stuff on your punting team. You punted the ball enough this year to understand how to line up and not have illegal procedures. That's
what was that? Maybe like 4/400ths of a second until he was set. Like that was a little bit of a bullshit call in my opinion, but still.
That was a weird call. And
because you know why? The officials are anticipating your team is dumb.
Right. Yeah. They're looking for it, right? You've given them easy, low-hanging fruit to follow. They're going.
You don't think Kirby Smart didn't tell them this is the second dumbest team in the nation we're playing tonight? They're going to do some dumb things. And the official said, okay, well, I'll be looking for it.
Well, Bucky, that's the
Kirby.
thing that
are we going to the party after your house, Kirby? Is that where we're going to?
Well, like, okay,
I can't wait. Hey, your girl whooping up that can of 7-layer dip. I can't wait to have some of that, Kirby.
Here's the thing about Georgia, though, boys. Georgia this entire year has played good football, but they've allowed other teams to play really bad football and give them opportunities. They're like, oh, no. We'll let you mess it up for us. We'll let you screw up the play, and then we'll just take on over. It's happened multiple times this year for Georgia.
Yeah, it has. It has. And Texas just couldn't take advantage. So, all right, boys. Well, we'll let y'all get to it. We'll be listening. See y'all mañana.
Thank you. We're here for you guys. It's this is a safe space. You can vent here. You're going to be okay. It's me, and it's Mr. Cole Thompson. Bear, how are you, good sir? Good morning.
Good sir. The state of Texas is in a mighty fine moment right now because while the Longhorns may not be going to the college football playoff this year, ladies and gentlemen, the Mean Green out in Denton are now the favorites, the top tier of the AAC, and the AAC is almost guaranteed. Not promised, but almost guaranteed to be the selection for the college football playoff. Don't mess it up, Eric Morris. I know you want the Oklahoma State job. I know the Arkansas job is
gone after this, right?
Brother, it will be there when it's over. But make sure that you, Drew Musmaker, and all of those fine folks out in Denton, Texas, get to have a college football playoff game. And also Texas Tech and Texas A&M, you've already clinched your spot in the college football playoff. So 3 teams in the state. I mean, it does just mean more in the SEC, but it also means more for us down here.
Craziness has happened, man. So let me ask on that, right? Is that locked in for the Cowpokes job for Norse if he wins?
No, it's not a lock, but from what
couldn't other things open up? Couldn't bigger positions?
From what I've gathered, this will be his last season at Denton. Correct. Not because of he's not good. It's because of there's so many jobs that could become available that it may not be Oklahoma State. It may be a job that isn't available right now that opens on up to where he goes ahead and takes on over.
We're gonna play a little game theory here today, right? Because of course we don't want to just sit here and pry at the hearts, right? We know we're down, we know we're out of it. Okay, now we can heal. That's the good thing. Now we can heal. We can look forward to next season and heal. Maybe look into the portal this year for some linemen. Maybe we can address that too. But now we can heal, right? So let's play a little game theory here, Cole. Right? Let's say position at Auburn opens up, which it will. It has, right?
It has.
Rhett Lashley shifts over to Auburn. Well, that's kind of where everybody is gaming this out, where Lashley might end up, right?
I think he stays at SMU personally.
Okay, all right. Well, then that answers my question.
But if let's say he does go, we'll play that game.
If he does go, could that mean Norse to SMU?
I think it would be on a short list of things that he would look at. I think that if GJ Kinney had a better season at the state, he would have been a favorite to probably land there because he'd been linked to the Baylor job. He had been linked to several other jobs. Kind of same thing that when you talk about with Jeff Traylor, like Traylor had all the equity going into the season and he's lost a lot of goodwill. So it's like at this point, I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I definitely think that Morris would be on a short list of names that would be considered for the job.
Is that a nice stepping stone for him? Obviously, getting into the ACC, right?
I think so. I think any power forward job that creates an opportunity to where you have the funding and the booster support to say that we want to continuously build what we've already been able to prolong through a shorter period of time. Yeah. It's always a win. Like, and that's kind of the thing with what you're seeing at places like SMU is that they're not afraid to throw money down and listen pony on up quite literally to say, hey, we believe that this team has all the potential in the world to go on runs in the conference and make college football playoff appearances every single year. So what do you need? Do you need this for your offense personnel? We got you. Do you need this for your defense personnel? We got you. What's the difference of paying for our defense coordinator to go to Auburn and sticking around here? Yeah, we'll pay that. We have no problem. Once you get the investment, the way that I think that we've seen from Rhett Lashley out of SMU, it's very easy to turn that into a job that I think is one of the premier jobs in the ACC, certainly one of the better jobs.
And why would he leave too, right? And I'm not, this isn't a backhanded slap or a compliment at, all the talent that's on SMU, but Lashley, like, if you miss on any type of recruit that maybe like a 4-star or a 3-star that kind of gets out of your program and gets in, to the headlights or to the gaze of like the bigger schools like Texas Tech, Texas A&M, Texas, you know what I mean? Not that Texas would probably be on those same recruits. They're probably on bigger recruits, but say you miss out on some of those recruits and they fall to you, right? And again, it's not a backhanded compliment, but that's a nice little pull to have, just missing out on some of these big school recruits or some of these recruits that the big schools go after. And then all of a sudden they just kind of fall into your pond, right? You have a lot of talent and you're taking that talent into a and I don't mean this badly, but it's a watered down ACC conference.
Yeah, it sucks. Let's be real. It sucks.
But you have a chance to run it, man. And I get it. All the gamers are trying to make that Hugh Freeze is out now, and now that it's a prime position for Lashley to get in there for Auburn. But if I'm with you, dude, like, why would you leave? It feels like I feel like you can take SMU and be at the top of the ACC for a while with the talent that you have.
Well, like, here's the way that I view it, Wags. It's like the Arkansas job. He's the pride of Arkansas. He played for the program, and everyone was like, well, he's going to take the Arkansas job. And don't get me wrong. If you're Arkansas, you have to do your due diligence to at least inquire if he wants to come on back. Folks, I don't really care what the SEC, ACC argument is. SMU is a better job than Arkansas. It is a far better job than Arkansas right now. Because of the buy-in, because of NIL. It's a private university, which means that you are limited to some players, but not enough to where it's like, oh, we can't get 4 and 5 stars to come in here. They can offer.
SMU have more money than Arkansas?
By a country.
It's a private school, right?
SMU takes their $100 bills that they use to snort to go ahead and snort up all of the NIL money currently in Fayetteville. That's what they have. They have the straight up double bird, we're awesome money. And Arkansas is like, hey, Walmart, I know that you're dealing with a lot of crises by
you got a blue light special.
But like downsize on your stores and making like some service centers. Hey, can you give us just like a little bit of money out here? No, okay, I'm sorry, wrong family that we called. Actually, my bad, guys. That's Arkansas. But like Arkansas, like it's SMU, it's private university. They can offer any contract that they want. It has nothing to do with the state bylaws. They can go out and offer any NIL deal that they want because of it's privately owned. That's kind of the beauty of what is a place like SMU. And they play in a very winnable conference. I mean, the Big 12, I always call it the Conference of Chaos because of every single year. One team that is supposed to be at the very bottom climbs all the way to the top.
Surprise.
And one team that we overhype always goes down. We're starting.
That used to be Texas, right?
What?
That used to be Texas.
Yeah, but like now we're looking at it from the standpoint.
I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I'm not trying to kick us when we're down. I'm just trying to welcome in the misery. All right, misery loves company. Damn it.
But like right now, you look at the ACC. It's starting to turn that way. I mean, we all picked that we thought Clemson was going to be favored for a national title, favored for college football playoff bid. They're not bowl eligible. Like they will be bowl eligible because if they beat Furman, but they're not bowl eligible right now. It's one of the most disappointing seasons. Duke at one point was the favorite to win the ACC with 4 losses. Virginia has a non-conference loss to a conference team in NC State. Makes sense that
Wake just shock
Wake 7-3. Wake has an opportunity with Jake Dickert in year 1 with less resources acquired.
Year 1.
That Bill Belichick got those resources that he wanted, and he has a shot to get to 10 wins, and Bill is not even going to be bowl eligible. I mean, like that's where we are. Like that's what I'm saying. That's the conference. So when you have the buy-in, you have the equity, you know that you can consistently chunk out roster reconstruction. You do a good job of recruiting, self-recruiting internally on coaching staffs. it's a pretty damn good job just in the world of college football. And it's going to get better if you make it that way. Like, I have a theory on the Ole Miss job if Lane is to leave and go to Florida or he goes to LSU or the NFL or whatever it is. Like the Ole Miss job, the way that we talk about it, it's no longer the way that we talked about it when Lane took it. Like, it's such a better job than what it is. And so, like, the thing, if you're Ole Miss, you don't have to kind of sit by and say, listen, if we don't have Lane, we're screwed. Like, it's become a pretty big job to where the buy-in is there, and Keith Carter and company will spend money to make sure that they keep this high as long as possible.
Right. Oxford's got money, right?
If Rhett Lashley can do the exact same thing out in University Park, you're talking about a guy that where they could easily say, we don't have to settle for, just an up-and-coming head coach. We don't have to go with this guy that we think we can pick and choose who we want and say, here's what we're willing to pay you because we have the results to back it on up. Like that. And that's what makes it get a good job.
Right on. Which brings us to the next point, right? There's a lot of game theory talk going around. Lane Kiffin at the peak of it. 34-24 was the outcome. Ole Miss over Florida. And that school has been named as the landing spot or I guess potential landing spot for Lane Kiffin. My question to you, Cole, why does Joey Freshwater leave? I mean, you just said it. Ole Miss has built a brand. The stock where Joey came in is way higher than where he took it over, right? And you got a young quarterback like Chambliss right now. Feels like everything's one. We've seen snippets of Joey, doing the Leonardo DiCaprio, Jordan Wall, what the hell?
Jordan Belfort.
Jordan Belfort. Thank you. I'm not leaving. I'm not effing leaving. He ain't. Does he get out of there? Does he end up in Gainesville?
Here's the problem, dude. You're at a point where if you were Ole Miss, you kind of have to have an answer, like you do, because of
staff is of course staff is telling their recruits that Joey's staying.
Yeah, so. Exactly. But like you have to have that conversation because you get to a point of you can't be waiting for all of the ducks to lie up in order and then you don't have an opportunity to go hire your next head coach. Like that's the thing about this cycle is that with so many premier jobs opening on up, that means that the candidates that you're going to be going after, perfect example, like John Summerall to me is the number one candidate for the Auburn job. And I think that if the season were to end today, he would be Auburn's next head coach. But
you think Lashley's too then?
I don't even think Lashley's in the conversation. I think he's very happy. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Lashley, if offered, would consider it.
Would take it, sure.
I don't think take it. I think consider it. I just think that right now, again, you look at SMU, it's such a good program in the position that's in.
A lot of money too, right? Like
it's just very hard to know that like what those expectations are and then what the expectations have been in Auburn, which are achievable. I mean, they're obtainable. Like people all the time say like, oh, you hate on Auburn because you're a Bama grad. No, I hate on Auburn because it's a factory of mediocrity when it shouldn't be. Like they have all of the resources to be competitive in the conference, win multiple conference championships, and quite literally be a contender in the college football playoff. They make bad hires and they don't do a good job of reassessing the mistakes from the past, and they consistently are shooting themselves in the foot. So like that's always been an issue. But like for me, like John Summerall would be the top candidate, I think, at Auburn. Why, if you're Ole Miss, saying, hey, we constantly win here, we do a good job of getting transportal talent, we have as much money of NIL as Auburn does.
Sure.
And our expectations are every 3 to 4 years be in the college football playoff. Auburn's expectations are you got to beat Alabama, you got to beat Georgia, you got to be top 10 in recruiting. We're willing to pay you. That way you don't go there. Like, but you can't do that if there's not a job available. So you're at a point, it's Ole Miss's bye week. I think that Lane comes up with this decision this week. The interesting part is if you are Ole Miss, do you let him stick around and coach in the college football playoff if you know he's just going to leave?
Right.
Because you get to celebrate all the glory that you've been able to accomplish. But it's also a slap in the face if you're just going to go ahead and leave for another job in the same conference when you got us here and we don't want you to be rewarded on helping us win a title. Like
that is a tough spot.
We still think that we have the talent. And by the way, we may consider Pete Golding our defense coordinator. We just may consider internally promoting him. That way he doesn't leave with you for Florida and he's on our staff. And that way he leads us to a national championship.
I think Lane's decision ultimately Lane would want to stay there for the kids, right? Like Lane would want to give it his all just to be there, but it's to your point, a very tough decision for the school. Like,
okay, think about it this way. Let's say that you go to BK and BK tells, and you tell BK, hey, I'm going to be working for a rival YouTube channel that brings in the same amount of revenue as us, if not more. They're paying me more to be the morning show. You're direct competition. And it's going to pay me more. And he's like, I can't match that. I wish you the best of luck. Okay, cool. But I want to stay until the end of the college football playoff. Why would BK at any point say, you're eventually going to be my competition? No, just get on out of here. I'll pay you for the rest of the month and we'll call it even Steven. Like that's it when it comes to Ole Miss. And Ole Miss has got to be able to kind of say at the standpoint.
I don't know, Cole. I guess I'm a little old school, and I see loyalty as a big issue. Right?
But there's no loyalty for Lane if you're just going to go leave and go to the Gators.
You're holding your. I guess you're not holding your contract.
No, you're not. And like that's the thing. It's like we'll pay you through the end of the year. No hard feelings. We understand that you want to get to Florida, but we're going to make it easy for you and just get you there faster because you don't get to help us. Like it's a little bit different when it comes to like every other job out there. Like the Alabama job. Nick Saban did not announce that he was retiring until after the national championship. So Kalen DeBoer was already coaching in the national championship when it was clear Nick Saban's not going to be back next year. You're not going to say, hey, take the job and leave us at the final stop. Like that wasn't it.
Right. There's some anomalies, sure.
This job's been open for months. Lane's had open conversation with Florida for months. You have the Egg Bowl coming on up and you have a college football playoff appearance that you're going to be hosting a game in Vaught. Make up your mind. And at the same time, you got to remind yourself, Ole Miss has given everything to Lane. At some point, it's like, guys, if this is not enough for you, I can't keep giving. Because like you're at a level of like, it's just like you're chasing the girlfriend that like, you know, she's like, if you do this, I'll take you on a date. And it's like, well, actually,
right, keep moving the line, right?
And it's like one more thing, one more. It's like, no, at some point we all break. And I think that if you are Keith Carter, Lane, we got to figure out what our plan is. And we have a rivalry matchup to where this could be the best season in Ole Miss football history. We get to host a playoff game. We are going to pay you handsomely. We're going to give you everything that you could ever ask for. You got to say yes or no. And we're not going to be mad either way, but we can't keep doing this.
You got to shit or get off the pot, right?
100%. And I think that at this point, the problem is just you look at it from the standpoint of Ole Miss. I understand that Lane didn't want to go out and be like, listen, I'm taking the Florida job, or I'm not taking the Florida job, or I'm not taking the LSU. Like, I genuinely think right now, Lane is still at a crossroads. I don't think it's an act of him saying, oh, I already know what's going on. I'm just pulling the wool over it. I genuinely think.
I think he's staying, man. But again, like, of course, why would he keep flirting with conversations if he was locked in? He'd shut the fucking door, right?
But like at the same time, he's got everyone where he wants him. Like you guys got like I think everyone has to remember Lane was the laughingstock of college football in 2014.
That's so true. He's the troller. He's the troll.
He didn't even get on the bus. They said, nope, you're staying here. He was the laughingstock of college football. He is now the most sought after man in the industry. So much so that NFL teams are at least inquiring about if he wants to go there. It's got to feel pretty freaking good to be this wanted in your life after everyone laughing at you. Everyone saying damaged goods, always going to be a liability, nutcase. Like, yeah, engulf it as much as possible. Like, do what you got to do.
Yeah, live it up, right? Live it up.
But there comes a breaking point, and we're almost there. That's my issue, is that it's come to a point of where you have to kind of figure out what you want. And there's really not much else you could want other than keep winning playoff games, realistic expectations. We named the stadium after you. We're going to throw a lot of money into the program. You're going to continue to win national titles. It's one of those things where it's now or never. Now, I personally think that Lane will stay. Now, that's my stance.
I'm with you too. That's where I'm at.
But I also believe that if he gets off, if we don't hear anything, the more we don't hear anything, the closer I feel like he is going to Florida. That's where I'm at. I can tell you that I've talked to some people out at Ole Miss.
Yeah, you got any insight? You got any scuttlebutt there, Cole? Oh, I think we got a little bit of a technical difficulty or a little bit of delay.
Wow. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Anyways,
All good. Waiting for Cole to get back to us here in just a second. Yeah, I'm kind of with Cole here, guys. We'd love to hear your thoughts, too, on where you guys think Lane's going to end up. Hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Make sure you guys give us your opinion on where Lane's going to go to. We also, we want to hear, we're here for you. We've mentioned it's a safe place. All your Longhorn thoughts, all your Sark thoughts, give them to us as well. We'll have some Sark sound that we'll be listening to in just a couple of minutes here.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back, baby.
Yes. Lane, there has been no conversation from what I've been told on him leaving or staying or contract. I've heard paperwork's been there. I've heard that the contract's been offered from multiple sides. It's up to him. I've also heard there has been a small committee selected to start the process of vetting candidates to take on over. Now, that does not mean that they are narrowing things down. They're doing this or that.
They're just prepping.
They have to, and so they're going through their due diligence.
At this point, it's too late in this. It's too late in the game to not have that plan.
And knowing that there could still be several more jobs that open on up, whether it be because of roster moves or because of firings, they're at a standpoint of, look, we got to at least test and see what's out there. We got to figure out what is the best course of action for us. So they have a small list of names. From what I've gathered, it's 4 guys that are probably going to be in the running, and they're all.
I would think it's smaller now. I would figure they have it down to like 2 maybe, right?
I think there's one name that I constantly hear, and I'm not going to say who it is just because I don't want to go ahead and ruin sources. There's one name that I've heard that they want to make sure that he is fully invested into Ole Miss, if that was the phone call. And so that's kind of the big swing. They got a few other names that they
and then they got a couple of other guys.
But the thing about Ole Miss is they realize that they can pick and choose who they want, and they don't have to settle.
It's a prime spot, man. It's a nice spot to be.
It's a very good spot with a lot of resources that are being funneled on in. And from what I gathered, it does feel like that the committee that is currently in charge of NIL and with the Board of Regents, they are going to spend next offseason and continue this path with or without Lane Kiffin. So again, you have the buy-in. You have the buy-in from the program, and that's honestly 90% of the job.
Yeah, absolutely. Continue around that SEC landscape here. We're coming around to the Longhorns at Georgia, but first, Cole's a Bama fan. We got to talk about it. He's okay though because they're still in. All right, they're still
no. You Wags, you do not understand the vile vitriol madness that is Jordan-Hare Stadium in the Iron Bowl weekend. Again, if this game was played in Tuscaloosa, rubbed off your shoulders. Oklahoma, you know what? Playing hot. We had the mistakes. My bad, bro. It's Jordan-Hare. It's gonna be a Saturday night game, and the voodoo shaman man that seeps his evil magic from the soil.
Shit ain't real, dude.
There's an Indian shaman man. I have gotten this on full authority from people who don't actually have any authority whatsoever. But I have on full authority that there is a voodoo shaman man from the Indian burial ground that died in battle right where Jordan-Hare was planted. And he cursed the land for whenever people who walk on his territory come on through.
Full of shit.
They decided to build the stadium on up. And they will pray to the voodoo shaman man once a year to guarantee they get a top 25 win. And it always had. Last season, 4 overtime game against Texas A&M. Top 15 Texas A&M. Voodoo shaman man appeared.
I remember what happened.
He said, Peyton Thorne can't throw a football tonight. He's Johnny freaking football against Texas A&M. We're going to make him do it. It's the voodoo shaman man seeps his evil soil through the grass and into the feet of everyone inside of that stadium, and it is going to appear. And it has yet to appear this season. So Alabama, you're not a guarantee to be in the playoff yet. You're not.
I think you're safe. I think you're in. Again, I know this is for safe spaces here. If we're all venting, you're clearly hurting from Oklahoma and Alabama, but you're going to be okay. You're still going to be dancing, all right? Here's the bad thing. Now we got to listen to all these Sooner fans say, oh, yeah, we got one in Tuscaloosa too. We got one in the Big T too. Is yours as big as ours? Because we did it with Saban.
Yes, because they did it with Saban too. Now they did it at a neutral site field, but they beat them in the Sugar Bowl. Alabama has an Oklahoma problem. Like every team has a problem. It's the entire diagram that we've been seeing. Georgia has an Alabama problem. Alabama has an Oklahoma problem. Oklahoma has a Texas problem.
Somebody's got a problem, yeah.
Everyone has a problem in the SEC. And quite literally, listen, Oklahoma's problem could be Ole Miss for all we know, because Ole Miss is 2-0 against them. It could be that. That'd be the problem. Ole Miss.
That's a good trend. That's a good trend. That's a good trend to look at.
Ole Miss problem is Georgia. Georgia's problem is Alabama. Like, just the circle continues. Everyone has a problem. Alabama has beaten Oklahoma one time since 2000. They've played 6. They've won once. They lost in 2002. They lost in 2003. They lost in 14. They lost in 23. They lost in 2024. They won in 2019. That's the only time that they have beaten Alabama. They have beaten Oklahoma once. So it's like, it's a problem. And so it's like, yeah, I mean, they can use that. The problem I also will say, though, is Oklahoma did enough offensively to just get the job. You know what they were like? They were waiting for their work week check to cash, and they're living off of morsels from the great value section. That was their offense. Just do the bare minimum to survive. And then they allowed everyone else to make the mental mistakes.
Yeah,
Alabama had 3
turnovers all year, man. It's allow the other guy to make the mistake, right?
Alabama had 3 turnovers.
What you do.
Yep, Alabama had 3 turnovers. Alabama was worse on third down conversions. Alabama did have more penalties, but they didn't have as many explosive plays. Alabama gave up the 3 penalties that led to 17 points, including a pick 6. And John Mateer had a short field to work with on the Ryan Williams fumble. And Tate Sandell has the leg of Jesus for all we know in college football. And he can wear booty shorts or he can wear long sleeve pants. It still is going to go through the uprights. I mean, like, that was what Georgia did. So they did they lived on a great value diet offensively to give their defense enough time to breathe. That way they were able to go back out there, get a couple of critical stops, and be able to win this football game. That's what they did.
Yep. All right. We're going to shift over to Athens here. But before we do that, let's talk about our friend Ryan Hurricane Hecht. The lawyer is in town and he's here for you, right? You probably won't take on your calls to vent about the Longhorns, but he'll take on your calls for any type of personal injury that you get into. Just give him a call today, 512-938-8929. Again, that lottery number, 512-938-8929 for our guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire pride to the courtroom, right? I mentioned the personal injury. If you get into it, just email him. If you don't have the phone at your expense right there, just go ahead and give my guy Ryan email at ryan@hechthlawfirm.com. That's ryan@hechthlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you. Cole, one more real quick one before we get going here, my guy. Actually, we're going to play all of our spots. So if you got to take a little pee break or whatever, go ahead and do that real quick. Give you a little bit of reprieve here. We're going to hear from our guys over at Audiovisual Consultations, the standard in setting audiovisual automation. Hey, man, if you need an upgrade right now around your house for the Thanksgiving season or maybe the holiday season, because Christmas is around the bend right here, and it's just so happens to be Tom's favorite holiday. Here's the word from our big guy right now.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
He ain't lying, man. He ain't lying. It's his favorite time of year. It's Christmas. And a lot of our favorite times for a lot of us. Hey, man, you struggling with to do with your Christmas lights, or, you just kind of don't want to be like Clark W. Griswold and, hang your lights and, Ellen, come look at the lights. And, just it's consuming. It's time consuming, right? Maybe you don't have that much time anymore, right? Got to hit up our guys Humbird, right? Humbird lights.
Texas Sports Unfiltered friends, Double R to tell you about Humbug Holiday Lighting, a full-service holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage, handling everything so customers enjoy a stunning, stress-free holiday display, professional installation, full-season maintenance and support, postseason takedown and storage, commercial LED lights included, multiple design packages and options, and all you have to do is jump online at humbuglights.com. Make that call, 833-4HUMBUG, text 512-222-1820, and they will get the process started for you. I'm the guy that's the last one in the neighborhood to get the lights up. People drive by and they say, what is that? No longer the case this year because Humbug came out and they've got me set up and my home looks amazing and ready for the holidays. Check them out today. Residential and commercial services available. Again, it's humbuglights.com, 833-4HUMBUG, 512-222-1820 via text. Humbug Holiday Lighting. All the magic without the hassle. Check them out today.
He is actually lying. Our guy Double R is at his house right now putting up his lights, because it takes that long to get him ready all season long. He's got to go past Thanksgiving, and that's why our guy Mr. Cole Thompson's sitting in. I'm kidding. No, Rodney's actually serving his civic duty today. So you guys,
he did go to do his civic duty.
He did go to do his civic duty. One more spot from our great sponsors over at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Right outside of Fairburg, Covert Bee Cave, where you're always treated like family. Absolutely. Make sure you go check out that chariot or Kingdom of Chariots that I always tell you about over at Covert Bee Cave. All right, Cole, it's time. Got to pull the Band-Aid off. We can heal though, right? Let the air get to the wound, start talking about it.
Gangrene in there, let it go ahead and fester, all that good stuff.
Sure. Just might as well just shove the dagger in there and twist it around while we're at it.
Why not? You've already got damage. Just keep it going.
Just keep it going. Just scar tissue. Why not, right? The Longhorns, my guy. 35-10. Not just a loss, but an absolute ass whooping. They beat us up in the train. And here's the thing, too, right? It's not that, and I'm gonna be all over the place. My emotions are gonna go, and I'm gonna try and calm this thing down. Cole, that's why. We got two hotheads on the air right now. Usually there's an anchor and there's a hothead. Right now we got two guys that are just crazy. I'm gonna ask you to please try and anchor me down a little bit.
Okay.
Start off with Georgia and their. I don't want to insult them, but it felt like a mediocre defense this year, right? Or a defensive pass rush that hasn't been exactly what the Dogs are known for, right? To get after it, those 4 down linemen that usually just get after it and hell, just
no, they were one of the worst pressure rate teams.
Right. One of the worst defensive lines to get pressure on the opposition quarterback, yes. Right?
Very, very much so. Very well documented throughout the entire season.
This past Saturday, they come in, and again, I know the Longhorns have been struggling to find the right combinations with their offensive line again. Something that you should have done before week 10 or figured out before week 10, right? Just a lot of the small little things add up to be bigger problems, and it kind of overflowed into the Longhorn season. But yeah, let's go back to the defensive line of the Georgia Bulldogs, right? Absolutely ferocious on Saturday when they've kind of been just all bark and no bite up until this past Saturday.
I'll push back a little. They started figuring things out last week against Mississippi State. Now, again,
in terms of what? In terms of scheme?
What for Georgia's defense?
For
Just
Georgia's
closing.
defense.
I think closing defensively. They were winning a lot of their one-on-one battles. They were able to start putting together drives that ended with great pressures. They made Blake Shapen feel uncomfortable for most of the afternoon. He had a big fumble that led to a scoring opportunity for Georgia. They capitalized offensively. They started to put together the things that we are accustomed to seeing from a Georgia-led roster. And the big question that I had, and the thing that I said was going to decide this game, what was the fool's gold and what was the reality between these two rosters? Did Texas offense finally put together incredible drives as they did starting in the second half against Mississippi State? Was that now the new norm? Or what Georgia was able to accomplish starting against Mississippi State, was that now the new norm? And whichever one showed on up was going to win the football game.
And if Longhorns coming off a bye, you figured they'd have more time to work on that combination or get Robertson in at center and Hudson over to left guard. You figured that you'd be able to kind of solidify that and kind of bond that together, right, in 2 weeks.
And I mean, like, I figured, okay, well, now Ryan Wingo's making big-time plays back-to-back weeks as the number one wide receiver. You're getting Emmett Mosley involved.
Or you're scheming him to get him in one-on-one situations, right?
You're getting more plays out to guys like DeAndre Moore across the middle of the field. They're starting to double-team Parker Livingston because they realize what he could be. Arch is getting very comfortable throwing the football. There were a lot of things I looked at in Texas and said, okay, I still don't know if they're going to be able to beat Georgia. But I think that the way this offense looks, they're going to give them their best punch. This will be a team that will be able to go toe-to-toe offensively with what Georgia's able to do. And defensively, they'll be able to go toe-to-toe with the Bulldogs and probably at least put themselves in a position where, hey, we get a few sacks, a couple stops on third down. Maybe we can work our way back in this thing. Nope. You had one really good drive in the opening moment. You then completely steered away from the run game. Completely said, you know what, we're just going to abandon it. Throw it all into Arch Manning. Drop passes, terrible offensive line execution, horrendous holds on critical moments. And then your defense did its job. But here's the rule, Wags, and you know this as well as I do. Eventually, the dam is going to break because of erosion.
Right.
It could be 60,000 years. Could be 6 weeks. The dam is eventually going to break in every stop. You got to be able to have an offensive spark. Texas didn't.
Or just something that you can, an old faithful, something that you can rely on that can get you 4 to 5 yards every time, right?
And instead, it was 21 unanswered points by Georgia in the fourth quarter. Now, Texas defense was beyond exhausted, and they got to a level of where it was just easy play. But I won't let Texas defense off the hook, but they had no secondary punch. It was, hey, defense, get some stops, 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 get some stops. Offense, 3 and out, 4 and out, 1 first down, 2 false start penalties, 1 holding penalty. And we're going to have 6 drop passes.
And that was it. And that's another thing I got written down here, the drops. All right. It's not all on Arch. How about his wide receivers? Can they get some accountability too? That's what I
need to
here. So here's the opening statements from Sarkisian.
Alrighty. That was a really good game until the start of the fourth quarter. It was 14-10. They get the ball and they convert 2 4th downs. They score. They onside kick. They score again. They pop a kickoff down there. We get pinned inside the 10. Shank a punt. They score again. It was 21-0 in the fourth quarter. So great job by Georgia. I thought they did a nice job. I wish we could have taken advantage of a few things earlier in the game, offensively, especially in the first half, that we just weren't able to. And, at that point, it was unfortunate because we thought we could have had a more balanced attack, and we didn't. Because we got behind in the fourth quarter. We had to start throwing at that point. So disappointing. Because
we got it, Coach. I'm just going to sum that up too, right? Talked about wanting to have balance in that statement. Talked about, how it was 14-10 for a long time. It was a great game because it was 14-10. Cole, even when it was 14-10, it felt like the Longhorns were slugging for their life just to kind of stay into the hell in the ball game, right? The climb was so tough. The struggle was so tough just to get back to 14-10 that I don't feel like they had anything left in the tank to even, to surmount or surpass the Dogs. The Dogs just had their number all damn day. It seemed though it started out the first drive they came out they started establishing the run with Wisner there. Here's Sarkisian on the run.
I thought we actually ran it pretty good. We just didn't get enough opportunities.
Right. But then what happened after that, Coach? Like, you fell behind so fast, and to your point, Cole, the fourth quarter just absolutely went awry. But even on the second drive, though, Cole, like, and this goes back to this starts to go into our drops, right? This is starting where you see the first wave of drops and just like fatigue, or I don't know if it was fatigue. I don't know if it was blinded by the lights. I don't know if it was just failure ultimately, right? But look, Wisner comes off. They reel out another 8-yard pop, right? And then, or 7-yard pop. And then all of a sudden they just go 3 plays or 3 runs, or excuse me, 3 passes, nothing but drops. And then of course, you're punting and now you're giving back to Georgia. Georgia scores again. And now you're behind. And now you got to go into your aerial attack and try and make plays happen. And now the guys that we've put on scheme for one-on-one just aren't connecting and executing on Saturdays. So I don't know. It was a tough thing for the Longhorns to kind of get done, especially you were hoping that they figured out a little bit of their offensive line moving forward and having at least a bye week to kind of get this right, going up against a Georgia defensive line that hasn't exactly been as stout, but then all of a sudden Georgia comes out and puts fire under their ass and looks like a bunch of pros that are going to get drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles next year.
Sark, you had 8 runs up until the fourth quarter. Where was this you try to establish the run?
And where was the balance? Where was the balance?
Where was the we totally tried to you didn't try to establish the run. You didn't. You never did. You had, if I'm not mistaken, you had 9 straight passing plays before you ever decided to run the football.
I think you're right on that. I don't know that for sure though. I think there was a draw.
And by the way, this is when it was 14-3. I haven't even gotten to when it's now 21-4. I mean, now when it's 21-10 and then 28-10. No, I'm talking about when it was 14-3 before halftime. Before your drive where you score the touchdown, you had 7 runs after the opening drive. 7. You never tried to establish a balanced approach. Ever. Just you did it. Because you realized that you couldn't run the football. And the bottom line is that I can tell you right now, the story of this game was always going to be, hey, you faced off against Georgia twice last year. And both times you averaged under 2 yards a carry. Can get to 3. Because if you can get to 3, just 3, I think at least it gives you enough of an opportunity to say, well, you know what? We're not going to be pinned back. We can at least go gain some traction. We can upload the playbook on 3rd and down. It is now 3 straight years where they have averaged under 1.6 yards against Georgia's defensive line on the grab. 3 straight games.
Funny you say that. Here's Sark on why Georgia is such a horrible matchup for Texas.
Well, they're a good team. They're a good team. And, I think that the first time around, we played a really poor first half, and we fought our tails off in the second half. Very similar. It was a 23-15 game. They went on a 90-yard drive and made it a 30-15 game, and then you're playing catch-up in the fourth quarter. SEC championship game, we played really well. We didn't put the ball in the end zone. We missed some field goals. We go to overtime and lose. And tonight, it's 14-10 going into the fourth quarter. So I don't think it's necessarily a style of play, but I do think we've got to find a way. When you're playing these types of teams, these quality opponent teams, you've got to play all 60 minutes, and you've got to tie it all together from the front end to the back end, and you need all 3 phases. And we weren't able to do that tonight.
Yeah, no shit. And here's the other thing, too, kind of what you alluded to earlier, Cole. Everybody's got a thorn in somebody's, or at least some team it feels like has a thorn in their side with some other team, right? And maybe Georgia is Texas's thorn, okay? But here's for Sark to not say, I don't think it's a trend or a style. I gotta push back on that one too, because we were clearly deficient up front in the offensive line and trench warfare, right? And that's Kirby's butter. Right. That's what Kirby says all the time. Like, if you want to win in the SEC, the number one thing you have to have is an offensive line, or not just an offensive line. You got to have trench warfare. You got to have, guys up front, defensive line and offensive line. Right. And 2, what he says, you got to be able to run the fucking ball. Longhorns weren't able to do any of that.
He also says, we're going to hit you in the mouth and you better be ready to get hit if you play for us.
Well, that too.
Like, we're not going to be cashing a ticket on a massive payday. We're not going to be writing this little check if you're not afraid to go ahead and get a little bit dirty in the sandbox. Like, that's it. And you know what? That's the way you got to coach in the SEC. And more specifically, that's the way you got to coach if you want to be able to win. It's cutthroat business. Like Georgia, what was so funny was there were legit people. Now, not me, but there were people who said, don't look now, but Georgia loses this game, they might not be in the college football playoff. In what world is Georgia not going to go to the college football playoff? Like, I understand Eli Drinkwitz's comments.
Never mind. That's.
I understand Eli Drinkwitz's comments when he's talking about how there can be some really good seasons that end up being underwhelming in the eyes of the public because they don't go to the playoff, and that makes sense.
Sure.
At a place like Missouri,
sure.
It does not make sense at a place like
at Georgia. It feels like, or at least the Georgia that we know now, right? The top of the pantheon.
It's very much like when we talk about Ohio State and Michigan. You could win 11 games. If you lose that one, it is a failure of a season. It is a straight up failure. For Georgia, if you miss the playoff, it is a failure of a season because of what you have, what you've been able to accomplish, what is the priority, what is the attitude, what are the expectations, what is the culture. That's expected year in and year out. And so people coming out and saying, well, if they lose this game, I'm not sure they'll be able to beat Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's got some things that really benefit them. Oh, no, I'm here to send a message, dude. You sit down and shut up and understand who runs this conference. Like, I bided my time behind my former boss, waiting for him to retire. I'm not watching you walk on in and just say, hey, we're the pretty new toy and we're the hot chick that came on in for the transfer school. Right. I'm not going to win prom queen and homecoming queen. And I'm not going to be the quarterback's girlfriend. Nope. That's my job. I've been doing this for years. I've been biding my time. I went and got the nose job done. I went and got braces because I knew that I could be the prettiest girl at the party. Guess what? She graduated. I'm in control, and I'm a sophomore. I got 2 years of this shit. I'm not letting you go ahead and take on over. Oh, by the way, my little sister right behind me, that's Georgia Junior. That's all the 5-stars that are coming in next year. She's going to take on over for you, you freshman bitch. You're not taking on over. Like, that's it. That was the attitude that you had to see, and guess what? That's the attitude that we consistently see out whenever Georgia plays football.
Boy, Stockton, man, 24 for 29, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. For all of these people that said that Stockton couldn't play, he really shut everybody up, right?
You know what's funny, Wags? There was
why do people think that Stockton can't play?
Because
they turn around and hand off the face.
He's boring. He's boring. You want to know what the legit answer is? He's boring. Because if he's not going to go to the NFL, and if he does go to the NFL, he'll probably be a backup.
He'll be a backup, right?
And that's the thing is that people want the flash. That's always what they want. They always
what's that old saying? Function over fashion.
Fashion, yeah. I mean, quite literally. I mean, I go physicality over fashion, but still, like, he plays. Okay, the way that I would view Gunnar Stockton's game is he is a more humble version of Diego Pavia. Like, both just do good things when it comes to connecting with their receivers. They don't put the ball in harm's way a lot. They are able to lead their team. They embody what is the overall persona of their roster, and they play like they're a psycho demon. Like quite literally, when he's on the field, he just plays like he's out of his freaking mind. That's who he is. But he doesn't have the cockiness on the field. He just hands the ball off to the ref and goes, all right, next play. Where Pavia is like, look at what I just did. Look at me and what we just accomplished together out here. Like, that's it. So
yeah, the dude can play some ball, man. The dude's pretty fantastic. I think he's a complete ball player. I don't know what his ceiling's going to be, but the dude
he's going to be a backup quarterback and make a lot of money and probably be remembered at Georgia if he can win a national title as one of the best quarterbacks that came on through.
24
for Kirby.
Yeah, 100%. 24 for 29, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception, and he gave all the credit to everybody else but him.
Yeah. Again,
that's somebody that you gotta love there, man. Also,
I'll tell you what's really funny. I'll tell you what's really, really funny. They made a graphic after the Ole Miss game. 5 total touchdowns, 5 incompletions. You didn't plan on making that graphic a second time. He did the same thing because he ran in a touchdown. 5 incompletions, 5 total touchdowns. It's a second game against a top 10 team. Like, why are we not talking about him more for the Heisman Trophy?
That's pretty impressive. That should have been in one of my best things that I've seen all week. And we will get to that best and worst things that we've seen from the weekend here. Real quick, though, just to tie a bow on this bad boy. Longhorns, just to add insult to injury here, 9 penalties on Saturday, Cole. 9 penalties, 58 yards for the totality there to Georgia's 1 penalty. 1 penalty. And again, there were a few questionable calls, but still, like, you can't, we said it on Friday, you can't show up on Saturday and play 2 teams and expect to come out with an outcome of a victory, right? You just can't do that. That's not good football. That's football 101. All right, best thing that I'll go to my worst thing that I saw from the weekend first, Cole. Worst thing that I saw from the weekend. Probably Sam effing Darnold. Mono man went back down to mono boy last night, dude. Blinded by the lights, sure, you could say, Phantom Donald coming back down, or the Jets ghost of Sam Darnold coming back to get his ass, to haunt his ass. But even with all those, 4 interceptions last night, 4 interceptions, the Rams still struggled to take down Seattle. And again, like, there wasn't that much offense production last night. A lot of defense, a lot of stout defense last night, but still, Seattle, in spite of all those mistakes, we're still there to take that win. But now you have a division leader in the Rams that both teams are going to the playoffs there, but still the Rams, number 1 in the West right now.
If I was to do the worst thing that I have seen all week, it would be Houston Texans fans getting a little bit too big for their britches going into this matchup with Davis Mills as your starting quarterback. Now, this is not a shot.
Are you a Texans fan?
Don't have a feel either way. I write about the team, and that's about it. So I'm neutral.
Do you have a pro team that you root for?
Not really. I used to root for the Steelers, and I still will always like to see them be successful. But I know
that's right, your East Coast roots.
Yeah, I know who they are. Let's just go with that. But let's just go with this. I've heard Texans fans say when we win this game, we're going to be back at 500, and we're going to show everybody that we can beat up on Buffalo, and that we will put together meaningful drives to where it should be a mollywop it out in Nashville, and we will end up making a run to the playoff. You couldn't even cover the 5.5 point spread against the worst team in the NFL, and you needed your backup kicker to have to drain a 32-yard field goal because you couldn't get enough offensively going, whether that was the pressures, whether that was the inability to connect downfield. And I understand Davis Mills is a backup quarterback, but this is a far, far, far worse team than last year's Tennessee Titans roster. And you win by 3. You win by they've
already fired the coach. Cole, they're awful.
You let Cam Ward. You let Cam Ward of all people and Van Jefferson push their way on it to the end zone. What are we doing here, guys? Like, quite literally. So there's a lot of Texans fans that are saying hope is still alive. All we got to do is beat up on Buffalo and make a run, and then we can go.
Theoretically, yes.
Guys, I don't know why you'd want that. Like, it's clear that there are so many issues with this team right now.
I'd go for the draft pick.
I would rather have a higher draft pick and hit reset and build around my quarterback to know that I will be good for a while. Like, I'm okay with losing
as a Giants fan, I'm entertained, right? We're not winning, but I'm entertained. Like, we're losing in great fashion. Right. You're putting Jameis out there cooking for a while, man. And then, reminder, guys, it's fourth quarter. We got to let this thing kind of fall apart here and go for that draft pick. Hey, embrace it, baby. Embrace it. If you're Texans fans, embrace it. I don't know. Maybe what's going to be your next piece, Cole?
I'm writing about just what are the playoff scenarios for the Texans and who needs to lose what to be able to put themselves in a position where they can win. So a lot of things a lot of things that need to happen for Houston. And by the way, you still have to win football games against really quality teams. You have Indianapolis and Buffalo in the next 14 days. So
love it. To my best thing that I've seen all week long, or I guess for the weekend, right?
Yeah.
From polar end of Sam Darnold to Josh Allen. Josh, he did throw 2 interceptions, but the dude accounted for 6 tutties, right? 3 through the air, 3 on the ground, putting himself. Is he solidified as the MVP or back into the conversation as the MVP? I think Darnold might have taken himself out of the conversation from MVP after this past weekend.
Best thing that I saw this weekend was, and I know this is a channel, but I won't do that because again, it's Texas A&M. Ole Miss finding their way to clinch a berth in the college football playoff because it's the most stereotypical Lane Kiffin thing of all Lane Kiffin things to do. In a year where we kind of like laughed after you spent all the money in last season's transfer portal, you went all in the Last Dance mantra. You said that you were a team that was destined to go on this big time run, and you shoot yourself in the foot. And we're like, okay, if you go 9-3, that's cool. Like it is what it is, not that big of a deal. To watch as a quarterback from Division II Ferris State lead your team to a college football playoff, and also having a running back that was not even able to get on the field last season at Missouri, lead college football in rushing touchdowns. I think it just speaks incredible volume about what the sport is. Expect the unexpected. Love the fact that anything can happen to where a team just needs to play with a little bit of momentum and they're off to the races. And as long as you're not having the self-inflicting wounds, there's an opportunity for anybody who has a roster built good enough to be able to go on a run to the postseason. I think that's great that Ole Miss, a team that we kind of like forget about oftentimes outside of Lane Kiffin, is now going to be in the college football playoff. And they're going to have an opportunity to win multiple playoff games and build a legacy that will never be forgotten, I think, by anybody who has ever been a part of that hotty-toddy nation and has waited for their moment to be in the sun.
Well said. Yeah. To that point too, like we've kind of been dancing around the theme or the trend of this year, right? And kind of let the opposition make their own mistakes, right? Like the teams that usually are at the top of the pantheon with this don't make the mistakes, or they don't put themselves in a position to make the mistakes, or they minimize it as much as possible, right? 3 penalties, like they don't have the false starts. Like that's drive killers. That's the stuff. Holding I can deal with because holding happens every play, right? And holding's very subjective at this point. But yeah, like the dumb shit, like the false starts or lining up offsides, right? Like that's stuff that's unexcusable or unforgivable, almost a cardinal sin. But usually the teams that win are people that put, their star athletes in a one-on-one situation and allow the opposition to make the mistake and miss the tackle or be in the wrong defense or line up wrong or have the wrong personnel out there, right? Create mismatches, put 23 personnel out there at a time to kind of confuse defenses and make them see what they haven't seen. And it's not like Georgia hasn't ran 23 personnel, all season long. They've ran it a few times, but usually they come out in 13, right? But to come out there with two sets or 2 running backs and then have, the 3 tight ends just threw up a little bit of a disguise and, allow the opposition to kind of fall into a trap. That's kind of been the theme this year. Or at least that's what I've seen, man.
I don't think you're wrong at all. Again, let other teams be the reason why they lose football games, not the reason why you win it.
Don't do too much, Stark. I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to articulate and allude to. Don't do too much, and I think we've trying to do too much and overcomplicated things. Hey, man, I appreciate your conversations today, man. I know you got to get out of here, dude. Mr. Cole Thompson, you can follow him on all the social media there. Make sure you guys hit him up for all the SEC knowledge that you need and some Texans jargon if you need it as well.
Thanks, Fred. I appreciate you.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you, man. You're the best. There he goes. We're going to welcome in Jay Guns. How are you, sir?
Great.
You all right? You okay?
Yeah, I'm pretty exhausted, but it is what it is, man.
Emotionally spent, emotionally drained. Brock Purdy back
no, I'm not there yet.
On the pro site.
Sorry?
I said Brock Purdy back on the scene for you in the pro site.
Yeah, I was busy as hell yesterday. I didn't even get to watch it. So go Niners though.
Hey man, what's having fun being back in your house, all the familiars, being able to take a shit on nice porcelain.
Oh yeah, for sure. Sorry.
Cleaning up all the dog mess and stuff too.
Yeah. When
back to the happy house setting. You gotta love that.
When I was gone, no poop was picked up. So
no, what?
None of the dog poop I meant. So I got to do that.
Why does that have to be your job? Why do you get the shit job?
I mean, we take turns sometimes, but
it's
I don't know. It is what
How
it
was your
is.
trip though, man? Seamless, good.
Yeah, it was good. I'm like I said, I'm exhausted. I flew out of DFW at 6 a.m.
Today,
Friday.
Oh
No,
shit.
so I woke up, I woke up Friday at like 3:30. And then
I thought I heard you say you arrived to DFW today.
No. And then I got into Atlanta around 9:30, Uber to the airport, slept for an hour or two, took a nap, and then did some work, took an Uber to Grayson, went and saw Tyler Atkinson play Friday night, Ubered back home, and then Saturday knocked some work out, waited for Eric to pick me up. And then we went to the game in Athens, got in early around like 3. They didn't even let us until 3:30 and really 3:45 because the security people were taking their job way too seriously.
That's not a bad thing, bro.
No, but like they were like, our sheet says we can't let y'all in till 5, and I'm like, here is the email from y'all's SID and athletic director saying you can come in at 3:30.
All right,
yeah. So me,
so
Bob,
it's
Ballou,
not a question of identity. It's a question of time.
Yeah, me and Bob Ballou got fed up with it enough to where we straight up just called the SID and he came down and let us in because we weren't. It was stupid. And then watched the OU Bama game in the photo workroom of Georgia Stadium, and then obviously the game. And then we did not. I was ready to go by midnight, but Eric and Chip were not done until about 1:30. So we left the parking garage because it is a long walk from the stadium. We left the parking garage around 1:50 in the morning. I got home, or I got back to the hotel at 2:50, and then did not go to sleep because my Uber took me to the morning, or picked me up to take me to the airport at 3:50, and then flew out of Atlanta at 6. Got home, walked in the door yesterday around like 8:30, and then slept for a few hours. So
that's brutal, man.
So yeah, but I'm still catching up on sleep, but it was a fun trip. Great. I know it wasn't a
outcome, obviously we wanted a different outcome for sure.
Yeah, but it was a great atmosphere. I mean, I had high hopes. You know, Athens and that atmosphere has been hyped up a lot to me, and I lived up to it. It's a cool stadium, cool little campus.
Were you able to get? I was going to say, were you able to get to see any of the campus at all, or?
I mean, not besides whenever you get off the highway and drive into the campus, because.
But you weren't able to like walk or tour anything.
Yeah, Eric and I don't care enough to drive around and check it out. We were on a mission, so.
I just heard it's a banger of a fucking college place for partying, and I mean, I'm 45. I'm not gonna be partying or anything like that, but I just heard like if back in the day, man, I loved Morgantown, West Virginia a lot, man. Morgantown was one of the best party schools that I've ever been to. So.
Yeah, hey, it's a hard.
I can only imagine being on college game day for Athens, Georgia. I can only, especially in today's era of college football. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, I don't know, and it seemed like this was the vibe in the stadium.
We're gonna lose, we booze. Probably more booze than if we lose, right?
Yeah. Hey, I will say, Texas fans probably aren't going to like this, but Georgia has like 2 separate student sections, it looked like, in their stadium. And one of them is right next to the Texas like away fan section. The Georgia student section was pretty damn funny, I won't lie. Like they're waving to them at the end. And Texas is like coming up to sing the Eyes of Texas right in front of the band, and the whole student section's chanting Cheez-It Bowl. I was like, this is diabolical, And they all took their belts off and were hitting the stadium or smacking them,
That's the shit that we need at home, man.
Yeah. But
I vented a lot. Like at this point I've reopened a can of worms. I was so bitter. I knew that we would. I kind of had a feeling. We all did, right? At least the 3 of us picked that Texas was going to lose. But I thought it was going to be a fight, right? Like I thought they'd show up. 9 penalties, just inexcusable. I'm not gonna get my blood pressure high again. I'm over it. I'm done. We can heal. We can start looking to the portal to get some offensive linemen now.
Yeah, and like one thing that
we're all loved here. We are all loved here.
Yeah, and like it. I sat in the press conference. I wasn't there during the players because I went back to the workroom to get some work done. But I videoed Sark and was there and heard everything he said. And he kind of approached it from like, look, like this was a close game into the fourth quarter. It was a 4-point game. Was there any point any of y'all thought Texas was going to win the game? Because I never thought that.
First
Not
drive
once.
looked all right. Our first drive, we were able to run the ball a little bit, and then we just gave up. But then
Once Ryan Wingo tripped on himself, I was like, yeah, that is a great play to describe the entire
3 drops in a row, man. 3 drops in a row.
Yeah. I mean,
it was bad. It was just bad. It was bad
He's going to be
football.
great at Missouri. He's going to be great at Missouri in a couple of years.
No comment. But hey, we will get into all of that.
Now we're kicking us in the dick.
Yeah.
It's Monday, man. It's Monday. So how's your Monday night gonna look, Nick?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting here in Vegas. Ready for it. It's a little bit strange because every time that there's one of these primetime West Coast games, I'm thinking like, oh man, I got all day to go have lunch and this, that, and the third, and I forget it's a 5:15 kick instead of a 7:15 kick. I'm like, how do people live in this time zone? How do people do this? I couldn't imagine. I would hate life.
I think you'd adjust if you were there, but I've always said like if I think my favorite place to be, I would love to check out Chicago, sure, right? But I think my favorite place to be, like if I'm single, it's Vegas. Like I'm going to Vegas. I'm never leaving Vegas. I'm staying in Vegas in just Sin City. Like that's the ultimate time zone for me.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, I put in a CeeDee Lamb first touchdown scorer bet last night, so let's see if it cashes in.
That's the luck, my dudes. How was your weekend, Nick? Good?
Oh, pretty good. The Texas game is really disappointing, man. I will say I think the one part where I had some confidence was when they opened up with the field goal. You wish they had gotten 6 out of that drive, but you felt like, okay, hey, they drove down the field. They found some.
Looks like they were able to run the ball somewhat, right?
Yeah, it was something to build on, and then it just immediately got eradicated by the touchdown drive.
And I get it. I don't know if you guys are going to break down any Sark sound today, but there's something that he did allude to, and I'll paraphrase here, like they did want to have a balanced attack, but then when you're playing 14-3 and you're playing from behind immediately, it is very easy to abandon the run, right? And to kind of want those chunk plays, and then to that point, there was so many drops too. Six drops on the day. So just very, very terrible. A lot of terrible football. But anyways, 100%. Guys, I'll get out of your all's hair and let you all have the conversation. Can't wait to hear it, man. Have a great Monday.
Appreciate it, Wax.
Yep. Hey, well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. We will talk a lot of Texas, Georgia, but I want to, knock out the Cowboys-Raiders Monday Night Football game out of the way first.
If I could, if we could lead off with the news of the weekend. The North Texas Mean Green are the 22nd ranked team in the country, according to the Associated Press, ranked for the first time since 1959. And anybody hopping off the Texas bandwagon, there's a lot of room still left on the UNT bandwagon. So,
a lot of room in that stadium too.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. We got seats. They're like $5 a piece. Come on over. No, it's funny. I have a lot of friends who are UNT grads, and we're all kind of like theorizing about what a first round playoff could probably look like. And I mean, the likeliest options you're looking at right now are like Autzen Stadium in Eugene, Tuscaloosa, Oxford. And it's just like, man, like there's not one matchup that even sounds like, well, you maybe could there. It's all going to be bad. But
yeah,
I think I've pretty much committed to going with them. But man, it's fun while it lasts.
They don't stand a chance against any of the other 11 teams in the playoffs, and neither do the other G5s. And like, I hate it because realistically, and not even trying to be an SEC homer or Texas homer, I don't think a G5 team is ever going to upset another team in the playoffs because they're also going to have to go to that team's stadium 99% of the time, right? So you almost want to take them out and not put them in consideration, but at the same time, like, will you take 16 seeds out of March Madness? No, you won't. And while those teams pose a better chance of an upset than a 12th seed in the football playoffs, like, you can't really do that. You got to give the little guy a shot. So I see both sides of it, but I'm with keeping the G5, at least one auto bid in the playoffs. I think it's okay.
I'll say this. I've been a huge fan of North Texas this year, and I think they have some awesome pieces on offense. They're okay on defense. They can hang in most games. But if they make the playoff and they're a 12 seed going to play Alabama or Oregon or gosh, I don't know, the loser of the Big Ten championship, then UNT will be the reason that G5 never gets put back in the playoff again.
Yeah. I'm curious, though, with the CFP rankings, like before last week, I think it was, like the first – like they've had 2 CFP rankings come out this year. The third will come out tomorrow. But in the first one, a G5 team wasn't in the top 25. But apparently what they do is they rank teams until they get to a G5, and that's how the G5 is decided on who's the auto bid, and they show like what the bracket would look like if it started today. So I assume UNT is going to be the one that's in the bracket if it started today, but are they actually going to be in the top 25, or will they be like unranked?
I think it's going to be James Madison. I think they have the one game against the Power 5 opponent or Power 4 opponent against Louisville. They lost 28-14. As much as like a loss can make them look good, that loss makes them look good. And whereas UNT's one loss is 63-36 to South Florida, I'm afraid they're going to need James Madison to lose one somewhere.
The good thing is, though, is JMU's conference sucks. It's the Sun Belt, and like even if they win out, they're going to be the 12th seed in the playoffs with like the 116th strength of schedule.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. You're a little delayed and behind, but we should be able to thug it out. But all right, Cowboys Raiders in Vegas on Monday night. What are the big storylines going into this game, and what do the Cowboys got to do to win, and what could they do to guarantee a loss, I should say, as well?
We got a ton of storylines to talk on. We can start with obviously this is the team's first game since the Marshawn Kneeland tragedy, so they're going to be playing for him tonight and for the rest of the season. Honestly, they have a pregame tribute, moment of silence that they'll have at Allegiant Stadium. And then apparently there's some T-shirts that were made for the team to wear during pregame warmups. There's helmet decals that they're going to have tonight. So a lot of different things that are factoring into them honoring Marshawn Kneeland. But then on the field, DeMarvion Overshown's going to be making his return. Super excited about that. Sounds like he's going to be playing right around 25 to 30 snaps. Same thing with rookie corner Savone Revel out of East Carolina. Tall, physically gifted corner that'll be on the outside. Sounds like his snap count's going to be a bit lower, but they want to work him in and start getting his legs back under him defensively. And the team debut for Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson. So the 2 additions that they made at the trade deadline, their first opportunity for both those guys to get in the mix. They had the bye week to prep and learn the defense and, take it all in. I thought it was fun because Quinnen Williams, during his availability this past week, we had asked him, we were like, so, how was it, taking in the playbook and learning everything? How's it going? And he's like, yeah, I learned the playbook in like a day or 2. And everyone in the comments is like, so everyone else has struggles with the communication points on this defense and the playbook on this defense. But Quinnen Williams comes in and it only takes him a day or 2.
Yeah.
Thought that was and then Brian Schonheimer going up against Pete Carroll for the first time as head coaches against each other. Obviously, Shoddy was Pete Carroll's OC in Seattle from 2017 to 2020. They had the number 1 offense in 2020 and then decided to part ways. So it's going to be fun to see those guys going up against each other, and they've both said some really good things about each other as time's gone on. But a lot of fun storylines here tonight. I mean, the Cowboys are in a really shitty spot. They're 3-5-1. They have a ton of really difficult opponents coming up. This is a must-win tonight. If they lose tonight, their playoff hopes are officially over in my eyes. So, got to get this win tonight and need a lot of wins over the course of the next 8 weeks. Antoine with the question: is Jaden Blue going to be active? I would think probably not after the Cardinals game where they elevated Malik Davis instead. Malik Davis is still on the roster. So that is that's a guy I'd probably be looking at to be in that spot. And Malik Davis has given them a lot more on special teams. He's been the personal protector on punts since Wanye Thomas has been out, and now Wanye Thomas has gone to IR. So I think it's probably going to be Malik Davis instead of Jaden Blue.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to keep it real today, and going to kind of let it loose on Texas, Georgia. But if we're going to do that, I want to ask you, is the things that have happened with Jaden Blue thus far, the signs that have happened, do you think this is like eventually leading to a release or trade before his rookie contract ends?
I think it's heading that way. I don't know if they would ever release him before the contract is up, just because they love the on-field traits and they love the speed, the burst. They just want more out of him off the field, and they're going to give him time for sure. But it would not surprise me if they use a high-ish draft pick next year to go get another running back if one is available.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what happened with Deuce, and there is a difference. Like with Deuce, he's going to be limited in the NFL due to the size, athleticism stuff. Jaden Blue won't be, but it's the off the field stuff. It's the between the ears. It's the putting the ball on the ground and fumbling.
Yeah,
it's dumb shit like wearing custom Nike cleats that have Louis Vuitton on them and getting blisters. Like it's rookie stuff, and other rookies have struggled and figured it out later, and some haven't. So very curious how his career will take him, and also like you said, they bring in a running back and draft one high, and then day one, maybe day two next year. Like the clock is ticking with him. So I don't know. And do you think at all with what Quinnen Williams said about learning it that quickly? Like D-line has to be the easiest position to learn, because half of it is just don't get moved from where you're lining up at.
Yeah, and he comes from he came from a very similar attack front with the Jets last season. It was a little bit different what they were asking him to do this year, because it's the same defensive line coach that he had in New York, who is now in Dallas. So a lot of similar things, but I did think it was funny that he just walked in a day or two. He's like, "Yeah, I got this shit. This is easy enough."
Yeah.
And everyone's like, "Oh my god, how do we stop the run?"
Yeah. Hey, I know he hasn't played yet. Are you willing to go out on a limb and say he's the Cowboys' best defensive player already?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's not a contender for number one other than him.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. How many snaps do you think Agent Zero plays tonight? Will he be on like a pitch count?
Yeah, it's going to be about 25-30, give or take. But they are certainly going to rotate him into the mix. I'm very curious to see what Matt Eberflus does, though, because against the Cardinals, they experimented with a lot of five-man fronts and found a lot of success with it. And now that they have three defensive tackles that can play 40, 45 snaps, I think you're going to see a lot of five-man fronts. What does that do? That takes a linebacker out of the equation in the second level, most likely. So I wonder how they work with the linebacker rotation, knowing they need to get Overshown some snaps and they need to get Logan Wilson on the field too. So that's going to be interesting.
Sweet. Any other Cowboys things you got?
No. It's going to be fun here in Vegas though tonight. Looking forward to it.
Well, hey, the ESPN Analytics matchup predictor has Dallas with a 57.3% chance to win, Vegas at 42.4%. And Cowboys are favored by 3.5. The points total is 49.5 or 50.5. And Vegas is plus 160 on the money line. So for those out there that are curious, that's what it is. But all right, we're getting into Texas, Georgia. It was a rough one, 35-10. I've seen people question it. Did they lose on the headsets? Did they lose personnel battle, the player battle? They lost on the headsets. It was a close game. Yeah, that is true as well. It was a close game. It was 14-10 until Georgia made it 21-10 at 14:20 left in the fourth quarter. But like I said earlier, there was never part of me that thought Texas was winning that game. And I thought that going on to whenever that game was put on the schedule, going to Athens, no one wins there. And I mean, it was just bad. It was very bad. Arch Manning in Texas needed 43 pass attempts to get 251 yards. Gunnar Stockton needed 29 to get 229 yards. And, you know, a lot of people are calling for Sark. He's an OC that's glorified as a head coach, whatever. You know, he's too focused on the offense. That's why the onside kick happened, or he's not calling a bad game. Does anyone, you know, noticing the defense is out of position a lot? That Pete Kwiatkowski got out coached by Mike Bobo. That's the main thing I took away. And it wasn't necessarily like what happened in the Sugar Bowl versus Washington, where the defenders are in the right spot. They're just getting beat by really good receivers that has a quarterback throwing it right in the bucket. It was like there are dudes running open, and there are guys breaking tackles, and there are guys on Texas defense missing tackles and taking poor angles. And, you know, I'm on the field most of the time on a knee looking through a viewfinder on my camera. I'm not going to see everything. I need to watch the TV copy still, but, man, there was a lot. So, I mean, yeah. And I need to check this out, but, you know, yeah. So I'll talk about this tomorrow because I don't really know what Desmond Howard said. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where to start almost with this. Like, the run game, people are mad they abandoned it, and, you know, they're like, oh, Wisner was 9 for 37. Yeah, they did abandon it. But at the same time, was Texas going to win running the ball? Probably not. And they were down the entire game, too. You had to pass to come back, at least in the second half. You know, 4 points, it's not a huge deal, but in the fourth quarter, they were not going to run the ball. Some of the coaching decisions are blasphemous. How is Warren Roberson even allowed to play special teams? All he did last year was play special teams, and he led the entire special teams unit in flags. He had won like every other game, if not every game. And you don't think playing Kirby Smart, who is arguably the best coach in all of college football and arguably has been since Nick Saban retired, you don't think him and his staff are going to be bright enough to realize two of the people on your front line on kickoff are Warren Roberson and a true freshman, Jonah Williams. Jonah Williams is great. He's going to be great, and I think he'll play in the NFL or the MLB for a long time. But he's an 18-year-old true freshman that was playing in like his third or fourth ever game appearance in football because he missed a lot of the non-con games. And those guys are bailing. You know, like, it was so nuts that not only Kirby had the stones to kick the onside and they got it, but the fact that Texas bailed on it. And the fact that in the post-game presser, Sark comes out and says, yeah, we practiced it all week. Like, he said that. And I was looking around like, oh, he just said that? Why would you say that? You know? Yeah. And also, like, what the fuck were y'all practicing if, you know, they clearly weren't ready. They bailed on it. All of them dropped back off the line.
All five of them.
You know? It was bad. And, like, even they failed to take advantage of too many opportunities. They got points off the Anthony Hill interception, if I'm not mistaken, but, like, Brett Thorson, who's a really good punter for them, the one he shanked, I don't think they got any points off of that. And I will bring up, like, yeah, the first half, they got shafted by the refs. That interception should have been a DPI call because DeAndre Moore couldn't even make a play on the ball because he was getting held. That was bullshit. And there were a lot of other, you know, those calls that Texas got, did they deserve them? Did they deserve those flags? Yes, they did make plays that were penalties. But Georgia wasn't getting flags called. I think they had one flag the entire night. And the one flag they got, I think it bailed Texas out of a 3rd and long, like, incompletion because it was DPI. And they later ended up, I think that was the drive Wingo scored on. But, like, they threw that. I was next to Will Gallagher, who's Inside Texas photographer. You know, we talk at all the games, and we were both like, holy shit, they actually threw a flag. Because that's what it felt like. It was lopsided with the refs. Now, you can't leave it up to the refs. And it's not like that hasn't, you know, happened at times before with other teams that have still found a way to win. It's going to make it hard, but it was still, you know, 14-10 a minute into the fourth quarter. That game was winnable for Texas. Now, did I ever think they were going to win? No, but they had a chance to win. And some of just the personnel decisions, again, like Warren Roberson, I like Warren Roberson. I really want him to succeed. But if I was at Texas, there is no shot he would be on the team next year.
Yeah.
And I think if he was at anywhere else and did the things he's done at Texas, it would be the same thing. And also, like, why was he playing? You're not telling me there aren't, there are 10 other guys on the special teams unit on kick return. Outside of them, there's 74 other players on the roster. You can't tell me Warren Roberson is your best chance, your best opportunity, best player to be on the front line kickoff returning than 74 other players on the roster. It's bullshit, and like, what do you want him to do? It's not his fault that he's not, a high football IQ player. It's not his fault that he makes dumb things. It's Jeff Banks' fault that he's in the position to make those dumb things and drop flags.
The Jeff Banks conversation is needed, man. What has Jeff Banks given you over the course of the last couple of years? I mean, he had the Burt Auburn failed experiment, brings in Mason Shipley. Shipley hadn't been that great. Banks was supposed to be this A-plus, finishing recruiter. He has not been that. So what are you getting out of Jeff Banks other than paying him over $1 million?
Yeah. Yeah, and like, look, Jeff Banks, it's interesting because I do think if, the thing with the monkey didn't happen in 2021, someone probably would have hired him onto another staff and he would have gotten a promotion because that hurts him. And so you can almost say that happening, it might not be good for PR, but it's helped Texas as a staff. But like, I don't hate the special teams units this year outside of what Warren Roberson has done to some of the flags. But, you try to think about, okay, if special teams aren't up to par, what value does he bring? He's a good recruiter. He helps in other recruiters. He was calling Simmons his primary, but in his own position, he's stunk. This is the first year Texas's tight end room consists of only guys that Jeff Banks has signed. And you can also make the argument it's the worst tight end room of the Sark era. Like Jack Andrews, I think he's a lot better than how he's getting used. It feels like every time he catches the ball, it's within 2 yards and he turns and just gets fucking destroyed. Like, you go up and down the tight end room. Andrews is good, but if I'm him and I have 1 year of eligibility to come back and try to improve my draft stock, you have to think about it. Like, can Texas help him? They have not this year. They really haven't. This is not what Jack Andrews signed up for. You look at the other guys in the room. Jordan Washington, a kid I loved out of high school, I think will be all right. But he has drops and lapses of concentration too many times. Okay, so you look at the other guys. Who'd they sign in 2023? Spencer Shannon. He caught 6 passes his entire high school career. 6. He was always going to be an inline blocker take. But it's year 3. He's averaging 8 snaps a game in conference play. Didn't play a single snap versus Georgia and was not on the injury report. So his one job is to be an inline blocker, and in 3 years you still don't trust him enough, and he's not good enough to get that done. Why is he still on the team? Will Randall is in year 3. He has not played a single snap, not one, his entire college career, and is not even on the travel team. Right?
He's there for Arch, man. I mean, he's there so Arch has someone to talk to on the sideline.
But he's not even on the sidelines for away games.
Maybe that's why Arch struggles on the road. Let's open a dialogue.
Shut up, man. Like, so, there's just so many things. And they got out coached on the headsets. And the thing too that I think is kind of concerning, someone in the press conference asked Sark, like, hey, are you worried at all about this kind of carrying into the final 2 games of the season, or the momentum being poor from losing this game into the final 2 games of the season? He's like, no, I'm not worried at all because we have a great culture and our locker room's too good and the culture's too good for that to happen. It's like, man, hey, I was right there when they were singing the Eyes of Texas after the game. I couldn't tell you how many players were like cracking jokes, laughing, had smiles on their faces. Anthony Hill, Arch Manning, they're pissed. There's steam coming out of their ears. And there's a few other players like that. But there's also a lot of guys who, again, had smiles on their faces and were cracking jokes. I'm not saying that Texas's season is going to crater because of that, but like they looked – the players that really played, Arch, they looked defeated. I've never seen Sark look that defeated. Like in the press conference, in the Eyes of Texas, everything. Like he looked like he just saw his dog get run over or something. It was bad. And the other things too. I'm just trying to think of stuff off the head from the game and the staff and stuff like pre-snap penalties, the other penalties on the O-line. This has been a problem all 5 years. Yes, Texas O-line is better, but it's not like Cam Williams wasn't having 1 or 2 false starts every fucking game last year. That's happening this year. And if there's different players, different alignment, yet the same flags are still happening, who is that on? It's on the coaches. That's it. It's all on them. When are these players being held accountable for pre-snap penalties that hurt the team and kill drives? Seems like never, because nothing changes. Very few things change. So, I don't know, man. It's and the thing too is like we looked at the Arkansas game all year. It's like, oh, it's damn near a bye week. They got an interim. If not, it's Pittman. Like Texas is going to win this game. That's not guaranteed, man. And I guarantee you, out of once Petrino took this job, looked at the remaining games on the schedule, I guarantee you the one he circled was Texas. The one, if he's going to get in his bag, calling plays, get in his bag, and coach a good game, it's going to be versus Texas, or at least that is what they will try. So they can very well lose that one. And like A&M, a lot of Texas fans poking fun at them, and they come back down 30-3, and win the ball game. And they're undefeated. I'm pretty sure they play like some G5 cupcake this week, and then they have Texas, on Black Friday. Is there anything Texas has done this season to make you, predict them to win that game? Nope. Not at all. So, I don't know.
I would say the one thing is they've played well at home, and they haven't translated as many of their issues that they've had on the road to DKR. That gives me some confidence in this game.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of time to talk about that one.
Yeah. And like, a lot of people are on Sark. The offense also really suffered from those drops. Like I think, if I'm not mistaken, I remember looking through my camera and seeing Arch look at an open window and then turn back to the other receivers. And did you blame him? Why would he throw it to that guy? He had 3 drops, Yeah. And also, like, why does it seem like Emmett Mosley and DeAndre Moore are the only players on offense besides Arch Manning that give a fuck? And Trey Wisner, And I like Baxter. I love him. I think he's, a great person for that locker room. And, he's part of that 2023 class. It brought a lot of hope, a lot of excitement to Austin. Arch Manning was in there, Anthony Hill, obviously Jonte Cook, those guys. But the injuries have set his career back. He does not look to be the same athlete or same player he was. So, and I don't know if he'll be that same player again. But you have to think about the roster construction. These guys are getting paid a lot of money. Does it make sense? Yeah. And for what you're paying them, could you get a better return on investment via the same price in the portal? Probably. It's something to consider. It is something to consider. And, like, I think the thing that frustrates Texas fans the most and has them so heated and turned up since Saturday, Georgia is not 25 points better than Texas. They are not. They might have more talent, the same talent or less talent than Texas, but they are not 25 points better than this Texas team. It's coaching. And the game flipped very quickly after that onside. It was done. And, I mean, it was just done. So, I don't know. Woodcrest said, yep, I heard DeAndre Moore was cussing out Sark on the sidelines. I did not hear or see that on Saturday, but it wouldn't surprise me. Like I said earlier, Mosley, DeAndre Moore, and Wisner and Manning seem to be kind of the only guys on the team that seem to give a shit or show that they give a shit. So, I don't know. And, like, Gooseby definitely, I know he gives a shit and he cares, but he's always been a quieter guy. That's not him. He's not going to wear his emotions on his sleeve or anything like that. So, yeah, but all right, we're going to hit on some of these comments, and then I'm going to roll through the Stampede. Hank and I basically did a story on, evaluating what the portal needs will be following the loss to Georgia, and I think we have some really good stuff there. So, yeah, just going to start at the top. So if you got questions or comments you want to hit on, just drop them. We'll get to them in a sec. Texas ranks 135 out of 136 in penalties per game.
That's bad. That's awful.
Do you know how many starters they replaced this year? Do you know how many of those starters had penalties last year too? It's not on the players. It's on the coaches. So, and yeah, like this, I don't know if there's a play that describes Texas's season better than the opening play to Wingo, where he probably scores a touchdown if he doesn't trip on himself. You know, and I will talk more about Wingo in a sec. Let's see. Someone said in August, Sark said in August that this team finally looks like his team. Please tell me what that looks like. Great point. Oh, Antoine, we will talk about this too in a sec. Wingo and his damn Butterfinger hands. Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing because he got LASIK surgery too and is now worse at catching the football. And it's not like the drops only started after he dislocated his sunburst bandy. It's been a problem all year. CB asks, is this the biggest waste of a number one recruiting class since the Aggies is number one recruiting class? Yes, some freshmen play well, but not many. It is a good question. One thing, though, that, you know, people are going to talk about Texas number one 2025 recruiting class for a long time. But the context, it'll probably never be provided for those. It is the lowest, like if you look at the total team score, right, which is what generates the rankings. If you have a higher score, you're going to be ranked higher. Texas had the highest team score, so they're ranked the highest. But I think it was like 312 or something like that. That is the lowest total class score a number one class has had in like 18 years. And it's because the talent is spread out more than ever where there's less top-heavy classes. Like A&M in their 2022 class signed like 9 of the top 11 ranked edge/D-line players in the country. And they had like 8 5-stars. Texas's class last year had like 3 or 4 of them. And no one will ever sign more than 4 in a cycle again because the talent's spread out and the money's getting spread out. So it is arguably the worst number one class in the last 18 years. It's the lowest ranked one and rated one via the scoring, but no one will bring that up. So there's that. Sticky said, your best wide receiver can't be tripping over himself and dropping multiple passes that hit him right in the gut. The F is wrong with Wingo. Yeah, and you got to remember, we're in 2025. It's like year 5 of the NIL era. Not only is he your best receiver, he's your highest paid receiver. And I heavily assume he's making 7 figures because I know what the freshmen are making, and they're close to it as well. So, yeah. Tight end room needs an overhaul. Yeah, I kind of talked about that already, but I'll hit on that in a little bit more. Bayless said Wingo's one of the most bipolar players I've ever seen. Dropped that 3rd and 5 rudimentary ball in the first drive, but catches the touchdown pass that is a harder ball to catch. Dude, I mean, I was talking about it earlier. Me and Will Gallagher from Inside Texas were talking on the field during the game. Like, the one catch he made in the red zone, not the touchdown one, but the other one where he high-pointed the ball and caught it over a defender, and it was, you know, really good body control and a great catch. It's like, how the hell does he catch that one, but he can't catch one that hits him in the chest? How does that happen?
It reminds me of the Xavier Worthy broken hand year. Like, it's very, very ominously similar.
Yeah, except his hand isn't broken. He now can see his LASIK. Yeah. You know, and it's not like the dislocated thumb is still lingering. Antoine asked Jet Walker and Caden Scherer to visit for the Arkansas game. Yes, for those who don't know, those are the 2 Georgetown kids Texas has offered late in the cycle. Jet Walker, Minnesota commit. Caden Scherer, Stanford commit. Walker is, you know, running back, would be a power back take, a guy that you'd love to get the ball to in the red zone. Doesn't have a ton of wiggle, but he's a straight line runner, runs behind his pads, and I'm pretty sure he's PR'd like low 11s between 11 flat, 11-10. But I'll double check that by the end of the week. And then Scherer, we have him ranked as a guard. He plays tackle in high school. Probably will be a guard if he were to end up at Texas, but could maybe provide right tackle versatility. He's kind of a longer burn developmental upside prospect. But, yeah, both are taking official visits for the Arkansas game. And they also – shoot, I forgot who they played on Friday, but they won their playoff game, and they now have Frisco Lone Star coming to town on Friday. So they got a tough matchup there. But good thing is they're right down the road, so travel logistics won't be an issue. So, yeah. Sorry, let's see. Jose Rodriguez asked, Jordan, any insight on Zion Lee? Seems like a true NIL battle long shot. Yes, so for those who don't know, Zion Lee, he's our number 3 overall prospect in 2026, number 1 edge rusher. He goes to St. Francis in Baltimore, you know, DMV area kid. He's not originally from, I think, like the St. Francis. There's not a school zone because it's a private school, but he's from somewhere in the DMV originally that isn't right where St. Francis is. He's been committed to Maryland for a long time. It's been reported they're going to pay him like 5 or 6 across 3 years. Like that deal is set in stone, and especially because I think it was Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. I mean, I was running and gunning this weekend, but I do know at some point this weekend, Maryland's AD or president came out and gave a public vote of confidence for Michael Oxley and said he's going to be their coach next year. And that's a big deal because anyone that's been trying to flip Zion Lee has said, or Zion Lee has, I think it's Ely, has said, Loxley won't be there. Texas offered him, I believe, in January or February. Alan Clark had been recruiting him to Ohio State. Alan Clark didn't hold the edge coach title. He was like a GA or edge analyst or assistant, but he did a lot of the recruiting because Ohio State's edge coach, Larry Johnson, he's a legend, but he's an older guy that doesn't do any, much of any recruiting. It's kind of like what's going on with Dwayne Aquina, where, a lot of people are kind of doing a lot of the work recruiting wise, and he comes in and is kind of a closer, helps with that. So Alan Clark recruited a bunch at Ohio State, got to Texas, offered him, hasn't visited, hasn't been much there, but there is some relationship, and he is looking at taking an official visit. It is a true NIL battle. Like I said, Maryland's paying him like 5 or 6 across 3 years. That is a lot of money, and it is a long shot. But Hank and I have been talking. You got to look at it from this lens. Are they going to land him? Probably not, because I don't see Texas, paying him that much. But you get him on campus, you get in with them, you get FaceTime with them. So if in a year from now, if Loxley gets fired, which is very possible, and he goes in the portal or is on the open market and his agent's calling people, you go, hey, Zion, we want you. Since you produced as a freshman, we'll pay you this much. And these other schools that are trying to get you, they never had you on campus, and they never had relationships with you, but we do. I think it's a long game play, honestly, just because with what they're paying Richard Wesley, with what, they're going to pay Colin Simmons next year and Lance Jackson and Wesley as a freshman, it probably doesn't make a ton of sense to pay that number for Ely. And I don't know if you can get him without paying that number. And even if he visits, it's a long shot. So I think it's a long game play pretty much. I just looked at this. Woodcrest said, I'm just going to say it. Sark needs to stop all that buddy shit with Kirby. That man talks shit indirectly about you and your program after the game. Yeah, is what it is. He beat their ass. Kirby beat his ass in the headsets. It's what it is.
That onside kick, man. That onside kick had so much deeper meaning than just a simple play. And it was basically like, I don't respect you enough as a coach that even if I don't get this, we'll be all right.
Sark standing like this, and Kirby walked up to him and kicked him in the nuts.
Yeah, exactly.
Wound up and kicked him in the nuts.
He went
for real. So, I don't know. I'm with you though. Let's see. 3rd and 14 QB draw was insane to call. Yeah, that one.
That's crazy to me. That one was wild to me.
Yeah. Okay, so Woodcrest brings this up. Says Texas's DBs being asked to play 10 yards off at Georgia's receivers. The first 2 series told me how the game was going to go. A lot of people are pinning this on Aquina. They've been playing way too far off the ball the entire Sark era. It's a PK thing. It was a Terry Joseph thing. It was a Blake Gideon thing. It's not just Aquina or Nansen or whatnot. This has been going on for a long time. And the strategy behind it is, hey, Texas's D-line at times was kind of whipping Georgia. In the middle of the game, the D-line was like keeping Texas in the game. That's what it was. There was not a lot of time to get the ball out. They're getting pressure, and they're playing a really good college quarterback with a really good OC that has really good weapons. And Georgia was still, figuring it out at times. But for the most part, they kind of stalled them in the middle of the game. The strategy behind playing that far off is, hey, our pass rush and pressure is going to get home pretty quickly. They're going to try to get the ball out quickly. And if you're defending a Zach Branch, you would much rather have him catch the ball in front of you than be playing press man and he runs a slant, gets separation, and can take it 70 yards to the crib. But when you're not tackling well in the open field, it's a lose-lose no matter what. So should they be playing that far off every snap? No. But at some parts of it, they have to, and it makes sense. Now, I do think they're doing it too much, though. I agree with fans on that. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm still looking at this. Yeah. And Jake Bayless brings up, definitely don't think Aquina's getting brought back after this year. Thing, too, I don't even know if it's him getting brought back. Like, the dude is 74, I'm pretty sure. I know he's in the 70s.
Yeah.
If you're him, hearing all that shit talk from the fans and knowing, hey, could be it. Like, maybe he decides that next year, final year of the Archer, because I do think Texas is going to try to go all in on that. That'll be his last ride. But I don't know. Maybe he hangs it up early too. So, yeah, Nathan, I agree with you. CJ Baxter just doesn't have it anymore. It sucks for him, but that was bad. Injuries are tough, man. And that was a really hard injury. He blew up his knee. It was like ACL, MCL, and like 2 other ligaments, I think. Let's see. Yeah. I'm gonna wait to get off the show to look at the Desmond Howard stuff, and I'll, try to prep for tomorrow's show because there's some things I'm not gonna say on that. So let's see. Yeah, hey, great question too. Great question.
I don't think it would be a situation of Sark getting fired for performance or anything.
This is what I think happens. If he's not coaching Texas next year, it's probably because he left for the NFL. But let's say he is coaching next year. They finish 8-4. 7-5 is realistic too. They can lose to Arkansas. I don't think it happens, but it is possible. I do think the Texas boosters, there's a chance they could be like, all right, last year of Archer, we're going to buy a roster so good that, if they don't make it to the Natty or make it to the Final Four, like, he could potentially get canned. I don't think that happens, but his seat is going to be hot if they finish 7-5, or 8-4 this year. And especially if they spend a lot of money in the portal, there's going to be pressure on them. James Franklin got fired because they had a natty or bust mentality after 12 years. Should everyone have a natty or bust mentality? No, but it's the University of Texas, and it's year 5 of the Sark era. And the golden boy quarterback, the franchise quarterback that's supposed to take Texas to the promised land, after the past golden boy, quarterback Quinn Ewers couldn't, and the team's gotten worse around him, who's that on? It's on Sark. So, and Terry Freeman said freshman roster percentage, nearly half of Georgia scholarship players in 2025 are either true or redshirt freshmen. Yep. They are just as young as Texas on the O-line too, if not younger. So, yeah, and again, I'm very much in agreement to this. He's not getting canned this year. So, yeah. Woodcrest said, TBH, if I was Arch, I would transfer after the season. What do you say, Jordan, Nick?
If Sark is still here, you stay. If he's gone, probably leave. I mean, you stick with the coaching staff you've been developing under.
Agreed. Kind of like what I said about Jack Andrews. What Arch Manning signed up for when he got to Texas was not for the offensive line to be this poor whenever it was his turn to be the starter. Can guarantee you that. Now, I think he, absolutely loves Austin. That was a huge part of him ending up in Austin, besides the fact that he wanted to play for Sark. So if Sark, isn't, for whatever reason, the coach next year, could he transfer? Yeah, it's possible, and it's probably more likely that I'm staying. But maybe he does stay. It'll depend on the hire. And, he'll have 5 days after that new hire is made for that hire to convince him to stay. Again, it's all hypothetical. But, yeah. Let's see. Woodcrest said the tight end room is so bad, year 5, and we still can't get a damn tight end to effectively block equal talent across from him. Yep. I did see this, CB. Let's see. Archie is also coming off their best game. Almost got LSU. They did. LSU also has an interim as well, and Garrett Nussmeier didn't play. Interesting. Apparently Desmond Howard said this. Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking at these comments and reading them. Yeah, that was bad with Wingo. Sark, according to Antoine, Sark is 91-55 career record. James Franklin 128-60.
So can he go 37-5?
Yeah. Said maybe Loxley gets fired on New Year's Day like Tom did. That is true. That is a possibility. But then he would have to get in the portal. And also, like, he's a DMV kid. There's a lot of money from people in the DMV area that are Maryland alums, boosters. He could probably still have the same financial package, even if Loxley isn't there or gets fired before signing day. So, yeah. And Nathan, he won't be their highest paid. They'll have someone in the pros making that. But, probably highest paid or close to it in college. Today is Kai Loxley's birthday, former Longhorn and Mike Loxley's son. I had no idea he was Mike Loxley's son. I vividly remember him playing, but I just never put that together. I was also like in middle school or high school. So, yeah. Let's see. Bear said Sark looked 10 years older after that onside kick. UT lost all their spirit, and Kirby was doing jumping jacks. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Nathan said, for me, it's concerning that the O-line lacks physicality and strength. That is the one homegrown position group on the roster. Yep. Antoine said, Jordan, we've been at the Arkansas game. I'm not planning on it as of right now. And Patrick, I mean, dude, I reminded them again. It's not on me. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get them ranked, so then you know. Still need to say what Desmond Howard exactly said, but yes, I definitely have heard rumblings. And the entire Texas market has heard rumblings.
Yeah.
Nick knows exactly what I'm talking about. People in the NFL
There's
know
rumblings
about
in
it.
the NFL world. There's rumblings in the NFL world about it. So,
and that's also like, kind of asks you the question, if the NFL kind of is aware of it and knows about it, would they hire him and make him a head coach? That too, I don't know. They're calling him the white James Franklin. I was like, huh? Okay. Let's see. Change your plans, Jordy. I'll be down for the game this weekend. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going the next weekend for the A&M game, so won't do that. Nick, if you got to run, feel free. I'm just going to – all good. Appreciate you riding shotgun with us. I am going – well – whoa, I don't know about that, but
pull some LSU around here.
I don't know about all that. And also, I don't think Texas is like, chairman and CDC and all that are going to be unorganized, unstructured enough to let the governor in the building and let him call the shots, like kind of what's going on at LSU. So, yeah. All right. If you got to run, all good.
Fellas, catch y'all later.
Appreciate you. And have fun tonight in Vegas. Hope Dallas gets a win.
Appreciate it. All right, guys. See y'all on Friday.
Peace. All right. I'm going to close out, like I said, what Hank South and I did for the Stampede this morning. Going to go quick because we're already past 11. And I got to drive back to Addison here in a sec. But quarterback, and this is a position-by-position look at potential needs for the transfer portal. And Hank and I did different positions. For each one, we listed how many potential takes they could target in the transfer portal. For quarterback, he did one. At this point, I think everyone is, figured out that Trey Owens is probably going to go in the transfer portal. He's lost, KJ Lacey was recruited over. KJ Lacey was a year behind him in the recruiting process, has jumped him on the depth chart already. Arch Manning's probably coming back next year. You also have an incoming 5-star in Diabell. And Trey Owens isn't on the travel roster. So, yeah, probably going to look for a quarterback in the portal. And if they do, or I shouldn't say probably, could potentially look for a quarterback in the portal. If they do, it's probably going to be, a designated clipboard holder who's a veteran, kind of like Matthew Caldwell. Running back, we think it'll be 1 to 2. Ricky Stewart, we are not expecting him to be on the team next year. It's kind of weird because we've kind of heard he isn't even really in the program right now, but he's still on the website. They haven't deleted him off that like they have with other players that we've heard things about. So, or things about in the past like that. So with Ricky, I don't know, but again, we don't expect him on the team next year. Jarrett Gibson's already gone. So your returners are Trey Wisner, CJ Baxter, Christian Clark, and James Simon. That is it. That's it. Wisner and Baxter, they have 1 year of eligibility, could come back. I think they'll be welcome back. And then Christian Clark and James Simon, I mean, I don't know. Derek Cooper is going to be getting paid a lot as a freshman. Will probably, play as a freshman. He brings a different level of talent and different skill set to the room than that they currently don't have there. So would it be surprising if Clark and or Simon goes in the portal? No, not really, especially if Wisner and Baxter are back. And on top of that, you kind of, it's for all positions. You have to think about, hey, this is what we're paying this player. It is a lot. We don't really like the return on investment. With this money, the same amount, could we go pay someone in the portal the same amount and get something better? Something to think about. It's hard, if a guy's made a certain number and you want to cut that number in half because he's not the same player he was, that's a hard conversation to have, but it happens on every college staff around the country. And I'm talking about Baxter in that degree. I think they'd like him back, but you have to think about it. Money is a finite source. It's not infinite. And yes, Texas has a lot, but again, it is not infinite. So Hank went with 1 to 2 running backs. They're getting at least one for sure. Could be 2. I think that'll depend on what happens with Clark and Simon. Wisner, I've thought about it. Could he get drafted after this year? Maybe. It'll be round 6 or 7. But then you think, if he comes back next year, what can he do or prove that would improve his draft stock from then? Not much. It would probably weaken his draft stock since there'd be more mileage on his tires. He's already played through a lot of injuries and been banged up, but they can also maybe pay him a lot. And then it's also how much are you going to pay him, to come back. He is kind of what he is. He's a tough runner, a good leader, good locker room person, but he's not Jonathan Brooks. He's not Roshan Johnson. He's not Bijan. He's not those guys, So the running back room is going to be very interesting, especially because it's Chad Scott now, not Tashard Choice. And Chad Scott has never really been in these shoes at a big-time university handling a room like this. So I'm curious how he handles it. Wide receiver, this is my section. I went with 1 to 2. Of course, the entire room can come back. DeAndre Moore is the only one that has the opportunity to leave for the NFL draft. But I do think there's going to be attrition. It's natural. It happens everywhere, right? You have 4 true freshmen that are all making a lot of money. One of those guys is probably going to leave. That's not source intel, but it's just what it is in today's day and age. They want to play, and if all 3 starters come back, when are they going to play? It's something they're asking themselves and are talking to their agents about, just like every other freshman in the country that's in the same position. So it's going to be very, very interesting. And, kind of what I wanted to bring up with Wingo, I don't know his number, but I heavily, heavily, heavily assume he's making 7 figures this year because I know what the freshmen are making, and they're not at 7, but they're high 6. So you have to assume Wingo's at 7 since, he's a 2-year contributor for starter, and he's supposed to be receiver 1. But the thing is, I've said it all year, he's not a true receiver 1. He isn't, and they're trying to force him to be because there isn't a true receiver 1 on this team. There isn't. So how do you get one? How do you improve the situation? I don't know. But the thing I was talking to Eric about on the way back, driving to the hotel after the game is look, if you're paying Ryan Wingo 7 figures, do you think you can go get a receiver out of the portal that will give you more, that won't have drops, that won't have lapses of concentration, for the same price? Yeah, you probably could. So I'm very, very, very curious how it's going to work with Wingo and them. I think you have to restructure the room financially. I'm not saying they got to go get Cam Coleman and cut a starter or 2 to free up the funds to get Cam Coleman. I do think they're going to end up with a receiver, though. Getting a receiver out of the portal probably won't be a big name. But if you're going to lose DeAndre Moore, you're probably going to go get 2. If you're going to lose Wingo and, let's say you try to talk to him, say, hey, we want to pay you a little less this year, and he doesn't want that and wants to leave, then you go get a Cam Coleman. But the financial thing, that room needs restructuring, in my opinion. And, I know Sark's always been circle of trust. Freshman receivers don't really play unless their name's Xavier Worthy. But those freshman receivers have to play at some point or they're going to leave. That's what it is. You can't play on the bench. And, talk to Eric about it. If I had to pick 2 of those receivers to make sure they stay and the other 2 would be okay with leaving, I would make sure Khalil Lockett and Dalen McCutcheon are on the team next year. Those are the 2 I'd pick. But yeah, and then at tight end, I talked about it earlier how the tight end room just stinks. and how, like, look, if I'm Jack Andrews and have 1 year of eligibility left, what about Texas would inspire me to come back that would, improve my draft stock? It's a good question. But regardless if he's back or not, they have to go get 1 to 2 tight ends, and one of them has to be an inline blocker. Nick Townsend and Imari Winston, they're going to be great players, but they're very much, the receiving type of tight end and not the blocking type. They need a true inline blocker. And they just got a kid committed out of Michigan, but he's basically a fun version of Spencer Shannon where he's only ever going to be an inline blocker. And he plays pretty poor competition in Michigan. So he realistically probably can't play to year 2 or 3. No way in hell he's playing as a freshman unless it's on special teams. And then offensive tackle, I went 1 to 2. They're getting 1 regardless if Goosebeer comes back, just because of, the lack of numbers and how they fucked up recruiting and building this room. They have to get depth at minimum, at least 1 depth piece. And then if Gooseby leaves, well, they got to go get a left tackle starter. I don't think Nick Brooks can play left tackle. I mean, I should say I don't think he can play it at a high level. I think he can play it, but is a better right tackle or a jumbo guard than a left. And then, Brandon Baker, he has 2 years of eligibility after this year. He hasn't really shown anything that makes you think he'll be able to get drafted early, will leave early. So you really, only need 1 to 2. And then at guard, you have to get 2 of them. 2 guys who can actually compete to start or are good enough to start. Pretty cut and dry. Center, I was in charge of this one. I went 0. Connor Robertson is going to have 1 more year of eligibility to come back in 2026. And then Daniel Cruz will be in year 3. I think they'd make those guys compete. I don't think they would just give it to Robertson. And especially because they recruited Daniel Cruz saying, hey, you're the center of our future. And it's in year 3. He hasn't really played. Majors was obviously there 2 of those years, but Majors was there 1 year because this year's year 2. Next year's year 3. But I don't think they really need to go hit the portal for center. Jackson Christian, who's a true freshman that's redshirting, can also play center, as can Nick Robertson, who is enrolling in January. On the D-line, I went 0 to 1. Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw are running out of eligibility after this year, so they're done. And then Hero Canoe is the only one who is able to come back or go pro. It's up to him. Other guys will return January: Levon Johnson, Melvin Hills, Murad Watson, Justice Terry, Josiah Sharma, and Myron Charles. And they have 3 really good ones coming in. So could they not take a D lineman? It's possible, but if Hero Canoe leaves, they're going to. Sorry, excuse me. If Hero Canoe leaves, they're going to have to go get a tight end or an interior D lineman. Apologies. And even if he stays, they might do it. I mean, they've targeted a transfer portal D lineman pretty much every year since the portal's become a thing. At edge, I went with 0. I don't think it's really an argument that, no position room has been recruited better, built better than the edge room over the last few cycles. Next year, you'll have Colin Simmons, Lance Jackson, Zena Yumio Zulu, Smith Rugbo, Colton Vosick, and then Richard Wesley as a freshman who should be able to play, a similar snap count to what Lance Jackson's currently playing this year. And they're also still looking for, another edge at the high school level. We'll also bring up, they always have the best player available mindset. You got to remember, Texas made a very, spirited effort to get David Bailey from Stanford, and he obviously ended up at Tech. They were going to, penny up more for him, and they did, and it's turned out well for them. Imagine if David Bailey was on this year's Texas team. So I went with 0, but I do think it's possible there's 1. I'm currently expecting at least 1 edge rusher to leave from the group of guys that could come back. It's pretty obvious who it is. Linebacker, Ant Hill's gone, but the rest of the room can come back. The thing is, the only returners are Leon Glafau, Anthony Smith. You have Brad Spence, who's kind of a hybrid, and then Bo Barnes and Deuce Cunningham. The thing is, Deuce Cunningham has played, nickel snaps. He's played safety snaps, and that's who he works with in practice. Probably not ever going to factor in the linebacker long term. You have Tyler Atkinson coming in. He's getting paid a lot. He will play a lot as a freshman because of that and because he's really good. And then you have Kosiak Paula, who's going to need, 2 years. So linebacker, they're going to have to go get 1 to 2 of them depending on, attrition if anyone else leaves besides Anthony Hill. At corner, I think, Cade Phillips, Grayson Littleton, they're the future of the position. They're the stars. Sorry, Wags just texted me. they're the stars and they're going to start next year. But I mean, the rest of the room, it's kind of like, whoa, you know, Jalen Gilbo, he's gone. Warren Roberson's coming back, or could come back if he wants to, I should say. I don't know if he's going to be welcome back. And then after that, it's like, okay, who else is in the mix? Kobe Black hasn't been good when he's played. Santana Wilson hasn't played as a depth piece. Caleb Chester isn't going to be in the equation as a year 2 player next year. So, you know, Hank went with 2 for corners, and I like it. I think that's correct. At safety, I was in charge of this one. I went 1 to 2. You know, Michael Taff is gone after this year. Jelani McDonald can leave. If McDonald comes back, they need to get 1 safety. If he leaves, they have to get 2. Jonah Williams is the future of this position, but the other guys that have played this year, Xavier Filson and Jordan Johnson-Rubell, have they inspired any confidence that they're going to be, you know, average level starters in the SEC next year? Hell no. And then, you know, the other guy's Ellis Hicks. He's a kid who reclassed. He skipped his senior year. And a lot of people were mad at us because we dropped him from a 3-star when he did that. But go back and watch his junior year highlight tape. There's 1 pass play on there. There's 1 pass play. And it's when the quarterback threw an interception to him when there wasn't a receiver within 10 yards of him. Like, he had to learn a lot of the actual safety play and what happens on passing downs. So I don't think he'll be able to contribute much next year. And if he does, it's because he's rotating in. So who else would start kind of opposite of Jonah Williams unless McDonald comes back? And that is why they have to get 1 to 2 safeties. For specialists, they're losing their starting kicker, punter, and long snapper after this year. In 2024, they started a true freshman at kicker and punter. It went terribly. It sucked. And, you know, both of those guys left. Michael Kern and at kicker they didn't start. That was Bert Auburn, and he regressed, and they kind of threw Will Stone in there, who's left. But you get the point. They have a kicker committed, a punter committed, and a deep snapper committed. If I'm Texas, I would go get a starting kicker and punter out of the portal if it's possible. Don't leave it up to freshmen again. Get 1-year rentals like Baumeister and do that. Like, the difference in Baumeister and Michael Kern is huge. Go get another Baumeister if you can. So I would say 1 kicker, 1 punter, and then long snapper. You don't need someone with experience. I doubt more than 10% of the fan base can even name the starting long snapper. It's Lance St. Louis. He was in the 2022 class, has started every single game at Texas since his true freshman year. This is his 4th year, though, so he's done after this year. They have a commit, Trot O'Neill, out of Plano Prestonwood Christian. He can come in day 1 and start because it's deep snapping. It's not rocket science. So, yeah, those are the portal needs. So that is – I'm not going to do the math right now. That'd take too long. But at least a dozen, I'm pretty sure. So yeah. Let's see some other comments I didn't hit on yet. Did you and Eric hit up Magic City? He went and got some food on Friday. I did not. The only food I ate in Georgia was a pizza at the Grayson game and the food they fed us at in Georgia Stadium. So, yeah. She's talking about, or this person's talking about Ahmad Hudson, 5-star tight end, probably going to LSU. Both his parents went there. If not, Nebraska. I forget the other school. I think it's A&M are both in a better spot than Texas. He's either only been to Texas once or has never visited before, but is supposed to be at one of the last 2 home games. We'll see if he actually shows up. Newhouse Hookham said if Sark leaves, what happens to the recruiting class? I seriously think the NFL thing is real. Agreed. And what happens to the recruiting class? Well, you lose a lot of them. It'll also depend on what position coaches are retained. But a lot of those kids, I think, would decommit. A lot of it will also depend on whoever comes in. If Sark isn't the coach next year, whoever the new coach is very likely going to bring in a GM and get rid of Brandon Harris and clean house of Texas front office and personnel operation. I know I would if I was a new coach because there is a lot of room for improvement there with those guys. So the question I ask, if this hypothetical situation does happen where there's a new coach, how many of the current commits get to keep their same rev share and NIL deals that the Sark staff put on the table for them? It's a question to ask. It's not like whoever the new coach is going to be able to find a better linebacker than Tyler Atkinson, or a better running back than Derek Cooper. So Those are legit questions. And if this did happen and Sark actually went to the NFL, what part of the calendar would it happen? If it's after signing day or before signing day, those are two different ball games. So, damn, CB said Baxter's Jonathan Gray 2.0. God, it makes me sad. He's not Gray 2.0 yet, but he's getting close. Patrick said, I saw for basketball, we were waiting for Goosby's brother to commit. Oh, sorry, I got text. Austin Goosby's committing today. It's going to be BYU or Texas. BYU is offering a lot more money. I think it's like either close to 2 times as much or over 2 times as much. So he's got to make a decision. Is he going to value the money and going out of state and playing in Provo and, being at BYU, adapting to their cultures and different things they do? I know the athletes aren't really under the honor code, or honor code is strictly. Or is he going to go to Texas, the in-state school where his brother plays? It's up to him. I have absolutely zero intel on that because I don't cover basketball. But he's making his commitment later today on CBS, so check it out. Sticky says us losing out on Branch and Concepcion or whatever his name is, the one to the Aggies, is a big loss. I don't really remember them ever seriously being in it for KC Concepcion, or at least it didn't feel like that. And then Zachariah Branch, they liked him a lot and wanted him, but he wasn't going anywhere unless his brother Zion could come, and Texas thought Zion stunk, so they didn't take him. But Zion is in the 2 deep at safety at Georgia. If Kirby Smart thinks he's good enough to play in the 2 deep, what does it say about Texas personnel scouting team and operation that says, no, he's not good enough to be in the 2 deep at Texas? But Xavier Philsmee, Jordan Johnson, Bellar. It's a great question. Is that a misevaluation? I think so. Zach Branch would have helped this year's Texas team, no doubt. Blind Squirrel said, saw a post-game exchange between Kirby Smart and Mookie Taff. Has the Longhorn star shared any thoughts on what the Georgia coach said to him after the game? I don't think so. I don't know. I was there for Sark's press conference, but I left before the players came in. So I don't know. And I also have not watched Taft's press conference. So apologies for not knowing that one. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these things. Yeah, it isn't Baxter's fault. Injuries are part of the game, and it sucks. It really does. So, yeah. Woodcrest said if Sark isn't fully committed to running this program, shouldn't the big money donors cut their losses before you get behind the 8 ball in future years? No, it is a question. It is a question. A good one, too. Derek Fanetta said, dude, the receivers from A&M are going to roast our secondary. Yeah, they definitely have the possibility to. A&M has a really good O-line, too. Better than Texas is, at least. So, yeah. But, all right, I got to get out of here because I got to go drive to China and drop off my camera gear that I rented in Addison. I'll be on here tomorrow. Want to talk recruiting. They're so far behind in 2027. Their top 2 safety targets in 2027, both committed to different schools yesterday. Jaquan Snell to A&M, Eli Johnson to Ohio State. If you're a Horns 24/7 subscriber or a daily watcher on this channel, you should know that that's kind of where those have been trending for a long time, or at least that's what I've been reporting for at least a month on both. Trying to get to the bottom of it. Is this Akina not recruiting them as much? What's going on? What led them to that? But also, like, the operation as a whole is botched. I know they signed the number 1 recruiting class last year, but it can be so much better. And also, like, the biggest thing that is crazy and drives me crazy, and it's blasphemous. There's a 2028 linebacker, Pflugerville Weiss. His name is Tylen Henderson. He's 6'1", 210 pounds. This kid has 5 offers from Miami, Ohio State, SMU, Texas Tech, and I think Baylor. Those are his 5 offers. Ohio State had him on campus this past weekend and offered him in person. Texas has had this kid on campus multiple times, but they haven't offered him. And when he is on campus, he's not getting nearly as much attention as other kids with offers or other kids that don't even have offers. And it's not like he's a guy that they're inviting just to fill a seat, but that's kind of what it comes across whenever he's not getting talked to as much as other kids that don't have offers. And when he's flying to Ohio State and getting an offer from them and a first-class experience where him and his family are taken care of a lot more and, given a lot more attention than what Texas is doing. And this is a kid 20 minutes down the road from where Texas's campus is, and Ohio State is beating them to offering him. Ohio State, across the country, is beating Texas to offering a kid who's born and raised in Austin, dream school is Texas, and a kid that they've barely shown any attention or love to. There is no good reason that should ever happen. And the reasoning, if you talk to anyone at Texas or the way they've done local recruiting, it's, hey, we don't want to offer local kids unless they're 1,000% a take, because if we offer them and we don't take their commitment, we're going to blow this thing up, and it's going to be really bad politics with local coaches. And that is a good point. You don't want local high school coaches pissed off at you. But Tylen Henderson is a take. He's a damn dude. It has to happen, So, yeah, we'll talk about it more tomorrow. I got to get out of here. Up next, our Texas-Georgia postgame show with Zay and Rodney from late Saturday night. And then Chip and Zay, they're going to be back on the stream at 2, but going to end it right now. Y'all have a great one. Happy Monday, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with us. Peace.